Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 27th, 2023 City Council Successor Agency meeting scheduled for 5:45 p.m. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. It is a special meeting of the City Council. We will call this to order. And Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson. Present. Mayor Bryant.
Here. We do have a quorum. At this time, we'll open public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
This is the time to comment on items that are on the closed session agenda. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired, and no public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am here as I've been last year and a couple of years ago and all the years since our city manager has been active in his current role. I would like to mention that his performance has not improved over time. He had multiple opportunities to do that. And typical 5 key areas where he pretends to be the CEO of the city, and typically C-level executives are being evaluated on 5 key areas: leadership, people management, strategy, operating metrics, and external relationship. All I can mention as a general comment is that if he was to work in private sector, he would have been fired long time ago based on the performance that the residents and even city staff is seeing from this individual. I never thought, and I'm repeating this statement, that we can have a worse city manager than Mr. Gus Vigna. Gus he always took ownership of any shortcomings, and he was always prepared to answer questions during the city council meetings. In contrast, Mr. Ogden constantly offers the answer, "Let me get back to you," and he never does. He's not even able to answer simple questions like, what is a CUP and how are the conditions of a CUP enforced? That is just basic, and it's unacceptable to have that kind of answer when his boss says, you, the city council, are asking these basic questions. I can't necessarily talk about his management strategy necessarily. I heard things, I wasn't there, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I can talk about operating metrics, strategy, as well as external relationship. From a strategy perspective, he keeps the line, so that he's been consistent on this by trying to drive the city into the ground. The vision to make Brentwood the very best, preserving its, and I'm quoting this, preserving its rich heritage and keeping Brentwood in the hearts of the people seemed to not be very clear to this individual. It is very hard to list any of his achievements. And for most part, the items that he possibly listed as achievements were forced by a city council asking for them. It wasn't his initiative or any of his, personal goals. Operating metrics. One example is how this around this criteria is how he's wasting Brentwood's money and slow walking important projects. One of the most recent examples is that we spent $700,000 for housing element update. We incurred additional expenses because of the project being behind schedule, and we are still not in compliance and only self-certified. And I proposed the additional funds we had to pay from taxpayer money be deducted from his salary and not consider a salary increase for him. Also, there's not to mention, the staff reports under his direct supervision are incomplete and very poor quality. All of you were frustrated repeatedly for not having complete information and very clear answers to your questions before you made your decisions. Another thing from an external relationship perspective, not a very positive grade over here. We see preferential treatment for different business groups, and also he's trying to squash the voice of the residents. Several of you heard, the emails he sent me to refrain from commenting in public forums or online, and that is not acceptable from a city leader.
The speaker's timer has expired, and I show no additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will close public comments. And do I have a motion to recess to close session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it is unanimous. We are in recess to close session. Thank you.
push.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 27th, 2023 regularly scheduled City Council Successor Agency meeting at 7 p.m. We are re-adjourning from closed session with nothing to report out. At this time, could I get a roll call, Margaret?
Councilmember Mendoza? Here. Vice Mayor Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans?
Here.
Councilmember Pearson? Present. Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, we do have a quorum at this time. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Margaret, I know we have a lot of items on the agenda tonight. Do we have, how many public comment cards do we have tonight?
I have 5 in person and so far 1 hand raised in Zoom so far.
Okay, so at this time we will leave it at 5 minutes. And at this time we will open public comments. Margaret?
I received 1 written public comment for this section of the agenda prior to the meeting. We'll take public comments in the council chambers followed by Zoom public comment. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak under public comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items on the agenda for that part of the meeting. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them with you directly, and a speaker may or may not allocate his or her time to another speaker. At this time, I'll call on Kyla, Hannah, and Ashley.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kyla Scordellis, and I was last year's FFA Vice President. Although my time in FFA was short, it taught me more about myself and agriculture than the previous 16 years of my life. Up until my junior year of high school, I had no idea what FFA was, and it completely turned my world around. It taught me about how to be a better consumer, how to care for our animals, and how to be a good leader. It also taught me about my passion for wanting to teach agriculture to elementary age kids because most of them know little about ag. Not only did FFA give me so many lifelong friendships and mentors to look up to, it also taught me how to be a better public speaker, lead by example, and be an overall better person. Agriculture in our community is a huge reason many people are still in our community. Opening a facility where kids as young as 5, as old as 19, can use and gain more ag experience and opportunities will benefit our community greatly. Although we do our best to help lower income families to be able to participate in our program, there's only so much we can do ourselves. This facility will help improve our ability to help those families. This will also help increase our elementary and middle school age children's participation, which is something that needs to happen to keep Brentwood and surrounding cities agriculture alive. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a good night.
Hello everyone, my name is Hannah Gozo. I'm the president of the Brentwood FFA chapter. Agriculture education has opened up way more doors for me through high school. It has gave me opportunities that I didn't even know existed. It has taught me responsibilities with taking care of animals, and has also taught me more time management skills. With being an FFA, I have gained many new friends, as well as gaining confidence in myself. I have learned many public speaking skills that have helped me through ag education. As being an officer, my team's goal is to connect with young youth and teach them about agriculture. That way, when they have an opportunity to join FFA when they get to high school, they can learn what they are actually interested in. The community-based facility would benefit the FFA as well as the community with elementary and middle schools. It will teach younger students more lifelong skills that they will use in the future, as well as it will open up more space to hold events. This facility will help kids in 4-H and FFA feel more included in agriculture, in the agriculture field. If they have nowhere to keep their animals, this facility will be an option to house those animals. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Feddersen, the Brentwood FFA secretary, while also the Solano Alameda section vice president. One of the main importances of agriculture education is it can increase self-sustainability and keep a sustainable economy. And in this community, we can have easily access to fresh fruits and vegetables thanks to our local farmers. Being in ag classes has taught me many valuable life lessons, which I want to teach others, which if this facility is built, our officer team and members of the FFA can have an activity night and informational nights to inform younger students what FFA is about, how it can affect your future, and what opportunities we have to offer. As we want the agriculture community to grow, I feel this facility can hold many new opportunities for students, kids, and families. This facility can also be very impactful for low-income families to learn more about agriculture, which in the future, it can lead to more farmers. In this past year in ag classes, I didn't really know what the purpose was about. But as I got more involved in FFA, I learned about more agriculture and got deeper knowledge in it. And I also learned many valuable life lessons that I want to forward on to younger students for them to know what it's about and encourage them to join ag classes at Liberty High School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Antonio Xavier, followed by Al Del Grande.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Back in April, I spoke before you in favor of a 5-minute public policy for speakers. Thank you for setting the bar and raising the standards for the county. During that comment, I know there was some concern about how much time was actually being added to the meetings. Given that we just had a 5+ hour City Council meeting not that long ago, I figured this was a good time to report back to you. During that last City Council meeting, there were 31 total public speakers. Only 11 of them went over the previous 3-minute mark and 8 into the new 5-minute policy. They took up a total of 15 minutes that night. I hope you agree that is a small price to pay for increased civic discourse. We had great engagement. None of the speakers appeared to be rushed or concerned about their speaking time, and nobody was cut off mid-speech and told to leave the podium. 2 speakers used the entire 5 minutes, but they were in the middle of saying thank you and walking away from the podium when their time expired. I believe that the best Brentwood we can get in the future requires an active and engaged community. This policy encourages that, and I want to thank you for setting the standard in the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Al Del Grande, followed by Vivian Treff.
Good evening. I'm sure you're aware I was here 2 weeks ago, and I was talking about the city's lack of recognition regarding our veterans on days that commemorate certain days of the year, such as Armed Forces Day, Vietnam Veteran War Day, Flag Day, Veterans Day, Memorial Day. It was questioned by I believe the vice mayor at the time, asking staff why we didn't have that policy. And the response was, we never historically have included national holidays in our proclamations. Not more than 5 minutes later, you had this huge parade commemorating Juneteenth, picture taking. Juneteenth is a national holiday. Earlier this year, you had a proclamation for Martin Luther King Day, which is a national holiday. So I'm a little bit confused as to if there were exceptions made for those days, or there's an exception regarding military veterans who don't get any recognition from this council. You may be surprised to hear that even President Biden was astute enough to make 4 proclamations this year from last year. Veterans Day last year, Vietnam War Veterans Day this year, Memorial Day, Flag Day, and Armed Services Day. he had the wherewithal to notice and to respect the work that our veterans have done for this country. And I'm a little bit lost. I understand later this evening there's a council request to put this item on the agenda. So rather than make any more heat about it, I will offer my services to whoever decides to go ahead with this and let you know what days that we should be commemorating in proclamations. I have a packet here I'll give to staff so they'll have it for their education. Thank you.
The next speaker is Vivian Treff.
Good evening, Council. I own a small business in town called Boondoggies. I started with a hot dog cart and over the last 5 years have built the business into what it is today. With a brick and mortar store downtown, 2 mobile units, and 3 concessions contracts. One of those contracts is at Sunset Park. Like most small business owners, I spend 7 days a week at 100 miles an hour. During baseball season, with the volume of people coming to the park higher than ever, 6 of them are dedicated to not just fulfilling our contractual obligation, but providing exceptional service at Sunset. At the end of the baseball season, burnout is inevitable. So at the tail end of the season this year, I was genuinely shocked to hear that comments had been made during the last city council meeting that our concession stand had been, quote, closed a lot and, quote, only open half the games. I was physically recovering from months of back-breaking work, ensuring that our stand was open 6 days a week starting in March. And I couldn't understand how anyone could have that perception of us, not just this season, but ever. And that it could be publicly stated without anyone ever attempting to verify it, much less that it could be implied that we'd be facing, quote, ramifications for not fulfilling our contract. I don't know that I'll ever get an answer as to how that happened, and if I expected an apology, I would have been sorely disappointed. I'm not here to make snarky comments, and I have no interest in theatrics. I'm simply here to set the record straight. Thanks to modern technology, I have date and time-stamped sales reports that show we have been open for every game and practice that we've been made aware of on our side of the park for the last 4 years. I'd also like to make everyone aware that there are 2 concessions buildings at Sunset. We operate out of the one on the baseball side. The one on the soccer side was never in our contract and has been a storage room for the city for the entirety of our contract. Though from a patron's point of view, it would be hard to tell as it still looks like a concession stand, and the maps on site have been out of date for 4 years. But this one doesn't seem like a case of mistaken identity, and because that stand has been closed, it's been closed for all the games, not just half. Everyone makes mistakes, but when it comes to damaging the reputation of a small business in their own community, I would say the council has a unique obligation to verify the feedback that they receive before repeating it to the public, and a responsibility to make a correction when they repeat false information, intentional or not. I hope going forward that every small business in our community is given this consideration. I'm grateful for the current staff we've had the pleasure of working with directly at the park. They have been a picture of professionalism and excellent work ethic. I'm thankful for the opportunity we've been given to serve the community at Sunset Park. We've been blessed beyond measure with an army of support, and I look forward to many more years of serving the families that have become an extension of our own. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Jensen.
Wonderful. Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Carol Jensen. I'm a resident here of Brentwood since, I hate to say it, 1956. Hard to believe. And I'm here this evening to lend my voice, along with many others in Brentwood, with regard to business item D1, your consideration from harvest time for the use of agricultural mitigation fees for a 3-year staffing and marketing program and the development of an innovation center at 3900 Sellers Avenue. This is a fabulous idea, and it's fabulous for 3 reasons. First of all, this property is located in the agricultural zone of Contra Costa County. It's also located in the county. It's not located within city limits. That's across the street. It is also located within the Knightson Historic District, which is a special district in the county, one of only 5, specifically focusing on the historic heritage, agricultural primarily, as well as packing in the landings of eastern Contra Costa County. So this is a great use of land that's not in city limits. It's in the agricultural corridor and in an historic district. Number 2, it's important because if we're looking at return on investment of city assets, this is a fabulous return on investment. Not that you are selling it and making money for the city. Your return on investment here is you are putting your effort, your assets, and your interest in the future of Brentwood and the image that the city of Brentwood wishes to convey as the city has grown from, 2,600 people now to 65,000 people. That is, we have an agricultural heritage. This is not just pavement and asphalt suburbia. This is a town with a culture, with a history, with a future, with a place to grow and enjoy. So that's reason number 2, fabulous return on your investment, not on money, but on an asset that really can help enhance the marketability and the livability of the citizens and residents here in Brentwood. Item number 3, the property is located right next door to the East County Historical Society. And as you know, the Beyer-Nail family years ago donated this property to the Historical Society specifically for the purpose of promoting, encouraging, ensuring an understanding of our agricultural heritage here in East County. This particular property that you own, which was given to the city by the Beyer-Nail family, is complementary to the acreage owned by the Historic Society. It has, last count, I think 1,700 third graders went there learning about local history, pole barn, archive, museum, historic facility. There's nothing that will complement more this proposed agricultural heritage area, or rather, specifically D1 here, this harvest time proposal. Nothing will complement it more. Between the two, you'll have almost 5 acres dedicated to the quality of life in Brentwood, its heritage, its future, open air. This is fabulous. This is going to be the best decision and the best resolution you will have passed so far this year. I know you'll make many, many more, but I want to add my voice to those that commend this resolution and this effort to sustain and encourage harvest time in this agricultural heritage.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you very much.
I have 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Ian Cohen. Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
May I request to go after the next speaker? I'm not ready right now.
Go ahead and offer him that opportunity.
I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I am calling in from rainy, wet, gray Cleveland, Ohio. I'm on vacation, but I saw the agenda and thought, yeah, I need to call in. I'm calling on behalf of support for agenda item D1. Even though we have a phenomenal farmers market downtown Brentwood where people go and get fresh fruits and vegetables, which is amazing. We get honeybees and honey pollen and bee pollen directly from bee farms and all kinds of really delicious food. And even though we have farms all around Brentwood, we still have children who think that chocolate milks come from brown cows. I think item D1 will be a fantastic opportunity for kids to really understand what is agriculture in our community. What does it actually do? Why is it important? Why does it need to be sustainable? Why do we need to protect farmlands? Why do we need to maintain farmlands? I think all of that is incredibly important for every generation to understand moving forward. The most important thing, of course, is education. When my kids were at Pioneer, when they were in kindergarten, we had a petting zoo come in, and the kids were just gobsmacked at being able to pet a pygmy sheep. It was cute, it was fluffy. I mean, it was adorable. And kids got to learn about several other types of farm animals from this petting zoo. And for most of them, it had been the very first time they had ever seen live farm animals. So I am in strong support of this. As we can see, the next generation is learning a lot about sustainability and what it takes to keep a strong agriculture area going. So that's why I was calling in to make sure that D1 gets strong support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Cohen. Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak after Carolina. Good evening, Council. We are about a week away from 4th of July. Well, we are a week away from 4th of July, which we all know will be a big day for the city. Not just celebrating our beautiful country's independence, but our city's 75th birthday celebrations again. I want to say a big thanks to the Parks and Rec Department for having a massive lineup planned out from the carnival, or not from the carnival, sorry, from the parade all the way down to coordinating with Amy at Downtown Coalition for the drone show. It's going to be busy, crazy. I am speaking because I am the student advisor and the co-founder of the Heritage High School Business Club over at Heritage. We are being approved for DECA this coming school year, so that's a great new improvement to the city of Brentwood. DECA is this amazing competitive business organization where we get to compete across the Bay Area, state of California, and internationals. So we are excited to say that we are going to be a part of Carnegie with the amazing nonprofits like Icasco Campo and the Village and all the other epic nonprofits. A huge thank you to Recreation Supervisor Stacy Dempsey for helping us get approved for that. I just want to say thank you to Council for helping get this Carnegie approved, because this will be amazing, not just for the community and Brentwood's history, reliving this amazing past and trying to bring Corn Fest back, but also for these nonprofits in my high school club to be able to raise funds and keep killing it in Brentwood, making it better in Brentwood. Again, thank you so much, and I cannot wait for 4th of July. I'll see you there all day long from the parade. I'll be there, and I'll be there all the way to the drone show. So downtown will see me a lot. Have a great day, Council, and have a great meeting tonight.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, and
Another hand did just pop up.
yes, please take it.
If Twee Dow Jensen. Twee, go ahead. Can you unmute? She doesn't appear to be unmuting.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bryant and Brentwood City Council members. I cannot come on later this evening, so I wanted to comment on the pending liquor license application that is within less than 600 feet of Guerin Elementary. Speaking as a parent with a child in BUSD, I'm asking Brentwood City Council to not approve the liquor license application as the business is 433 feet away from Guerin Elementary School, much less than the 600 feet that the law stipulates. Speaking as a Brentwood School Board member, the safety of our children is my utmost priority, and I hope it is yours too. According to the law, the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control may deny any retail license located within at least 600 feet of schools and public playgrounds. Brentwood City Council has the opportunity to follow the law today by not approving the liquor license application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And at this time, I'll begin to my left, Councilmember Orlemans.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I'm glad everybody was able to make it to the meeting, and it's great to see the place full. It's nice. I attended the Downtown Coalition meeting, a promotion ceremony for 4 new police sergeants that were just recently promoted. Matt Head, Brian Lodge, Joe Nunemaker, and Josh Flynn were all promoted to sergeant in the past 2 weeks. I had a meeting with the county supervisor, Diane Burgess. It was more of a meet and greet, although we sat on a couple committees together. It was the first opportunity we got a chance to sit down and have a fairly lengthy conversation. And then, because school is now out, PAL took over a good portion of my time, and there were several events. PAL is the Police Activities League. They did skate jam at the skate park, where 27 skateboards and equipment were given out to foster kids and kids from the Brentwood School District. I attended the graduation of the Police Explorers Academy. There was a PAL event where a Grupo L, played at a Shop and Chill hosted event up at Chill Tea. Amazing event watching these kids play. And then I was able to watch the Planning Commission meeting that took place last week. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and welcome everyone. I facilitated a League of California Cities virtual roundtable discussion on diversity, equity, inclusion, and representation. Presented a council update to club members at Trilogy. Attended the League of Cities Mayors and Council Members meeting to review our applications for our next first vice president of that department. Meeting with the Village Movement California Coalition to discuss this model and its potential fit in Brentwood. If it goes further, I'll make sure to connect staff. Attended the Downtown Business Coalition monthly meeting. Interview with the press to go over the Sand Creek Sports Complex project. I watched the Planning Commission meeting as well. I had a CCTV interview with the Contra Costa County Elections Department and some high schoolers who were interested in speaking with elected officials because they were interested in getting to politics on a local level as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
Thank you. Since the last time we've met, I attended the Leadership Roundtable, the Cal Cities Roundtable with a diversity, equity, and inclusionary focus. Trilogy Group asked us to come and speak and talk about what's going on in the city. And our Neighborhood Voices presentation to the Santa Barbara area via Zoom. A League of Women Voters meeting with guest speaker Tommy Gong, which is the Deputy County Clerk Recorder. A Roots game in honor of Brentwood Union's teacher, Ceci Martinez, who passed away. Attended the East County Juneteenth event, Downtown Brentwood Coalition meeting. Watched the Planning Commission meeting, our Neighborhood Voices leadership training, Cal Cities Latino Caucus Board 2-day meeting. Let's see. understanding of easements with Republic Title for Education, since we were going to have an item on easements. I thought that would be appropriate. Participated in a call with the Little Hoover Commission, which is a California State Independent Oversight Committee, where they're looking to create a secret court with dedicated judges versus rotating fashion. I walked, which I don't exercise. If you guys know me, it's a big deal. I attended the Miles for Mayo 5K in honor of Matias Rogers. And I attended last night the rehanging of the Pride banner at Pioneer, along with a new banner. They received so many donations, they actually purchased another banner, which has a Harvey Milk quote on it. We can set an example so others will follow.
Thank you. Councilmember Pearson.
Good evening, everyone. Since our last council meeting, I attended the East Contra Costa County Juneteenth event at the Contra Costa at the Fairgrounds. I watched the June 20th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. I attended virtually the California Black Women's Elected Officials meet and greet that included Congresswoman Barbara Lee, Sydney Kamliger, and our California Secretary of State Shirley Weber, as well as Solano County, one of the Solano County supervisors, and several other city council members and mayors. It was a really insightful, just hearing other elected women, Black women, talk about their experience in their election and their process and sitting in their seats and how we can work to increase diversity in elections. I had a meeting, kind of like a meet and greet with Supervisor Burgess to talk about what's going on in our county, what's going on in our city. And then I attended the ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments General Assembly and Conference in San Francisco. It was great. We looked over our budget, the ABAG budget, and approved the budget. But what was really good was there was to see that we're not the only city that's dealing with frustrations with the housing element, and that other cities feel like they have a lack of support from the decision makers. And so at that meeting, of all the cities there, only one city just had approval. And so it was just, my heart went out to our staff with all their hard work, but it was just, kind of eye-opening that everyone's struggling with this. So that's everything I did. Thank you.
Thank you. It is really great to be back. I do apologize. The last council meeting, I believe, was only the second council meeting in 12 years. I was unable to be a part in either physically here or electronically. I do want to thank staff for all their efforts in making that happen, but the location I was at, a storm had taken the Wi-Fi out. We brought in whatever Elon Musk's satellite thing is, it also did not work. And so I was unable to attend remotely, but I have confidence in our council members and our vice mayor. And although it was a heavy lift, they did a great job, so thank you. I do have some things to report. Since last council meeting, I attended the Habitat Conservancy Board meeting where we discussed the approval of the new price and cost tables, as well as speaking about one of our newest residents, the Golden Eagle couple and their single egglet that has unfortunately delayed our beginning of the construction at the Sand Creek, making it go all the way through to Deer Valley, our connection part. But evidently things are going well in that nest, and soon there will be an empty nest, not just empty nesters, and we'll be able to connect that, and our residents will be able to have a safer and more expeditious route all the way to Deer Valley Road and Kaiser Hospital along Sand Creek. So that's something we've been working a long time for, and it's nice that it's going to be happening soon. I also attended the memorial service for Commander Steve Todd. He was the commander of our VFW. He was a former Army Ranger. He was an integral part of our community for so many years with everything, the Memorial Day services, the Veterans Day services, the wreaths across America, everything that we are involved with the veterans. He was an integral part, in addition to the fact that any veteran that he heard of that had any kind of need, he would make sure it got taken care of to the best of his ability. And he was able to incorporate residents in the community as well. His passing was sudden, unexpected, but just to give an idea of his great character and who he was. If you didn't know Steve Todd, he had been a former police officer in addition to military soldier, and he also he was a part of the Federal Protection Services, the same color guard that would perform at any president's funeral. Flew out from Washington, D.C., and they were here in our VFW hall to honor him. He was just a magnificent person, and I'm proud to say that he was my friend, and he will be greatly missed. I also attended the car show downtown Saturday, met with a business owner to address some of their concerns with some of the scheduling of things downtown. Attended the swearing in of our 4 new police sergeants. And I attended the Airport Land Use Commission meeting as well. And I attended the last Tri-Delta meeting. And I also met with Supervisor Diane Burgess regarding economic development and some potential things that the city might be able to partner with to assist with the Byron Airport, bringing high-paying, high-tech jobs into this area. And I have nothing to report after that. So we'll move on to consent items. I would like to pull item B1 from the consent calendar. Do I have a motion regarding the rest of the consent?
Motion
calendar?
to adopt consent calendar on all items less D1.
Second?
B1, sorry.
Okay, we have a first and a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, and I will speak to item B1 at the podium up front, and if we could have our Parks and Recreation Department employees that are here and our director, Bruce, if you could join with me as well. Thank you. Of all of our departments here in our community, the Parks and Recreation Department many times is the face of interaction between the city and our residents. And they have a very heavy lift to provide so many things. I'm not going to take a lot of time reading the entire proclamation because although it's long, it really doesn't even encompass everything that we owe you as far as gratitude is concerned. So I will turn it to Bruce Mulder, our Parks and Recreation Director, to say a few words.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we were thinking about bringing all of our part-time staff here this evening, but I think we would have filled the chamber with over 100 youth. But they're really busy right now. They're out there lifeguarding, and they're getting ready for our 4th of July event. So it's not that they didn't want to be here, but they're super busy. We're working them hard. So they're out there providing our programs in our parks. So I do have a few comments that I'd like to mention. So yes, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our city parks and recreation staff who are working hard every day to support the quality of life in Brentwood. Like I said, we have over 100 part-time staff, 29 full-time staff, and I want to commend our recreation leadership team that is here this evening as well. Tian Nguyen, our recreation manager, Amanda, and Stacy, recreation supervisors. So thank you for being here. Besides we have 29 full-time staff, and we also have several dedicated commissioners with our Parks and Recreation Commission, Arts Commission, Youth Commission, and we also could not do Parks and Recreation without all of our residents. We have several community partners, contractors, nonprofits, youth sports organization groups, service clubs that really help support Parks and Recreation every day. So it's great that the city is recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. The city, through its Parks and Recreation services, provides many benefits to our residents with over 100 parks, street landscaping, urban forest, recreation programs for all ages, sports fields, aquatic center, skate park, senior center, community center, paths and trails, community events, public art, and so much more. These services provide health and wellness, they benefit the economy, and they increase public safety by providing activities for our youth, and they foster a sense of community, which all add to what makes it better in Brentwood. So I want to thank the mayor, I want to thank our city council, and I also just want to give a quick plug to our July 4th event coming up next week, Tuesday. So next week, Tuesday, July 4th, we have our classic 4th of July parade in the morning, started at 9:30. And then we'll also be celebrating our 75th city anniversary and July 4th celebration starting at 4 o'clock, City Park. We have Carnicue, so we have lots of games, and we have nonprofits that will be there. We have food vendors. 7 o'clock, we have a concert in the park, and then following the concert, we have a patriotic drone show that is being put on with partnership of the Downtown Business Coalition. And I would like to also give a shout out to Amy Tilley and the Downtown Business Coalition. They are funding that event. So we're really excited to just give a shout out for July 4th as well. So we'll see you all out there on July 4th. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I deliver this proclamation and shake the hands of the superheroes here in front of me, I have been informed that the Carnicue, which will be a part of this, put on by the Lions Club of Brentwood, and we have some Lions here in the room. I was told there's going to be a corn shucking and corn eating competition. And I saw someone that has been an outstanding representative of the community and his family for many decades and a few lifetimes, Steve Gursky. I'm calling you out, brother. I'm going to take you on in the corn eating contest. How's that? Oh, I win. Fantastic. That was easy. But it's just going to be a lot of fun, and I hope you have a good time out of town. But I do want to present this proclamation to some of the hardest working people. They're always the first to get there by many hours and the last to leave as well. All of our Parks and Recreation Department and their leaders and directors, thank you so much for such an outstanding job that you do. And I want to present this proclamation to you in appreciation from the City Council. Thank you. You can clap again. It's not just a one clap thing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Mayor, can I make a motion to adopt consent item B1?
Yes, and I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed? It is unanimous. We will move into item B5. I'm sorry. There we go. C1.
Mayor, I know that we have a lot of people here for from Harvest Time. Do you want to, I don't know if you want to move that up. I know it had been requested. I don't know how you feel about that.
I would be very happy if council is amenable to it to move the harvest item forward. Okay. So then at this time, we'll give staff an opportunity to shuffle.
I'm sorry.
We will move to item D1. So item D1 is in consideration of a proposal from Harvest Time regarding the use of the Nail property. And I will turn it to staff for the report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go ahead and present from here while my PowerPoint is loading on my computer. So my name is Darren Gell, Assistant City Manager. It's a pleasure this evening to present an item. I'll introduce the item and then I'll turn it over to Harvest Time, the President, Jessica Enos, to talk a little bit more about the proposals. So it's been discussed a little bit earlier today. The city in 2007 purchased a property on Sellers Avenue, which is commonly referred to as the Nail property. They purchased that property with ag mitigation funds for just a little over $1 million. In 2008, the city actually had drafted a draft design for the project. And in late 2008, it was decided that the city did not have the funding or the ability to build a facility, and that they would look in the future for someone to hopefully come forward and come up with an entire plan for the Nail property. Since 2010, the city has had an agreement with the East Contra Costa County Historical Society, as they use a portion of that land. Earlier on this year, in March of this year, the LUD, the Land Use Committee of the council, heard a couple proposals. So first in March, there was a proposal from Harvest Time, and really this is a two-item. There's two items attached to this staff report. The first was a request from Harvest Time to fund a staff person for $55,000 and then an additional $26,000, a little over $26,000 for marketing. The LUD committee heard that proposal and they recommended moving that forward as a 3-year project for the city council to consider. At the same LUD meeting in March, DIG, Developmental Informal Gardeners, gave a presentation, and the LUD committee recommended moving forward with a half acre of property for them to continue their I'll call it their Mother's Day sale. So they propagate plants on an annual basis, have a greenhouse, and then they sell property on Mother's Day. Unfortunately, the property that they've used for the last 10 years is unavailable, and they're looking for a new site. During the discussion that evening in March, the two council members of the LUD committee recommended an entire plan for the Nail property and making sure that the DIG proposal did not get in the way of some future uses of the 7 acres. Harvest Time was at that meeting. They heard that message loud and clear, and they brought forward a proposal to build out an innovation center, an agricultural innovation center on the Nail property. And so the two items that are before you this evening is a recommendation, and there's a resolution before you this evening to allow staff the opportunity to continue working with Harvest Time to enter into an agreement as they've requested $2.4 million for the Ag Innovation Center, and then a 3-year program to fund a staff person and to do marketing on an annual basis at $55,000 a year for a staff person and $26,400 for marketing. At this time, I would like to introduce Jessica, who's the president of Harvest Time, and she has a PowerPoint presentation that we'll go through. And after that, staff can answer questions, and I'm sure that there might be some additional public comment from there.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Enos, and I'm the president of Harvest Time. And I have Sean McCauley with me. He is the treasurer, as well as most of our board is here, and you'll be meeting them later on this evening in the presentation.
I'm sorry, Jessica, could you put the microphone a little closer? Thank you.
Is that better? Great. Do you have a clicker for me, or are you just going to run it? Oh, great. All right, so the first part that I'd like to go over is sort of what's been happening the last 12 months with Harvest Time. And then I'll go over the first portion of our ask, and then I'll be turning it over to Sean for the second portion of our ask. So when I'm talking about website and social media analytics today, I'm talking about a 12-month period that's going from June to June. Just want to make sure that we've got that clear with everyone. First thing that we like to look at is we want to know where our visitors are coming from. 53% of our visitors in the last 12 months who visited our website came from the major metropolitan areas like San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. The other analytic that we like to look at is our new versus returning website visitors in the last 12 months. So 73% of the visitors to our website were new, which is exactly what we're after. The return, when you're looking at that, a lot of that is going to be perhaps someone who visited in October and then came back and visited the website again for the next UPIC season. Overall, our website traffic was up 16.7%. And what is really sort of important about this and what we like to look at is oftentimes the traffic on our website will start to speed up prior to the UPIC season. And when we start to see these increases year over year, like we've seen here, then we know we're going to start to hit that number of bringing in 180,000, 200,000 people into our area to visit our farms. The next piece that we like to look at is our Facebook video views. We put a lot of time and effort into our videos, as you all know, and we want to make sure that they are being viewed correctly. So we did have a 13% increase this year on our Facebook video views. Now, on Instagram, that's not a mistake. So this is a real number. So we were up over 4,000%, excuse me, on Instagram. And there's a reason for this. So every year, Harvest Time sits down and we walk through what is going to be the most cutting edge way for us to promote our members. And we decided this year that we were going to focus on influencers on Instagram. We looked at 3 different genres of influencer. That would be family activity, foodie, and weekend explorer, wants to do something maybe off the beaten path. We were able to partner with several different influencers within those genres. Now, when you partner with influencers, it takes a little bit of an extra step, and Nancy was able to do that for us. So what happens is she would put forth the contract with the influencers. She would speak with them and say, hey, what is it that's really important to your content? What is it that you need to see? Is that low-hanging trees? Is that the best cherry for a pie? Is that a different kind of produce that you cannot buy in a grocery store? And once she has that, then she took them around to various farms that fit their need and was able to host them, which was fantastic. So that way then they could get the content that would work best for their audience. After that, then we go back and we look at their copy, and we want to make sure that their copy is correct. We want to make sure when they're showing a beautiful cherry that they are calling it a coral and not a Rainier. We want to make sure that we've got all that information correct. And by using through all of this, we were able to organically grow our Instagram, which is what you want to do, because when you're on Instagram and you hit that algorithm and that algorithm sees, hey, this profile is creating a lot of buzz and people are staying on my app for that, they want to promote you. So the organic growth is what we were looking for here, and it's what we were able to achieve. So overall, with our social media reach, we were up. Oh, I'm sorry. When I say reach, that's different than views. So reach means individual profiles, whereas views you can get on and see a few times, right? So reach is individual profile pages. For Facebook, we were up 136%, and we were up over 2,000% for Instagram. So in all, 2.4 million people saw our videos this season. Moving on to our UPIC Capital project. This is our logo. We are really excited about it. It shows our permanent crops, our row crops, our vineyards, Mount Diablo. It has the Brentwood sash. We are so excited that we are launching this project. So over the course of this project, over the last 12 months, we have here, they're labeled 1 through 5 just for ease of looking at it, but really 1 through 3 were almost happening in parallel. As you already heard from our great historian, Carol, she was able to meet with us. And as we said to her, hey, we're pretty sure we're the U-Pick capital. We all feel that way. Can you double check that when we're going out and we're saying this, that we are correct? And she was able to confirm for us that we have the oldest U-Pick and west of the, and I'm going to get this name wrong, the Adirondack Mountains, which is a pretty big deal. Did I have it wrong? Alleghenies. I'm so sorry. I knew she would correct me. Thank you. That's why we have her, right? So we were able to get all of that information thanks to Carol. In addition, we began to trademark because we want to make sure that we have that Harvest Time owns this asset. It was about a 9-month process. We were able to trademark U-Pick Capital, and we also own all of the digital assets. So this is fantastic for Harvest Time to have ownership of all of these things. In addition, Carol was able to connect us with some fabulous documentarians, and we had a fantastic meeting with them. And they were able to provide for us a path. And basically out of the meeting, what came was that when you're looking at a documentary, there are 3 sort of buckets that a documentary can fit into. There is the history, there is the what's currently happening right now, that what's the call to action? Why do you need to come here? And then there is the how-to. So how are you farming? What is the path of a cherry? These sorts of things. And they said, usually you want to pick one bucket. And as we're thinking about it, we're like, oh man, we could do all of those, no problem. So we started going back and looking through our footage. We started having lots of really good conversation amongst our board. And what we've decided to do is we have created 3 vignettes, and each one of those vignettes hits each of those buckets. 2 of the vignettes have been released already, and 1 will be coming out soon. And based on what the feedback that we're getting from some of those vignettes, it's going to help shape our story, so that way then we can continue to move forward with the project. This year we were able to launch, because we had our logo design, we had our trademark, we had our historian checkoff. So we were able to launch our website, our Facebook page, all of our social media, and we're starting to get our merch together. So we're really excited about where this project is going. So I wanted to show this next slide because you've seen this before. So when we're looking at this cost breakdown, where we are right now is we're coming out of that pre-production phase, sort of making sure that we have all the right pieces, all the right stage set. So that way then we can start moving into production. We can start looking at what is this story going to be. We can hone it. We can go back and look at all of the amazing cinematography that we've collected over the last 4 years. And we can start seeing what's missing out of there and what do we need to go back and get. So I'd like to share with you now one of the vignettes that we released this year. Should I just dub over it?
Can you rap over it? That would.
I mean, I probably can't do it exact, but maybe.
Margaret, if you switch to this one, or Amanda, I can.
in UPick Capital, you can really UPick almost every single season of the year. We have so many offerings for families to come out and enjoy. So in the spring, we have cherries and peaches and apricots, and most of our orchards will be open during that time. The majority of the orchards are farmed in a way that keeps trees lower, so that way then even the youngest child can be able to reach up and pick their own fruit. Berries are always a great thing for kids to be able to pick because they're nice and low to the ground. And we have many. We have strawberries, oliberries, mulberries that are going to be coming. So really just about any type of produce that you're looking for, we probably have a UPick for that. As we move into fall, we usually have pumpkins and pomegranates and tomatoes that people can come out and pick. Families can enjoy tractor rides, picnics. They can even shoot pumpkins out of cannons if they want. So there's a lot of interaction that happens between your family and picking your own fruit and enjoying the whole farm experience. As we move into our cooler months, we often have opportunities for Christmas trees even. We've got opportunities where you can come out and you can pet animals and you can pick flowers. We've got picnicking. They can interact with farm equipment. When you come out, you're going to be able to spend an entire day here. It's a really great opportunity for families to understand where their food is coming from, what goes into growing it. They're able to speak to farmers and speak to people that live here in the area. To learn more, visit us at upickcapital.com. Here in UPick Capital, you can really UPick. All right, so this brings us to our first portion of the ask this evening, a 3-year MOU grant. Now, previously, we were able to meet with put together a strategic plan, and we met with Mark Smiley, who was able to help us. And as we were going through and looking at it, part of what came out of that was, hey, the Harvest Time Board has these really fantastic, really large ideas that we want to accomplish, that we feel like we need to accomplish. But what happens is there is oftentimes this administrative tasks that need to be done that our volunteer hours are going towards. And what we want to make sure is that we are hitting these really large projects that we have that we're really excited about. So we think in order to help us execute on all of our really large things that we have coming up is we are going to need probably some project-based contractors that are going to be able to come alongside us. So that's the ask for the $55,000. In addition, for our social media and user interface improvements. So these are improvements like when you see a 73% is the new visitors on our webpage, that means our webpage has to be top-notch, running perfectly at all times because we're getting one shot with these people. And that means that every single year it has to be refreshed. It has to be make sure we're at the top of all of the Google searches, things like that. We also always put dollars towards our Facebook ads and in addition, contracting with these influencers. Overall, we think in order for us to execute on the large projects that continue our mission of promoting harvest time and agriculture in the Brentwood area, this is what we're going to need. It comes to $79,000 per year with a 3-year MOU. And I'll hand it over now to Sean McCauley.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Don't you like her? She's a great spokesperson on video. This next video you're going to see, not so much. So yeah, so I'm gonna handle the project vision for the Ag Innovation Center. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us today. This is a project that has come to us. We've thought about it for years, but has come to us through what Mr. Gale has said through a planning commission or a ag mitigation meeting that we had with DIG, we were attending with DIG, and I think the opportunity is an excellent one. I think timing was perfect, and we can't wait to present this next project to you guys. I think there's a video that we're going to shoot first, and then we can go from there.
Over the past 4 years, Harvest Time in Brentwood has made remarkable advancements in showcasing the story of our distinctive farming community.
Our ongoing efforts have made U-Pick in Brentwood not only an experience,
but an annual tradition
that is cherished amongst friends, families, and neighbors.
Through our efforts, we have successfully attracted a steady stream of customers
to our U-Pick orchards, farm stands, wineries, and country stores, thereby contributing to the growth of our local economy.
We have also witnessed an enthusiasm in our residents, sharing the uniqueness of our community with others.
And we eagerly anticipate welcoming visitors from both near and far to the Brentwood area year after year.
We invite you, the City Council of Brentwood,
to take part in our initiative
and celebrating and strengthening agriculture in Brentwood,
so future generations of Brentwood residents and visitors
can experience the wonder that has made us the U-Pick capital. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. In a few minutes, you'll catch a glimpse of our vision for the Agricultural Innovation Center. Before we present our proposed conceptual design, we want to reintroduce our current Harvest Time in Brentwood board members. Hi, my name is Jessica Enos, and I'm the president of Harvest Time in Brentwood. I'm a member of the Enos farming family, and we've been farming in the Brentwood area for about 3 generations.
Hi, I'm Patrick Johnson, Vice President of Harvest Time, President of the Board for California Farmland Trust, and partner at Dwelly Family Farms. Our farm is a 4th-generation family farm here in Brentwood.
My name is Steve Gursky, and I've been with the Harvest Time Board for over 10 years, including several years as board president. I also serve on the Brentwood School District Board. My family's been farming in Brentwood for 5 generations, and we currently run Gursky Ranch Country Store.
Hi, I'm Sean McCauley. I'm a 20-year board member of Harvest Time. My family's been farming in Brentwood since the 1970s. We currently have McCauley Estate Vineyards and McCauley Olive.
Hi, my name is Joe Jagari, Harvest Time board member. My position is the Director of Communications. I'm also a farmer with GNS Farms. We are a 3rd-generation farm here in Brentwood, and I'm actually a farmer on the farm.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stonebarger with the Harvest Time Board. I've served as a board member for over 8 years. I'm also with GNS Farms. We are 3rd-generation farming family in Brentwood.
Hello, I'm Ken Hagan. I'm a Harvest Time board member, and I've been on the board for over 20 years. I'm representing Bikini's Fruit Tree. Our family has been farming in the Brentwood area since 1945.
Hi, I'm Lori Sanabria, and I am on the Harvest Time Board as a secretary. I'm also part of RC Papas and Chavez U-Pick Cherries. We are a 2nd-generation farming family in Brentwood.
Hi, my name is Michelle Campos. I am the proprietor for Campos Family Vineyards. I've been on the Harvest Time Board for 2 years, and we have been in this area raising our family, our children, and some of our grandchildren for 32 years.
I am Brian Lucet. My wife and I have established Serendipity Cellars, the newest winery in Brentwood. I've been on Harvest Time Board for about 1.5 years, and my position is subcommittee for wineries.
Undoubtedly, our board has roots in agriculture. Beyond their agricultural background, our generational farming families include individuals with diverse professions, such as business owners, commercial developers, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, educators, and more. Their collective contributions have been instrumental in shaping the Brentwood we know today. With that being said, our commitment to farming, along with the diverse range of professions we bring to the table, has manifested in the creation of this proposed conceptual design. I'm here at 3900 Sellers Avenue, better known as the Nail property. I'm excited to have the opportunity today to present to you our concept for the Ag Innovation Center. This conceptual design was crafted with a focus on youth, education, agricultural nonprofit organizations, and the farming community. Let me walk you through our vision. The driveway leading into the property is lined with antique farm equipment and blossoming trees. As you turn into the parking lot, you see multiple trails heading deeper into the property. The trail directly in front of you leads you to a community garden. Further down is the location of Dig. Dig is a local gardening club, and they have a greenhouse where they are growing their plants in preparation for their Mother's Day sale. The trail to the right of the parking lot takes you down a gravel pathway and ends at the site's original farmhouse. Inside the original house are office and conference room spaces. Local ag entities are able to rent out these spaces to accommodate a variety of classes, from spray certifications to ag digital media workshops. To the right of the farmhouse, you find another walking trail that leads you to the 4-H pens. Children who do not have enough space at their homes are able to rent these pens so they can continue their 4-H education. Some have goats, sheep, and you'll find families here most days tending to their animals. The north and west portions of the property hold the Learning Orchard and Vineyard, where UC Davis hosts classes on pruning techniques, and many of the UPIC capital's famous produce is displayed here. As you head to the center of the property, you'll see the barn surrounded by an expansive lawn, complete with an extended porch overlooking the irrigation pond and a produce cooler to host farm-to-table restaurant pickups. This entire space can accommodate local events up to 250 people. Some of these events are the annual Harvest Time Dinner, Wine Growers Dinners, FFA Conference Banquet, Farm-to-Table and Farm Worker Appreciation Dinners, just to name a few. This isn't just our vision for harvest time. This is the vision for the agricultural future of Brentwood. Welcome to the Harvest Time Agricultural Innovation Center.
Jack, that was okay. Excuse me. That going on the highlights of this project to get through it, because I know there's going to be a lot of questions. Community education. I love the gals that came up here earlier, the young ladies that came up here earlier, and I think that really kind of galvanizes the reason why we need ag education. These kids are obviously passionate about agriculture, and having a location for us to help foster that would be hugely beneficial to Brentwood. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but a lot of 4-H organizations throughout other cities are disappearing. And whatever we could do to keep these kids engaged in agriculture, I think is extremely important. Sustainability for harvest time. We really want to be sustainable going forward. We've requested funds year over year simply because going from Ken Hagan's not here today, but I remember back 20 years ago, all we did was a map. And that map was distributed by us personally and physically going down to the peninsula and to other locations and distributing that. And now it's really kind of evolved into a social media piece, right? Driving people into the city. And that's expensive. And we've year over year asked for money to do this. We've done it well, as you can see from the numbers. But we also want to be sustainable so we can do this and fund this ourselves. Promotion of ag-related business and organizations. Not only do we want to support 4-H FFA, the ag department, and these ancillary businesses that are associated with agriculture, but I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys understand this and know this, but this community is supported by the people that we bring into this harvest season every year. So we're extremely happy to hear from our downtown merchants, et cetera, that we've brought in incrementally more money to them during that harvest season through people patronizing downtown and other areas of Brentwood, and they're extremely happy that we're doing what we're doing. And lastly, but not certainly the most important would be we're just bringing this property to its original vision. Mayor Bryant, I think you were on council back when this was procured, and this was the original vision for this property. And I think that we could have it come to fruition for you. Harvest time due diligence. So we conducted over the last 2 months intensive due diligence on the property. We had a couple meetings with Contra Costa County Land Use and Zoning. It is in the outside the city limits, as Carol mentioned. We don't feel like that's too much of an issue. We had favorable meetings with them. Mr. Gale, I believe, attended one of them, and we have a pretty good path what we need to do to get this off the ground. The phase 1 environmental report we're comfortable with. There are some issues there, but we will take on that liability for the city for whatever phase 1 issues are there. We could actually clean those up and get a clear bill of health on the property. Financial feasibility, we're going to go into some slides a little later. I have, I think slide 74 will depict, or I'm just kidding. We had a little financial piece for you guys just to look at to make sure that you guys understand that we're fiscally responsible. Tree survey and preservation, there was a tree survey done on this property, which Bob had given to us. So we want to make sure that we were, with the history of that property, and of course it being in the Knightson Historical District, we really want to make sure that we're preserving the trees that need to be preserved. The water and the well report, we're okay with. Megan's Law notice, we did all that due diligence, and flood, fire, seismic, and hazard zones we're all comfortable with. So we did a lot of work on the due diligence piece of that thus far. So going into our financial model pro forma, these are obviously projections of what we historically have done in other centers similar to this. Obviously, they're not exactly like this, but out of 100% of revenues, we feel like our gross margin is high. We did load a lot of that into SG&A simply because a lot of the stuff is going to be done with our staff. And so, although gross margin's typically a little bit lower than that, it's high because we did move a lot of that into sales, general administrative. But our cost of goods, depending on what we're doing, we stabbed right at 18%, earning us about a 24% EBITDA.
Sean, excuse me for just a minute. That's me. Could you explain what these acronyms are, these letters are, to the viewing public that might not know exactly what these are?
So yeah, sure. Gross margin. Gross margin is basically what our costs are after what our income is after cost. So also after cost of goods, which is cost of goods COG. SG&A is sales, general, administrative. So it's really what it takes to run an everyday project like this on a daily basis. So as we're having events and doing things, it's high because we're going to have staff there to do these things for us. EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, amortization, depreciation, and amortization. So our budget for this, I am going to refer to Brian a little bit if there are any questions on the budget, but myself and Brian has really looked and really sharpened our pencil on the budget for this project. I know it sounds like a big ask, but for what we want to do there and what we have to do to get the property back in order, this is actually, I don't know if you guys can do this for $2.3 million within the city. I think you probably double that, maybe triple it. But we have definitely sharpened our pencil, but we're very comfortable with the numbers as far as execution. I don't know if we have to really roll through every one of these, but we do have a contingency right around 10% north or south on this number. So just summarizing everything, I just want to go through this. Our board is here today, and they each took a big role in making sure that this entire project was, we made sure this entire project was going to be under a certain guideline, and the priorities of what we want to do there, such as a community garden plan, with the guidance of Susanna and Mayor Bryant in the Ag Committee. I feel like we have a really good community garden plan now for the community and the disadvantaged folks that don't have any place to garden. 4-H and FFA, an agriculturally disadvantaged student program. I don't know if you guys really know what that means, so I just want to explain it a little bit. And that is that there's a lot of kids that don't live on property, and they want to raise a pig, a cow, a chicken, and they want to go to fair. But what they do is right now they ask folks with property and with space to do this for them, and they go on their property and they rent space, or they just kind of go wherever they can, and they hear where they can actually have a spot to raise their animal. And that's a really hard thing for folks that don't have any wherewithal or maybe any kind of networking that want to have a space to raise an animal for 4-H and learn about agriculture. We want to provide them with a location to raise their animals. So that is that program that we want to put together on this property. We feel like we could fill up at least 10 to 15 pens with these animals. And we will not be charging these kids. Obviously, we'll make sure we take it out in weed pulling or lawn mowing. Dig. We have Bob here, and he's going to speak a little bit later on, but I just want to make sure that his priorities are met on this property. He was the first one to this property to have a proposal done and have his project have a place and a home, and we want to make sure that we help him see that come to be. Dig is a nonprofit that propagates and grows plants and for the community, and they sell them on Mother's Day. Is that just Mother's Day? Historic, yeah. Farm worker safety and training. This is something that's dear to my heart simply because pesticide safety training and training for farm worker safety in general, there is no real good programs for that in Brentwood. There's no real central location, epicenter for doing this, and we want to make sure that we provide an area for this to take place. Ag education for local and regional schools. Not only the local schools, we want to make sure that they're exposed to agriculture, but regional schools, we feel like a specialized city like this, an ag specialized city like we have today, really needs somewhere where a regional school could come in and say, hey, my city's way different than this one, right? Parents can see that. UPIC Capital and HT offices, we want to house that piece there. We believe that UPIC Capital is going to be the future of Brentwood. I'm not just being corny about that. I really do think that the UPIC Capital is going to gain traction within the whole California and then nationally. I think that we have a very unique city in between two metropolitan areas, and we need to exploit that. Training and learning orchards. UC Davis, Patrick from Dwelly Farms has taken this project on for us, and these training and learning orchards from UC Davis are very beneficial to have pruning techniques and spraying techniques and other things of that nature for farmer education, not necessarily resident education, but just training techniques. Half-acre site for row crop testing. We don't really currently have that right now for UC Davis to come down or the Ag Department to come in and do that. We want to provide area for that. Produce cooling and distribution center. So farm to fork is a very important, we feel, sustainable piece for the future of Brentwood. And I know that a few of you feel the same way. And so the real problem is finding a location to have farmers bring their produce to, an essential location for restaurants to pick those up. We want to offer that amenity to the local restaurants that are within our area. Indoor and outdoor event space. Our priority there would be to just make sure that we have indoor-outdoor event space for things like the Art, Jazz, and Wine Festival or other events that need the opportunity to have a location to have their event. Okay, so in summary, yes, we're asking for a lot of money, but it's really not. It's $2.24 million. We feel that we can. The most important thing is that we feel that we can pull this off for that amount of money. And I don't feel that we do. We're pretty confident we can. And just to let you guys know that several of us have pulled a project like this off within that budget. So yeah, I guess we can kind of go into the Surplus Land Act a little bit. Did you want to mention, did we talk about that a little bit, or? We're asking for two things. We're asking for $2.24 million, and we're asking for that land to be contributed to our association, to our nonprofit. So that is the ask today for the Ag Innovation Center.
And just to clarify, if we enter into a lease longer than 5 years or sell the property, we will have to go through the Surplus Land Act process and make sure that we meet state law. So I think that's what Mr. McCauley is referring to.
So with that, I will open up for questions from our board and anything you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions from council right now?
Thank you for everything. It looks amazing. I'm as excited about this as I was about the soccer fields. I love everything outdoors. But when it comes to your financials after 3 years, you're just going to be making enough money that you think you're going to be comfortable after that?
So yeah, good question. So this project is probably going to last between 18 and 24 months. So the first MOU ask was for us to be continuing to do what we do on a routine basis for harvest time, meaning social media. We do need a little bit, but we do have some cash funds, and we're going to, we've asked for the same amount, but we are increasing our social media budget internally just because we want to really promote influencers like Jessica was saying. But this is mostly for administrative help. The 55K is for administrative help to promote UPIC capital, help us with small ancillary projects, map distribution, social media pieces that take administrative help. One project that we want to do, that we want to have a project-based contractor do for us with that fund, is to find land to put a big sign coming into Brentwood that says, now entering UPIC capital, which would be fantastic, we think, in several areas of the city. But they're all outside the city limits, of course, but coming into Brentwood, we want to do projects like that. So this ask is mostly for projects that we already have kind of rolling right now. Secondary, it's not really have anything to do with the Ag Innovation Center ask. So to answer the second part of the question, yes, we feel that after 12 months of operating the Ag Innovation Center, we will be sustainable. We will not have to ask for money year over year, and that's our main goal, is to not have to come back and continually ask for money.
And then my other question would probably be for you, Carrie. Like, I'm not familiar with the public versus private financials. I know when we give money, we usually give grants and it has to be very specific. How would it be to do a one-time $2.24 million versus what we've done in the past? And what are the constraints accounting wise? And I'm sorry, I caught you mid-candy, I think. Sorry. Is there anything we have to worry about, I guess is what I'm asking.
Okay. Good evening. So I would envision, and Darren may be able to elaborate on this, but there would be some sort of MOU that would outline the responsibilities and milestones where we would contribute the funds, what we would expect in return for the funds, those sorts of things. I should point out, just for everybody, that the funds we're talking about are ag mitigation, which are development funded. So there's no general fund money here or anything like that. So these are specifically meant for this purpose. So I just wanted to add that to the discussion. But in terms of your question, I would imagine we would have some very specific guidelines, and maybe Darren would want to add to that.
Yeah, so Councilmember Mendoza, it wouldn't be like if the council, first of all, this is the first step. We would then go back and work with Harvest Time to bring back to the City Council an MOU to be approved. And that MOU would then stipulate how these funds would be dispersed. And we are not planning on just making a donation of $2.24 million and letting it sit in the bank with the nonprofit. But we would hold on to those funds until certain thresholds were met. see that project through. So we wouldn't just write a check. They would have to, there'll be certain milestones as our finance director described.
And is that something that would be okay with you all?
Yeah, so we call it benchmarking. So we'll be asking for funds at certain benchmarks for the project. We'll ask for probably a certain amount upfront to start demo and just get the property in the condition to start construction. And then we go from there with benchmarking. So what we normally have done in the past is we will hire a consultant that's non-biased, separate person that actually does inspections for like banks, et cetera, that progress report type of inspections that will give you guys kind of an idea where we're at.
Okay. You guys are building this for so cheap. Do you guys do soccer fields?
Yeah, we'll do it for $33 million. Yeah.
That was funny. I have to take that. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did you want to go last? Okay. But thank you all for your presentation. I thought it was thorough, even though you guys did a phenomenal job. I love the passion, Carol Jensen, and your public comments. So, but I want to say, one, thank you for this. And I did have a few questions. And this one is near and dear to me. I went to a historical Black college, Tuskegee University, where many people know one of the big grandfathers in ag was George Washington Carver. And so one of the best things that I ever got to do being a student was to go to the dairy farm and to work with all the calves. But my specific question for you all today is, are there any anticipations of, and I think I heard part of this, of collaboration with other organizations? I know it probably would be great, Mary Black, if the kids don't have to milk a wooden cow and they can go milk a real cow to make the butter. And also, if there's any anticipation of any joint facility agreements with the city. A lot of our concerns have been on this dais since I've been here is youth activities and joint facility permits with the school districts. And that's actually one of our topics tonight. Is there anticipation that the city will be able to use these facilities for usage for youth or other activities?
Take the youth one.
Yes, so we're really excited. Part of what made us really excited about this project was that there's land there, so that way then we can participate with the youth. So things like pairing up with 4-H and with FFA, those kids that don't have land and aren't able to take animals to fair. So we think that that's a great place. We also think that there is some very obvious collaboration that can be done with the Nail Buyer House. We already know third grade visits there all the time for their historical field trips. And we think that this is just sort of, our parking lots will basically be joined. So we think that there is so much fantastic synergy there. We're really excited for that. And we think that it's important for our kids to always be coming to our farms. So we want to make sure that they are never going to a field trip outside of Brentwood to learn about agriculture. We want them to only take field trips within our sphere to be learning about agriculture. So just like you said, that fantastic opportunity that you had, that's what we're hoping we will also have for all of the kids. Do you want to answer the other half of that?
Yeah, Emerson Dairy is now Emerson Ranch with a bunch of houses, so we don't have a dairy anymore to milk cows. But we will work on milking some cows there, yeah.
I don't have a lot of questions for all of you because I was fortunate enough to hear this when it first got presented to the Ag Committee, which this kind of thing is exactly why I wanted to be on the Ag Committee. And I'm absolutely thrilled with everything that you've done to bring this even better presentation forward to everyone, for everyone to see. My questions are actually for staff. Can you confirm if this amount is approved to give to Harvest Time, what happens? Does the fund get replenished in any way? Is this dead and gone?
So tonight, the council is not authorizing the expenditures of dollars that would come back. However, if the council was to prove that, every acre of land that is developed in the city of Brentwood, I don't know the exact number, but it's a little over $7,000, is put towards the Ag Mitigation Fund. We found in 2020, there was a report done that they estimated about 600 additional acres at that time that needed to be, that could be developed. And it's as long as it's an acre or more. So if there's 200 acres, that's an additional $1.7 million into the fund. So assuming that there might be 600 acres, I'm going to use a more conservative number of about 200 to 300 acres to continue to be developed. And that would put us, at about $2.4 to $3 million of additional funding that is going to come into the Ag Mitigation Fund. But that only occurs when development occurs.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the impact on, your projected impact on economic development for the city?
Yeah, thank you for that question. This is the most exciting project that your economic development team has had to work on since I've been here. As was described by the Harvest Time board members, our single number one economic driver to the region is agriculture. And then what they do with the UPIC and how they're expanding that and not just making it, it's a year-round event. And it's obviously the number one thing that I think the city can invest in to continue to promote the agriculture. Additionally, a lot of funds that have been spent out of ag mitigation funds have been to buy ag easements on property. There's not really a return on an investment there. There is a return on the investment as relates to a farmer who is able to ensure that their property is maintained as agriculture. But this is really an investment back into the community where we're going to see a direct benefit as they're speaking, everything is Brentwood, even though it might not be within the city limits. And as they're bringing people to our community, they shop in our businesses, they come to our downtown, and we have not created kind of an economic analysis as relates to the impact, but there's no doubt the return on the money within a few years will be triple what we're putting into it. I have no doubt, and it's a very exciting project if the council is to move forward with it.
Thank you. What is your response to the discussion about whether the city could pull this off for a comparable amount? I'm just curious.
I think it's great to have the private sector lead this effort.
Figured that might be it. City does not want to take this on. I don't know if this is a question for the board or for staff, but there was some discussion, of course, about farm to fork. We're an agricultural community, and we've got a couple of restaurants that are doing some things with local produce. One of them is one of my favorites in town, not to name drop. But can we talk a little bit more about the distribution center, the cooling center for the produce, and how that could benefit the restaurants, and so they might decide to go that route?
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over to Patrick. He's done a lot of work on the farm to fork, and he's currently doing something similar to that at Dwelly Farms.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Patrick Johnston, Dwelly Family Farms. To answer your question about one of the biggest challenges for restaurants is that accumulation of product. And usually, certainly here in Brentwood, certain farms specialize in certain produce. And so for them to have a facility where they can go do a one-stop shop helps them with their time being a restaurant owner. And I don't know if there's any here. But all consuming, it sounded like from the concessions vendor from the park that she works very hard and her time is very precious. We do a little consolidation, kind of a smaller version, a consolidation hub for some farms that don't have refrigeration or shipping facilities for trucks, semi-trucks to back up and load. So they will bring their product to our farm for distribution. And shipping into the markets, San Francisco, Oakland, and South City. Although there are some great restaurants that come out to farms and buy produce directly, there's also a lot of distributors. Believe it or not, we ship a lot of produce to Oakland, San Francisco, and South San Francisco just to have it come back the next day on a truck that consolidates all that produce and is able to do a delivery to a restaurant and have more than 3 items that one farm grows. They can offer them 25 items off a menu, basically. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. This may be, yeah, actually, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions? I did have one. I am a huge excited fan of this idea. But I feel like it would be remiss not to ask this question. Is there a contingency if you can't accomplish this with this amount of money?
I think the way we could answer that question was, have we done, I think what you're asking is, can we pull this off for 2.2 million?
And if not, what?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And we feel like if we could break this project down into the pieces that will generate revenue. So the one piece that's going to generate the most amount of revenue is building our barn. And so constructing that barn and getting that off the ground is probably, along with getting PG&E in there and reestablishing just the basic services, are probably our, you know, Brian and I basically are going to start with the big rocks, we call them, right? And that is getting water, sewer, you know, all the utilities to that site. And then, of course, building the revenue producer, which is the barn. And so just to ease your tension on this, I knew there was going to be some questions surrounding that, and it's a very good question, and we're ready for it, is Brian's built this barn already with the county. And so he's pivotal in having us make sure that we're going the right direction when we're building that piece and that specific barn in the county. And so when we were working on this, we were pretty confident that at least we can get the basic infrastructure in there for around $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. And that leaves us with enough money to go and do all the, you know, farmers know how to put in orchards, and we can do that pretty cheap. So we feel like we're pretty confident we can pull it off for that amount of money. As far as maybe not having a asphalt parking lot, maybe it's going to be gravel, right? And so some of these things will be left to make sure that our budgets and different things that come up, whenever we do projects, it always goes over budget, and we, you know, we feel that we just can't go over budget here. If we do have to, then we have to leave out some amenities that won't allow us to do, will still allow us to do things, but won't allow us some, you know, privileges. One thing that we do want to do is have handicap access to, you know, to the area with the community garden and different areas that you guys had mentioned. We thought that was an excellent idea. And so things like that are, you know, high on our priority list to make sure we spend the funds accordingly on that. But what happens if we can't pull it off? Then we want to raise the funds ourselves to do so. So we would want to raise the funds, you know, unless building starts again and you got some more cash, then we'll take it.
Thank you. Well, I will
one
tell
more
you.
question, sorry, when you're done.
Okay. So I have seen Brian's barn, and I have seen things that you have also built. So I'm confident that you certainly are able to do it physically. And the level of excellence that both of you produce, it's unquestionable and appreciated. So that answer is really appreciated. But also just another question, with all of the walnut trees that are there right now, what's going to happen with those?
And those aren't protected. They got to go.
Okay.
We are going to save some of the trees in the back. We love the shaded areas, so we're not going to take out a lot of those elms, but there are a few oaks, I think, on there that we're going to keep. But the orchard in the front is probably going to be, you know, demoed.
Okay. Yeah. And just one more quick question regarding the contractors that were mentioned earlier. Are you going to focus, if possible, on local contractor companies within East County, Brentwood specifically, or if it's possible?
Great question. We will use only local people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I think Brian had something. I'm sorry, hogging the mic.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, my name is Brian. Most of you might know me from Serendipity Sellers. You might notice some of the similarities of that project to the one I just did. But I also own 2 construction companies. I'm a general contractor and a landscape, concrete, and masonry contractor. I hold 4 state licenses. So I also do this for developers. So I'm in the middle of a clubhouse for Toll Brothers. Did all the budgets for it, hitting it on target. So I do this for a living. So we don't miss.
Right. Thank you so much.
He's also volunteered to do this for free for us, so that's great.
My favorite price, Vice Mayor.
Final question, where do we buy the t-shirts?
We actually have some for a gift. We just didn't know if we can give them to you
No, not a
guys.
gift. We want to buy them. We want to buy them.
Okay.
Are you selling them? I'm serious,
In that case,
though.
they're $2.23 million. Yeah.
But if we wanted to buy them, or the public wanted to buy them, where would they go?
So yeah, we're launching our UPIC, or not our UPIC, but our Harvest Time e-commerce site this year. So we're going to start to have merch on there, and so that you will see that shortly.
They're going to be on the UPIC Capital website.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, well, if there are no further clarifying questions of staff and the presenter, we will at this time open public comments.
This is the time to comment on agenda item D1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. No public comments were received on this item prior to the meeting. I have 2 speaker cards for in-person and then 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll start with Mary Black, followed by Bob Selders.
Good evening, everyone. I'm representing East Contra Costa Historical Society here this evening, as well as being a longtime resident of Brentwood. And I just want to let you know that the East Contra Costa Historical Society wholeheartedly endorses and supports this project presented by Harvest Time. We think it's an exciting project. We look forward to working hand in hand with them. We think they'll be good neighbors. Now it's on public record. We feel that this center would be a perfect complement to our museum grounds, as it is adjacent to our property, and we would really love to work with Harvest Time to strengthen that connection from the heritage of our past to the present and to the dynamic future that they've envisioned. Sean mentioned in his presentation that this was bringing back an original vision planning for this property that the city had 16 years ago, I guess. I want you to know that this is that plan plus, plus, plus. And the biggest plus that is added to this version is that they are incorporating the community groups. That original version was a presentation, if you will. And this is actually a working ag center. And that is so exciting for us. We believe that, or just one note on the community groups, they mentioned 4-H. You need to be aware that Knightson is the original first 4-H group in the state of California. So it would be a great honor to have that there. We believe that the synergy that will happen between Harvest Time and East Contra Costa Historical Society is going to create a dynamic and unique experience, not only for our community, but far-reaching, and Brentwood will become a shining beacon, if you will, for agriculture. And I think they've done a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob Selders.
Good evening. I'm Bob Selders. I represent Delta Informal Gardeners. A quick history on our organization. We formed in 1988. In fact, our first meeting was June 26, 1988, 35 years ago. Our first sale was in August of that year at Harvest Time. It was a table and a few plants. But over the past 35 years, we have expanded and grown significantly. Currently, we have about 95 members. We've had more, we've had less. Right now, we have about 95 members. And our annual plant sale has historically been on the day before Mother's Day, whatever. Initially, like I said, we had a sale at Harvest Time. We had sales under the water tower. We were able to propagate under the water tower, and we sold from there for a number of years until the road opened through there, and it was no longer feasible. We've had locations throughout East County, and now we're at a point where we need to find a new, new location. our procedure, and it's not just a one-day sale. We start propagating in September. And we work through, we break over from Thanksgiving through Christmas, and then we start up again in January. And we propagate and grow plants up until the day of the sale in May. And we historically, we have done between 7,000 and 10,000 plants, gallon plants that we propagate and sell. We don't necessarily sell all of those, but we sell a lot of them. What we don't sell, we typically we've given to the park out at Bethel Island. They don't really have a district out there, so we've given plants to them. We've given plants to churches. We've given plants to schools after the sale, etc. And this sale is our primary fundraiser for our organization. We are a 501c nonprofit, and our funds that we raise, that we don't use to pay for our meeting grounds or our setting up for our sale, we contribute to local local charities, such as what we have scholarships that we give out. There's the Community Chest, Hope House, and a number of local organizations that we fund annually, or provide funds to annually. We don't fund them. So that's where we're at. And as indicated in the staff report, we came before the Ag Committee in, I believe it was March, and the committee agreed that it was a good idea to lease a piece of property to us, or a portion of that property to us. We started that process, discussion actually last year with the city, and was able to collect a lot of information that we provided to Harvest Time as part of our due diligence and their due diligence as well. So since March, we've been working closely with Harvest Time, and we strongly support their efforts because we see the benefit of having that entire project out there, not just our project. I think we can benefit the Harvest Time facility as well as the Historical Society as we bring people out there, etc. So we would really request that the city approve this proposal this evening so that Sean and I can move forward with taking a project to the county. One good thing that the city might be interested in, we're not asking for any money. We are funding our own site out there, and that's it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer it. We're looking forward to hopefully being able to have a sale next year because we couldn't have one this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no additional speakers in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. I'll start with Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I apologize in advance. I didn't catch the entire portion. What I did catch, I really like. This is, people have often heard me say that we are the jewel of East Contra Costa, with the Innovation Center on one end and now the Agricultural Innovation Center on the other. We're just reaffirming that. It is a wee bit expensive, but I don't know if this question was asked, but if and I'm afraid I don't know the proper term, but if we could do something like the Chase Center or the naming rights to go along with the facility, we would be able to bring in money that way to help offset costs. I'm not quite sure because this is a nonprofit, but I just want to throw it out there. In any event, between this and Smith Ranch and the soon to be built, eventually, Innovation Center, We are going to be the jewel of East Contra Costa. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Jess. Chris, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Actually, it's myself. I'm Maria Jess. Good evening. My name is Maria Jess, and I am a council member of the Knights in Town Advisory Council, the co-club leader of Knights in 4-H, as well as a resident of our ag community. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of Knights in 4-H and Aiden Jess, the Knights in 4-H president and fellow Brentwood FFA member. Aiden was asked to speak this evening, however, he was not able to, as he's currently in Northern California at the Sac County 4-H camp, since our area does not currently have these type of opportunities. Aiden is 15 years old and a sophomore at Liberty High School. Aiden has asked me to communicate the following. Knights in 4-H is the oldest 4-H club in our county and in our state, established in 1927, followed by Brentwood FFA in 1929. Our area has always stood out as a strong agricultural region. However, our resources to grow the ag community and culture is extremely limited and continues to lessen. Prior to being president and having the opportunity to raise livestock at my home, I was the kid that had to pick only the 4-H projects that were allowed within city limits, even though I had an interest in raising livestock. I missed out on several years of being able to raise my own livestock because at that time, I did not know anyone well enough to allow me to utilize their farm to do so. I did not have the opportunity to house or care for a livestock animal at my home since we were in city limits. This is a common issue among my fellow 4-H members, as well as across other clubs and the limited barn stalls available at the FFA school farm. It is unfortunate Brentwood and the surrounding areas do not currently have a place available to children to utilize, resulting in limiting opportunities to increase our ag footprint with our youth and future leaders. This year, Knights in 4-H alone had 15% of our members unable to raise or compete in livestock showmanship competitions because they had nowhere to raise their swine, steers, goats, lambs, turkeys, and horses. This does not include those members of the surrounding 4-H clubs of Brentwood, Oakley, and Delta Diablo. When my mom made me aware of Harvest Time's initiative to create a place where my fellow 4-H and FFAers will be able to be given this opportunity, brings me so much excitement, as well as my fellow officers and our club leaders, Rosa Sherwood and Maria Jess. I asked the Brentwood City Council to help keep ag alive in East Contra Costa County and approve Harvest Time's Ag Innovation Center. I look forward to continuing to speak in support for Harvest Time and the Ag Innovation Center, as well as future collaborations to make this livestock barn opportunity successful and to teach the kids the highest of care standards for their animals. To Jessica Inos, the Harvest Time president, I thank you for allowing me to speak in support of this project, and I'm happy to speak in support in the future. To the Brentwood City Council, I thank you for allowing my mother to speak on my behalf. In closing, I would like to share with you the 4-H pledge that is recited by each youth member at our club meetings. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to greater service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments and move into council discussion. And I see Council Member Mendoza's light on.
I think this is a fantastic idea. I'm super excited about it. I think the question we get asked most being on council is like, are you going to stop building homes and stop building over our ag? So it's nice that we can do that. My only question would be to staff. I've only been here for a couple of different issues we'd have with real estate. So the fire department was one where they bought it. They can never sell it to anyone else. They have to sell it back to us. And the other one being the DBC where they're renting it. How would this transaction work?
So it would come back before City Council for approval and consideration. Initially, we assume it'll be a lease, that the city would own the property. and that Harvest Time would then build the improvements because they want to get started prior to any Surplus Land Act type process. So the city would still own it that way. And then as it relates to if there ever is a time that the city wants to sell the land, although not recorded against the property now, this property will have something recorded against it that is set aside for ag mitigation purposes only. So it's not like the property could be sold for any type of for-profit uses. In addition, there are reversion clauses that can be put into agreements, although maybe difficult to implement. At least it has the threat that if something was to occur on the property, it would go back to the city. The city would have the opportunity of purchasing back the property. We will work closely with legal counsel first to ensure that everything that we're doing meets the intent of the ag mitigation funds, and that's part of the resolution this evening, and then all of the other things we've talked about. So I see this probably being 2 additional steps, maybe an MOU coming before the city council authorizing, and then there will probably be an additional agreement after that. That will be before the city council. If we can get it done all at once, we will, but this will be a very detailed agreement that'll be back before the city council for consideration.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I think just from a discussion point of view, this is what we're happy when we get projects like this on the dais, because we have so much stuff that people are mad at us about a lot, that it's nice to get something fun that everyone's excited about. So, and the youth portion of it is fantastic.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Just have to say again, I can't echo enough how excited I am about this whole entire thing and watching this process grow. It's been amazing. I want to just clarify something Councilmember Mendoza said when she talked about people being angry with us for building homes over farms. That wasn't our fault. We're only doing what the state mandates that we have to do or what previous council already approves. That wasn't us. But I would love to make a motion if there isn't any further discussion.
Further discussion? Okay. Yes, please.
Do we need to say anything about the uses or just as is?
So you can ask for to adopt as is. If there's something that's specific that the council would like us to include as part of an MOU that's brought back, that's not in the resolution's not detailed. There's been a lot of discussion tonight, but if there's something specific that you want to make sure that's included, please include it in your motion as part of adopting the resolution.
Okay, I have to say that I think these are not people that are asking for something they didn't earn. They've worked really hard on this. The proposal covered everything I could possibly have asked for. And I think it was just amazing what the work that went into this is clearly, it was an investment on its own. I would say that if we could incorporate what Councilmember Mendoza was talking about with the uses of the property itself, I would like to do that. But just to rework as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution directing staff to draft a memoranda of understanding between the city of Brentwood and Harvest Time, including language about property usage. If that's sufficient?
We have a first.
And just to clarify,
yes.
Can I make sure that this includes both of the requests from Harvest Time, both
yes,
the 2.24?
For me it does, yes.
Okay.
The motion does.
I'm sorry,
Damien?
did you mean uses or, or just like how we vest the property?
Well, yeah, I mean, the way that we did with the fire station.
The fire station, yeah.
So just to clarify that it is basically want a reversionary type clause in there, like we have the fire district, that if it gets sold, we have the first,
right.
There's a potential that the city can get it back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just to clarify that. And also, Mr. Mayor, I know that sometimes you check with staff if there's anything else they want to add before the vote is taken. I don't know if there is, there may not be.
Yes, and which was exactly, took the words right out of my mouth. Is there anything staff would like to add to this that would help us in this deliberation at this time? No? Okay, thank you.
A second.
And we have a second. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. It was awesome. Yes, very. Now, at this time, we will be moving into public hearings. Item C1. Our next item is an appeal of a planning commission decision for Trinity Estates. And Eric Nolthenius will present the staff report. Eric.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you mentioned, this is a public hearing to consider an appeal of the Trinity Estates project. It's located at 7770 Lone Tree Way on the south side of Bonnie Lane and just about a quarter-mile east of O'Hara Avenue. The project site includes a single parcel that's just over 5 acres in size. It's outlined in yellow on the screen. The applicant, who is also the property owner, is requesting to subdivide the site into 4 parcels, each over 20,000 square feet in size, as well as a remainder parcel just under 1.7 acres in size. The map on the screen is turned, so north is to the right, south is to the left with Lone Tree, but it basically shows you the layout of the proposed parcel map. The largest piece is on the left-hand side there. It's labeled as the designated remainder. There is one single-family home currently on the property, and that would continue to remain on what is shown as Parcel D. So the Planning Commission held a public hearing to review the proposed tentative parcel map back on January 17th and approved it by a 4-0 vote. There was one commissioner absent at the time. The approval was subsequently appealed by Mrs. Carmen Briones, who owns an adjacent property just on the north side of Bonnie Lane. This is just a real quick bullet list of the points that Mrs. Briones raised in her appeal. These were previously considered at the first appeal hearing back on February 28th by the City Council. At that time, the council opened the public hearing, took a significant amount of public comment, and deliberated for quite some time as well, but ultimately determined that additional information was needed and directed staff to research and get back to the council. So here we are at the end of June with the continued public hearing on the appeal. The 4 items on the bottom of the slide were the issues that the council requested more specific information on. And at this point, what I'd like to do is turn the presentation briefly over to Alan Bacular, the interim city engineer, to kind of explain in more detail each of these.
Yes, thank you, Eric. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. So I'll talk about the 4 items that we were asked to bring back additional information on. Starting off with number 1, the request was for staff to identify the consequences of the appellant gating and denying public access to Bonnie Lane. As was discussed in the appeal, the applicant or the appellant proposed to let us know that that they are intending to gate off Bonnie Lane. This action would specifically impact the project site, the appellant's property, as well as a neighboring property at 681 Bonnie Lane. As detailed in the staff report, an easement for public roadway use for vehicles, pedestrians, and utilities was dedicated in 1976 over the segment of Bonnie Lane between the project site and the appellant's property. Staff has reviewed the appellant's proposal and determined that it would be unlawful to install a gate, as it would conflict with the easement rights that were granted and prevent the continued public use of Bonnie Lane, which staff understands has been in use since its creation in 1976. Moving on to item number 2, the request was for staff to consider opening the same easement between Lone Tree Way and Bonnie Lane. As detailed in the staff report, this particular easement and access rights currently exist and would not need to be, quote unquote, opened for use. However, there are no improvements in place to facilitate either pedestrian or vehicular access between Lone Tree Way and Bonnie Lane. Item number 3 was a request for staff to review a potential condition of approval for the project to construct Honey Lane between Bonnie Lane and Lone Tree Way. As currently proposed, the project has Honey Lane being built with the project, and as currently proposed, it would provide access only to Bonnie Lane, which would sufficiently serve the project. In order to condition the project to build out Honey Lane from Bonnie Lane to Lone Tree Way, would require staff to identify nexus, or the connection between the project's impacts and the condition of approval proposed to address those impacts. Additionally, nexus is a legal requirement for the imposition of conditions of approvals to applications such as this. In summary, staff is unable to identify a nexus to condition a project to construct Honey Lane between Bonnie Lane and Lone Tree Way. With the last item, number 4, the request was for staff to identify the significance of Parcel 5. Parcel 5 was brought up during the appeal, and unfortunately, the appellant did not have enough time to complete or provide more information about it. But staff has found Parcel 5 to be a terminology that was used on a particular grant deed that was recorded on August 19th, 2021. Within that grant deed, Parcel 5 is described as a right-of-way for use as a roadway for vehicles, pedestrians, animals, and utilities. Ultimately, Parcel 5 describes and is consistent with the easement that was created back in 1976 for public use. It may be confusing, however, it is not uncommon for grant deeds or title documents to describe easements as parcels. With that, I'll hand it over back to Eric.
Great, thanks very much, Alan. And just in conclusion, I wanted to note that if the council ends up denying the appeal tonight, the entitlement granted by the Planning Commission would remain in place as approved on January 17th. If the appeal is upheld, however, the council would need to provide findings for denial. Staff would then bring the item back a final time so the council could adopt a resolution to formally deny the application. Based on the evidence in the record, staff continues to recommend that the council approve the proposed map subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation at this time, and I'll turn it back to the mayor for any questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, can we put the map back up of the site where it's north-south? Yeah, that one. So you're saying you found legally she can't put a gate across Bonnie Lane, correct? Is that what I heard?
That is correct.
Okay. Could she put one at the south of it? So going across Bonnie Lane, could she legally put a fence all the way, kind of like your backyard? Could she put a fence all the way across that?
We would have to see what that would look like, but basically any gate that would prevent pedestrians, vehicles, or animals, as described in the old easement, from traversing Bonnie Lane, we would consider that a violation of...
Traversing east or west or north or south?
East and west on Bonnie Lane.
So if she doesn't inhibit north and south, she can put up a fence?
You mean to her property specifically?
To the end of her easement, yeah. Where it butts up to this property.
Is it possible that you could get a cursor and use it as a pointer?
Sorry.
We could know exactly.
I would say, Councilmember Mendoza, that as long as the fence is outside of the existing 30-foot access easement along that portion, we have to see specifically where it is, but as long as it's outside of such easements, then that would be okay. We would have to verify that location. There is a 30-foot easement on the project site as well as the appellant's property. So it's 30 and 30 plus. So
if I'm walking down Bonnie Lane, heading to the existing property on this side, the one that wants to be subdivided on this side, and this is the road, could I put a fence up on this side of the road? If it's this property owner, can they put a fence up here?
It's hard to visualize, but I would say as long as it's clear of the easements, we'd have to.
So the easement only goes east-west, not north-south?
In this particular stretch between the project site and the appellant's property, it does go east-west, and then it makes a turn up to Dahlia Street, further to the west. But in this particular area, it's primarily east-west.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I would like some clarification on what the appellant was originally asked to improve.
And just before our interim city engineer weighs in, Alan, I don't want to stop you here, but just as a reminder, in so much as this is an appeal of the approval of the tentative map for this particular project, the development applications of other nearby projects aren't at issue before the council. So if it ties into how this particular application has been approved or the criteria for approving this particular project, then it would be reasonable for you to consider it. If it is only as to the criteria that have been applied to other projects, that might be a subject for another time.
Okay, I feel like it kind of falls in the middle. Is there a way I can reword that question to get the information I'm looking for? I'm trying to establish fairness, basically, equity between projects, and maybe there's some justification for the appeal based on that.
So the appeal is really as to the propriety of the city approving this particular application. So if your question goes to those issues and how the findings necessary to support this application have been determined by staff, then by all means. If the question is really the nature of requirements that were imposed on an earlier application for another project, that's a little further afield. So I'll leave it to you to determine if you can make that connection with your question.
I think it's kind of more like the information would help me to make the connection, if it's okay. If we can do maybe a modified version of my question that works within the realm of what Katie's talking about.
Well, I'm sorry, through the mayor, can I clarify? Vice Mayor's question has to do with what the appellant was required to do?
Yes, and I'm trying to ask it in a way that stays within the criteria, but what I'm interested in understanding is the previous meeting, when we had this meeting, I think there was some question about whether there was unfair ask when it comes to improvements on Bonnie Lane, surrounding areas, between applications, that if I'm leaning too much in the other direction now, it sounds like I might be.
So really no other applications are before you tonight. So what I guess one version of your question might be is the applicant whose subdivision approval is here before you tonight being subject to all of the lawful requirements that we would impose on anyone seeking to approve or seeking approval of their subdivision?
I can ask it that way. That makes sense. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I could clarify, I do want to point out that it's my understanding that the appellant has not previously formally submitted an application for a project.
Okay. Is this ownership of this project equal across all neighbors? And again, I'm getting into a gray area here, but I'm just trying to establish if all of the neighbors on Bonnie Lane would be asked to equally contribute towards any improvements that would need to be made for any development.
Because Bonnie Lane is not, quote unquote, a public street maintained by the city, it would fall upon the private property owners that have the benefit of Bonnie Lane. And I would say that it would, this project would bring an additional four homes to have shared in that responsibility that is shared equally among all the property owners. Hopefully that answers your question.
I think it does for now. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further clarifying questions this time? Okay, at this time then we will open, let me make sure I'm going through the public hearing. And at this time, I'm going to ask Margaret to open public comment.
At this time, it's time for the public to comment on agenda item C1. If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. We'll have the applicant and the appellant both speak first if they wish. They'll get 10 minutes each. The remaining speakers will be limited to 5 minutes per person, and microphones will be muted after the timer has expired. And no comments were received on this prior to the meeting. I'm not sure if the applicant is here in person. Yes.
It's okay with the council. I'd like to defer our time to the end after public comment and the panel comment. Is that okay?
Is it okay with council if they defer their time to the end? Okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
If I could have the appellant speak.
Hi, good evening. I'm Carmen Briones, and thank you very much for letting me be here. So I'm going to point out like that right now. This is my land. So if you go this way, and the green one, that's this cul-de-sac I created for the utility on my land, not on the easement. Of course, this easement is a little bit, but it's on my land. On the previously, last time I said that I was going to close my cul-de-sac if it wasn't properly done. This approval that is supposed to be. I have no problem with approval as long as it is right. They do have an easement, 30 feet on the highlighted yellow and 30 feet going to Laundry Way. That should be using for the utility. That is the safe place for Bonnie Lane and for everybody. If you use it, the long one. Instead of going to my land, which I will be closing, if I close, there's no pass, no mailman, no garbage, no fireplace or anything like that. I want to work with the city of Brentwood, and that's why I allowed the cul-de-sac. I allowed to do, I gave permission, but not to be invaded, and you are going to bring me 4 more cars in Bonnie Lane. That's not fair to the other people either, to Bonnie Lane. It's only, the road is not. I usually maintain my easement. I take care of that. And many times I came to the city of Brentwood, can I surrender my easement? They said no. They told me that I can close it. I didn't close it because I have one person that I have to give the right of way, which is the person that is a landlocked person, okay? And she has the right of way. There's no problem. But I tried to do that and work with the Bonnie Lane so they can have, without me closing that. But that's not fair, what they're doing. My neighbors, 7770 in the past, that they passed away before they sold the land, they never came or drive to Bonnie Lane. They used to come to my house to bring me tomatoes or whatever it is, plants, walking. They never did that. All Republican, when they sold me in 1998, told me there was only 4 parcels. I complained to them, and they said, Carmen, you're right. You only do give to the landlord. That's all. Okay? However, Mrs. Alfaro bought the house, I think, on 2020. oh no, 2020, no, 19. It was no parcel 5. But she, if you see it in this file on the last page, in the last 2 pages, it was added on August 19, 2021. She bought it on 2020. That is the parcel that was, it was recorded on 1995. It's nothing to do 1976 or anything like that. That part was recorded on 1995, including every one of Martinez that I went and said, this is what they told me. Whatever they recorded, that doesn't mean that it's legal. That's not 1995. I bought it in 1998. This thing that they found it on 1995, they recorded on August 19, 2021. And that's what they're trying to say, that they have the right of way to Bunny Lane. That's not correct. I have a claim, even though Republican is still now paying for this consequences, because now I have a claim. They told me they bought when I bought my house, they told me I only had to give one landlord, one person. That everything else was completely private. And now this thing that's coming in, and we're going to bring about 4 people there. 4 houses to Bunny Lane. They didn't. I know that I had to finish this fast, but Mrs. Alfaro is trying to say that I'm trying to intimidate Bunny Lane neighbors, and that whatever she's going to get this approval. I'm not trying to intimidate anybody. I just want justice. When I came to you guys, I said to the city of the planning, you asked me for $400,000 improvement on Bunny Lane. I already spent about $60,000 on my plans. And they told me that I had to pay. On 2007, how can I buy $400,000 myself? With that one, I could buy a house. So I gave up. Then I had the opportunity to sell my house on 2016 or something. We came with the Mrs. Alvarez. She was interested only half of my property, the house plus a lot. So we came to the city with her. And I said, can we do that? By explaining, I said, yeah, you can use that, one of the plans that I had, but I still might have to make the improvements. Again, improvements, Bunny Lane. My neighbor at the beginning of O'Hara and Bunny Lane, his name is Victor, okay? He came here, he just bought about 3 years ago that land. He wanted to subdivide it. He came and they told him all the improvements that he had to make. So he gave up because he said, that's about close to $400,000 or even more that I had to be doing. I had to be fixing O'Hara, I had to be fixing Bunny Lane. So you have 2 people that tried to do a subdivision that was not done. That was impossible for us to do it. I'm not rich. My husband is a colonel of the Air Force. He retired, but we had the pension, but we don't have that money. And then we find out that this subdivision is going to come to Bunny Lane with no improvements. They have an easement. If you see the easement they have, that's the Eastman Lone Tree Way, the long one, if you stand up. That's 30 feet one neighbor and 30 feet the other one. She's not a landlocked person. She's Lone Tree Way. But I won't mind if she wants to do Bunny Lane. Let her do the improvements. Then request that. The city of Brentwood should be requesting that, the planning department. You know, that's all I can say. I'm not trying to make problems for anybody or anything. I just want justice. And like I said, all Republicans, they did an appeal. They did what do you call it, a claim. I didn't even ask him. I didn't know about the claim. I said, you do have a claim. So now there's a claim on all Republican because every year they said 4 parcels, no 5. And suddenly in 2021, it comes this one. That was recorded on 1995. So it's not 1976 or anything like that. It's like everything is, it was a land completely, and it was subdivided in 4 lots. This is one is mine. Abel is the second one, the one on the bottom, and Mrs. Alfaro the other one. 4 lots. So now there's a 5 lots. So you have it there. There's on my pages a little bit of an explanation or anything like that. But you know, if you do that, if you approve this, I will close my because this is my land.
The speaker's time has expired. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Walter Gardnier.
Sorry, I'm a little slow. I promised my wife that I would behave. I live on Bonnie Lane. We bought our property in 1985, built a house, nice private street, still a private street, as you've all stated. And we're not against the development going in. What we are against is Bonnie Lane being the only access when their address is 7770 Lone Tree Way. Obviously, the developer does not want to spend the money, which is going to be a good chunk of change, to develop a road that's going to be a public road off of Lone Tree Way. Progress is a double-edged sword. Progress, we can't stop it. We don't want to stop it. I mean, I've been here, and when we moved in here, Brentwood was about 4,000 people, and now we're pushing 70,000, I guess, pretty close to it. And there's a lot going on. We've got a Costco going in. We've got a new complex center going in on Sand Creek Road. We've got a lot of infrastructure problems that we're going to be looking at. We also need to look at our private street. Bonnie Lane has always been a nice, quiet street. The neighbors have always kind of pitched in and taken care of it. This lady says that she's going to help pay for any, maintenance on the road. I have seen nothing in writing to this. And I do know, and I have checked with the city, that I can put speed bumps on my easement, and the road is in front of my easement. And that Bonnie Lane has turned into a racetrack lately, since these people have started bombing up and down the road. And I know most of you probably live on public streets, and if people are going to start driving fast up and down in front of your house, there's going to be reports to the police department. I can't do that because the police department's going to say, sorry, you're a private road. Already done that. Talk to them. So if I have to police my own traffic on my private road, and it's going to require speed bumps, I don't have to post it. I do not have to notify any of the neighbors. The existing neighbors I would notify, and I would also encourage them to put speed bumps in as well, because there are kids that play on that street all the time, bicycles, everything. And I have just seen, and I can remember we used to sit back on the deck on the back of the house. If we heard a siren go by once a month on O'Hara, wow, wonder what happened. Now it's every day. And I mean the accidents, and the police department knows about the accidents at O'Hara and Lone Tree Way and how dangerous that can be. And that's just right around the corner from us. So in conclusion, All we really want is we want access to Lone Tree Way. You don't have to shut off Bonnie Lane to give them access, but we feel a secondary access from Lone Tree Way, since the address is already on Lone Tree Way. I think it becomes an expense to the developer that they don't want to put out. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I show no hands raised in Zoom, and the applicant had 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
Okay. This time we'll ask the applicant to come.
My name's Leanne Alfaro. This is my sister, Nicole Jones. I'm really nervous, so don't take it too hard on me. But basically, just to give you guys an idea, we're a young family, obviously. These are mine and my husband's 3 kids who are here. My sister has 5, and we've grown up our whole lives in the area. We've gone to school, we go to church. We bought this property in hopes to split it, and we're each planning to build a home so we can raise all the cousins together. That's our goal for this property. It has turned into an awful nightmare. It has been drug out, and it really feels like we have been made the villains. We're trying to, the only reason we're subdividing into 4 parcels is because legally, the way the property is zoned, we have to meet minimum density zoning requirements. We actually had proposed less parcels, but we're stopped and required to subdivide more ways because of that. So there will not be 4 homes going in. It's 2 homes, and it's for our 2 families. That's our plan. So just so you guys have an idea of where we're coming from, it's really discouraging because we have invested everything. I mean, we're young and we've invested a ton in this, and we're hoping to just, you know, have a safe place to raise our kids. We're not wanting to fight with neighbors. We're more than happy to contribute to the private road, although we don't feel it's our responsibility to improve the entire thing that has been there since 1976. But we are happy to pay our fair share and contribute to that if that's something that the neighbors want to do. I also want to address, it keeps coming up, there's 2 neighbors who keep saying, comparing it to their case of that they were going to be charged all these fees and $400,000. Neither of those neighbors filed any application to subdivide. So we have gone through, we bought it in the end of 2020. This has been 3 years of process. So it's almost an insult, I feel like, to us when we hear that, because neither of them have taken any formal steps to do that. We've gone through every appropriate avenue. We have hired every appropriate person. We have gone through our savings to make sure that we are, you know, obeying the city rules. And I mean, we want to do things the correct way. We're not trying to come in and build a development. We're not developers, we're 2 families. And then one other thing I also want to address is, since we've owned the property, Ms. Briones has listed her home for sale at least 3 times. It's currently on the market. And that's just something that I want to address. I believe she's not even living there. So it's also a little frustrating that it feels like we are, you know, being hounded, and we're happy to contribute and participate, and we have little kids. We want Bonnie to be a safe place, but we want to be part of that community, and we want to contribute. So I don't know if you guys have any questions for us or our intentions or our goals, or yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because it feels like this should have been a pretty straightforward project, and we have just come up against obstacle after obstacle. So yeah.
Actually, if you're willing, and we have some questions, what we can do is once we close the public hearing in our discussion, if you're willing to answer some questions from council.
Yeah, I'm more than happy.
from everyone.
Yeah.
That way we'll just continue with the proceedings and we don't take up your time for speaking.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have anything else to say, so.
Okay. Thank you. Then at this time, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Now at this time, we are in council discussion and Councilmember Mendoza.
I just have a question. It sounds like even if it's approved or not approved tonight, it sounds like there's going to be legal stuff that is going to get involved. It just sounds like that from what I'm hearing, and no one ever wants that. So I guess I have a question. It doesn't sound like they are mad that you're building houses. It sounds like it's just the access. Is there any opportunity for you to make the access off of Honey versus Bonnie?
I'm sorry, if you could step up to the microphone so everyone can hear that it's online as well.
So the access is coming off of Honey. So Honey will come off of Bonnie Lane. And the reason we decided to go that way versus Lone Tree, they keep saying there's an easement. It goes from Bonnie to Lone Tree all the way down the side of the property. But the city actually requested that we give up our abutters rights to Lone Tree because of the city widening project that's happening right now. So right now they're widening Lone Tree. There's also an elementary school going in across the street. So there will be like a center median. So we wouldn't be able to access the property from either way. Like it's a huge project right now going on Lone Tree. So that is the reason. We also felt like it was safer for our kids to come off of Bonnie rather than having only access from Lone Tree. And there is that access easement that goes either way, so.
Okay. Can staff explain why we asked them not to make their main entrance off of Honey?
To clarify, the property itself, it has access to both Bonnie Lane and Lone Tree Way, so those are the options they have. The project is currently proposing to go off of Bonnie Lane. The staff has no, like I mentioned earlier, no nexus identified to require them to come off of Lone Tree Way. Additionally, but yeah, that I think.
So does staff, I mean, she's saying staff told her to do it off Bonnie. So is that what we told, that was our direction?
I would not say that we told her to. She is right in regards to abutters' rights. So what they had originally proposed did not quite work. They would have to change their access off of Lone Tree Way. But through subsequent discussions and reviews with the applicant and their engineer, they've moved towards getting access off of Bonnie Lane, which again, we could not find any reason not to allow that.
So off of Lone Tree, I know there's going to be a center median, but a lot of houses have center medians in front of them. Shadow Lakes has a lot of them. You have to go around. Mm-hmm. Why don't we do it off of Lone Tree?
There is no particular reason why, except they would have to make sure that their proposed driveway would not be in the areas where they relinquish their abutters rights, meaning their access rights onto Lone Tree. There is a segment in that 30-foot easement along their property where they could have a driveway. And with regards to the future improvements to Lone Tree Way and the median island that would be there, the site's access to the site would be restricted to a left and a right in, right out only. But again, they mentioned that would not be their preference.
But there's a lot of homes that are like that in Brentwood. Like in my neighborhood, there's a lot of homes that are like that. That's nothing unusual, right? Like it happens. And I'm just trying to find a way to make them both happy. They want to build their homes. They don't want the traffic on Bonnie. So what can we do to help them both get to somewhere where they'll be happy? Did staff talk to the Bonnie Lane residents before they made that decision on circulation?
I don't think staff talked to the Bonnie Lane residents about that in general. Besides outside of the noticing and the public hearings held.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments?
Sorry.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Question about on the diagram from Ms. Briones, what she called the cul-de-sac. What would be the impact of that being closed?
Our hopes is that she would not close that. As she mentioned, she was helpful in working with our solid waste folks and getting that built. So our solid waste vehicles do utilize that turnaround when they do service the area. So the impact of that closing, it would be a lot more difficult for our solid waste vehicles to turn around. It might be a little bit more noisier, and as well as concerns about access and getting our solid waste vehicles all the way to the neighboring property at 681 Bonnie Lane, as well as this project site. So.
I do have a concern as well. Just my concern, in addition to the solid waste vehicles, are fire and emergency vehicles as well. I also would love to find a solution that everyone is happy with. It sounds like both parties would also like that. And so, is there any consideration? I know staff has had access to options and consideration on this item a lot longer than we have. And I know I've spent a lot of time looking at it. I want to thank both the applicant and the residents that have lived there for a long time for coming, making it more clear as to what you're going through. Personally, and I'll just say this so everyone knows, one of the most important rights to me as an individual is a person's individual property rights. For lots of different reasons, I believe that each individual should have as much control over their own properties as possible, and that government should make that the priority. Sometimes those two things kind of clash. Public safety, public response, access to garbage trucks and fire trucks and police activities. I don't like people running up and down at high rates of speed in my neighborhood either. One of the filters that I know I use, and I've heard our other council members use, is this: any decision I make, I try to use the filter of, do I want this in my yard? Do I want this on my road? And so this is something I have high hopes that we can come to some sort of solution on. We're very limited as to what we can talk about because we can only talk about this application legally. And so in the context of getting us as far out in the legal bounds as possible to find a solution, that's what I'm really interested in. So having said that, staff, do we have any insight that we haven't discussed yet that might be some direction that we could consider? And I'm not trying to put the onus of the burden on you.
I would add, and it would be good to hear from the applicant as well, but it sounds like council is interested in seeing if the applicant would be interested in having their access off of Lone Tree Way only, correct? And that has been looked at by staff, and that would be doable from our perspective.
So I just wanted to add something really quick, if that's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. So I just wanted to add that Bonnie Lane is also half on our property. So the easement literally runs right down the middle of Bonnie Lane. So when we're being requested not to use Bonnie Lane, they're literally asking us not to use our property and access our property. The largest part of our property runs along Bonnie Lane, not Lone Tree, and our designated remainder is what's going to be up against Lone Tree. I don't know what you guys think, but we did it that way because I personally don't want my home right near Lone Tree where they're widening it. We wanted space between the traffic. We have little kids. It is our preference to come off Bonnie, and we feel really strongly about that. We feel that we have legal rights to it, and we should be able to access where we want to access as long as it's within our legal rights. And We want to work with the neighbors. We're happy to help improve Bonnie, but we feel really strongly that we want to come off Bonnie. We have little kids. We don't want to have to deal with Lone Tree. It's going to be wider. There's going to be more traffic. We're purposely positioning our homes back as far away from Lone Tree as we can because of that. And like I said, half of Bonnie is on our land. The easement goes right down the middle. More of our land touches Bonnie Lane than touches Lone Tree. So that's just something else that I wanted to add. I feel like that goes along with the property rights stuff where we own this piece of land. Why are we being told how we can use it or access it if we're within our legal rights? So.
Okay, before there's further comment, could we get the map back up here so that we could have a visual of that piece of property, so that I could have a visual? Others might have no problem with this, but I'd like to.
Good.
Is that the map that you were? Is that the map you're requesting, Mayor?
Is there the one that's the colored one that has the easement highlighted, or is that just on the handout that we will receive?
It's in the packet. In the packet. Yeah, I could try to pull that up.
Well, while you're doing that, if it's permissible for council, I've been asked if we could have a 5-minute recess, and if it's okay with council at this time. Okay, yes, at this time we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, at this time, we will reconvene from recess. And Eric, do we have access to the colored map?
I do have it on the screen. Yeah, okay, there we go. Is that what you were looking for? This is right in the packet.
So I have a question regarding this. So there's, and please correct me if I'm wrong. From what I'm hearing, there's two areas of concern. One is only having access from Lone Tree, for obvious reasons. Lone Tree is a busy road, and not having access from Bonnie Lane. It appears from what I'm seeing here that, and clearly you've been told that it is your right to have access from Bonnie Lane. Would there be the potential of a compromise of doing both, having access from Bonnie Lane and access from Lone Tree?
I don't know if our current subdivision or our proposed subdivision map is available, but the way that it is drawn up is that the easement does go through, and it goes through for the purpose of city vehicles, and like I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, like it's an access easement, right? So it is paved halfway through, and then the rest I believe is gravel. It does go all the way through to Lone Tree, but then the purpose being those it's like an access road for the city. And the reason we did not want to pave it and have it open like at Lone Tree, which I would think that the Bonnie Lane neighbors would agree, is we do not want traffic cutting through from Lone Tree through Bonnie. If you think Bonnie is busy now or will be busy with 2 more families, like there's going to be a school across. The road is being widened. We have no interest in cars cutting through the easement along our property and using Bonnie to try to bypass Lone Tree traffic. So that was our thinking in the way that we came up with our plan. Yeah, it's up there. I don't know if you can really tell, but so along the side on the easement will be that access easement. Honey Lane, I know you guys were talking about city vehicles, fire trucks and all that. So we do have a turnaround drawn in for fire trucks and things of that nature in the Hammerhead area. So we have tried to make it as safe and accommodating as possible. And we honestly thought that this approach would also be appealing to the Bonnie neighbors, because we thought, who would want on this like little private road all of this Lone Tree traffic cutting through? So that is where we stand from that. So I don't know if they've thought of that or not, but that's kind of where we are at.
Well, in response to that concern, it is not uncommon for me to get phone calls, and I would imagine our other council members as well. And certainly I know staff gets phone calls regarding several different neighborhoods that do have elementary schools that have lots of additional and fast moving traffic.
Yeah.
Simply doing that. It was never intended. The neighborhood was never designed for it. But when the schools were put in there, families do that. So that is a that's
we were
a
essentially
viable
trying
concern.
to protect Bonnie from that. So
okay, I just wanted to ask if that was a possibility. Thank you. Councilperson Pearson.
Can I have just one thing?
One moment, and Councilmember Pearson will speak, and then if no one else asks you to come, I will ask you.
Why don't I ask her now to come down? Because I don't want to have you wait. Go ahead.
Sir, when I close my land, not the easement. That part green one that you see it, you have no access for fireplace or anything. We are entitled to this easement. Bonnie Lane is supposed to be going to 2 Laundry Way because that's an easement to go there. You go here, you have nothing. There's no easement in here. So the easement in here, I created the green part. I'm going to close it. I already notified. Utilities won't be able to turn around, nor the post office or anything. And I'm sure the engineering manager will know about it. Because that's the way, that's a fact. Bonnie Lane is entitled to this easement. Everybody has on their title report to Laundry Way. The only reason that we didn't demand it and didn't demand the easement is because I created that cul-de-sac. But I'm going to close it. It's my land. It's not an easement. I know the easement is mine too, but I tried to surrender and everything else, like I said. But there will be no choice to open Laundry Way for utilities. Once I close it, that's what is going to happen. I just want to let you know. And it's not something that I'm doing wrong. You know, I'm taking a big lump of my land to do the cul-de-sacs to turn around the, utilities, the garbage and everything. But I'm not going to be, if I did that, it's because out of my heart, out of seeing that for Bonnie Lane, for my neighbors and everything. But that doesn't exist. Utility has to go from Bonnie Lane to Laundry Way, regardless. Unless they decide to do an improvement to the other side.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Thank you, ma'am. I was going to ask specifically the question about the easement that we're seeing here, that is access and utility easement that goes from Lone Tree to Bonnie Lane across Parcel A and Parcel B with in the area that's the designated remainder. If that's open to all of the residents, is that an easement that's extended to all of the residents on Bonnie Lane or just the applicant in the neighboring house? It sounds like from what your representation is that your understanding is that that easement is for all of the residents on Bonnie Lane to have a utility access from Bonnie to Lone Tree.
The utility, that's for the utility.
Okay.
That is the correct way. Utility should go to Laundry, from Bonnie Lane to Laundry Way.
Okay.
Nothing else, because everything is closed.
Thank you. And is that the applicant's understanding? That was going to be my question too.
That it's an easement for everyone to use.
Thank you.
That it's an easement for everybody to use. Yeah, that was our understanding as well.
The city had said that we could gate Lone Tree so that we.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the microphone?
The city had said that we could gate Lone Tree to prevent that, like the traffic cutting through from Lone Tree to Bonnie, and that it is a access utility easement for the city. So that is what our understanding is of that part of the easement. So okay. I don't know, am I wrong, Ellen? Or I don't know, legal might have better understanding of that.
Through Sheriff. The currently as shown, Bonnie Lane does not extend all the way to Lone Tree Way. I believe, if I recall correctly, we were intending for a paved roadway from Lone Tree Way to Bonnie Lane. However, because of cost, I don't want to go into it, but there is a water line that's going in, and at a bare minimum, that's what the city would require is a water line from Lone Tree Way to Bonnie Lane to provide service to not only the project, but to all the neighboring properties as well. With regards to a roadway, again, we could not find the nexus to require them because the project would be sufficiently served off of Bonnie Lane in terms of access. And And I just want to also point out that the easement over the appellant's property, as well as the project property, it's been there since 1976 and it's been in use. So I want to say that, you know, I want to reiterate again that gating off access to Bonnie Lane would not be legal.
How long has access from Bonnie to this home been used? Because she was saying it wasn't used until when?
To the project site?
Yeah.
I would have to defer to Leanne.
So there's one small existing house on the property. So there's like a really old, like little driveway kind of off of Lone Tree. And then it's basically just like field. So there's like there's like, you can kind of see where people drive from Bonnie to the property, but there is nothing paved because it's almost 5.5 acres of just land that has been neglected, and nothing has been there. The owners who owned it before us died a while ago. It was in a trust. That's how we bought it. So it was essentially like abandoned. So, I mean, ever since we have bought it, we have accessed from Bonnie. Yeah.
So the easement it doesn't feel like the easement was for this home, right? Like usually.
The easement is for all of the neighbors.
Okay, but I'm asking, stop real quick. So she mentioned that the Bonnie Lane was half on her property, but when I look at the GIS map, it doesn't look like that. Can you confirm, is Bonnie Lane half on her property or not? Because the GIS map doesn't look like it when I pulled it up.
I don't think that one shows it. The other one you're on shows it.
I think it's best shown on the tentative map. Eric, if you could, sorry, you're jumping back and forth on it, but. It's kind of hard to see this as well, but on this, you could see the 30-foot access easement that is shared with all the property owners in the area. That's on Bonnie Lane and on top of the applicant's property. As to the current configuration of Bonnie Lane physically, the roadway itself, I believe it's mostly on the appellant's property.
Okay, and you confirm this?
Yeah, I think it's better seen on.
No, but because what the county has is different than this, what I'm looking at, the county record. So I just want to make sure you confirm that this is 100% correct.
I would say this is done by their civil engineer and their surveyor. So this would be a lot more accurate.
Okay, so staff can take responsibility that this one is the correct one and not. I just want to make sure because this is a big decision. So I don't want like, I'm looking at the county and it's on the other side of the road.
Right. And I would say regardless of where it physically is, as long as it's touching the easement, that's where the project or Leanne and her family has access rights to get to it.
Councilmember Mendoza, are you finished with your question?
I guess, I mean, if we're discussing, I guess my concern, I feel like the people on Bonnie knew that the road was coming on Honey from Lone Tree to Bonnie, right? Like they knew that road was coming. We even heard staff say the intention was for the road to go from Lone Tree to Bonnie. And then we switched it up and we didn't even talk to anyone there when we did it, right? Like I would hope that when we're doing things that impact neighbors, we would talk to them. I know we have to send notices to 300 feet. These people are within 300 feet. How would it impact them? Because then they spent money on designs, right? Like I feel like we could have not been here if we had done things a little different. I'm still concerned about she's going to cut off the access. So what are we going to do as a city, right? So how are we going to deal with that if she cuts off access for the emergency vehicles?
I would think that's going to be a legal battle between them. And it's not, from our perspective,
that we're gonna have to do.
But no, it's
anything.
our trucks that are using that turnaround. It's our city trucks.
If we could have legal weigh in on this question, is there anything the city legally can do, number one, to enforce or prevent? I have a question before that. How long has there been access to the cul-de-sac? Is that a component of the legal decision as to whether or not the property owner can close access to that cul-de-sac? And is there anything that the city can do to either enforce that not happening or to prevent access from Bonnie Lane to the appellant or to the property owner, the builder, Lisa?
So a couple of things. One, my understanding is that Bonnie Lane has been open and available for use by municipal vehicles such as solid waste trucks, federal vehicles such as mail delivery trucks, and emergency vehicles such as fire and police. Since it has been improved to the state it's in. So the public has relied on access to that road, and public infrastructure has relied on access to that road since its inception. In addition, we heard the applicants or the appellants say that in order to facilitate that public use of Bonnie Lane, she had gone ahead and made further improvements in the form of a cul-de-sac. Given all these factors and the fact that there is still an outstanding offer of dedication of Bonnie Lane to the government, i.e. to the city at this point, we feel that the entirety of that has been impliedly accepted for public use, and that to the extent the appellant would try to close off access to Bonnie at this point, that would not be a lawful choice for her to make. The city doesn't really have a role in that most immediately because, as one of the council members pointed out, it's a private land dispute. The city's role in all of this is to determine whether or not Ms. Alfaro's application meets the criteria laid out in our subdivision code and in the Subdivision Map Act. That's why when staff gets an application, they don't necessarily go talk to all the neighbors. They fulfill the obligations in the municipal code and in the MAP Act, which include notifying the neighbors so that they can come to council if they have considerations. So that whole process has worked its way through, and now the council is left with the question of whether or not this application meets those criteria that are set out in your resolution.
Thank you. So I have some questions, comments, and if Councilmember Mendoza, if you're...
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. So it was stated that it's going to be necessary to have a water line run to Bonnie Lane from Lone Tree. Is that accurate?
That is correct. The project would be installing a water line from Lone Tree Way up to Bonnie Lane.
I'm sorry, Alan. Will that connection be along I just lost the easement. Thank you. The word just left my mind.
Yes, it would be within the easement along within their property.
Okay, so there's concern for everyone about additional and fast-moving traffic from Lone Tree to Bonnie Lane or down Bonnie Lane. So the applicant had mentioned gating off access from Lone Tree to the easement. In the process of putting that water line in, do we have any idea of what the cost of putting a gravel road there instead of a paved road would be? And being able to gate that gravel road off except for emergency vehicle use or utility vehicle use, and then allowing the applicant to just do what they appear to be legally able to do and have access to their property from Bonnie Lane.
I'll take a try at it, Mayor. The cost difference between a gravel road and a fully paved road is actually not that much. Actually, I take that back. It is about $2 a square foot cheaper to do a gravel road versus one with AC. there's still, even to do a gravel road still requires a significant amount of grading and getting the site prep for the gravel road, because the gravel road will have to support our vehicles for maintenance if water staff has to go out there to get to some of our water valves that will be here. As to your other questions, if you could reiterate them, sorry.
So is it feasible and a possible remedy to everyone concerned to allow the access easement from Lone Tree to Bonnie to be gated off and a gravel road instead of a paved road, which would allow access instead of the potential future litigation concerning the cul-de-sac and the private property and all of that that council just alluded to, but also allow access from the applicant from Bonnie as well. Are those steps that could reasonably or feasibly be done?
So it sounds like we would still have a gate restricting access to Lone Tree Way, but that we would allow the applicant or the project to an applicant to access, instead of driving out to Bonnie Lane, they would drive in and out onto Lone Tree Way. Is that correct?
No, allowing the applicant to, in addition to the Bonnie Lane entrance, have this for access, the easement access for emergency and utility vehicles through that gate. I know that we have properties that the city has to deal with that in city already, that this isn't a unique situation. Is that something that would be feasible here?
That is feasible. We are actually, as proposed, already requiring the gate a gravel road to Lone Tree Way, but it was restricted to maintenance vehicles only. We could expand that to emergency vehicles as well, and possibly for the applicant to use that as well, in addition to Bonnie Lane. I mean, it's doable.
So if one were to make a motion tonight, if one of us were to make a motion to deny the appeal filed by Ms. Briones, could we add that was proposed by the mayor as a condition of the approval, considering it just veers a little bit different from what the Planning Commission has come up with? I think tonight, just to add on to discussion, I think a lot of things have been said by staff and by council to kind of hopefully offer resolution. I really appreciate the healthy dialogue by all of the council members and staff about options. I feel deeply for you all. Just coming from a legal perspective, I'm hopefully you don't end up in litigation, but it just sounds like that may be the course. So anything that can, from this position, we can do to try to help avoid that. I think the recommendation by the mayor, if we can figure out a way just to connect to Lone Tree, it doesn't sound like you guys want to access that. And I don't think the suggestion was that you move your homes. I think the suggestion was, would you consider exiting from that location? We in no way want to tell you where to put your homes at. I think that's completely your right as a landowner. But can we make that change to our motion to add that condition that the landowner can exit and emergency vehicles can exit, since the easement doesn't quite abut Lone Tree Road?
I think that's a good idea, because if she's going to take away her turnaround, we need another turnaround, right? Is that kind of what we're getting?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, and I mean, from what I'm hearing, she may take it away. Doesn't mean legally she's going to be able to do it. But in the interim, I think that this may be a resolution to make sure that people have access to utilities and emergency and other options to exit.
So I would defer to Mr. Bacalar as to whether or not a gravel road off of Lone Tree would be sufficient to meet the requirements of our subdivision ordinance with respect to providing access to these residences.
It would be sufficient for the homeowners. I would say I would precaution against the emergency vehicles, because when you have fire trucks coming onto a gravel road, they tend to get stuck. So It would require improvements to the gravel road to be sufficient to handle the truckloads expected with fire vehicles. So I might recommend checking with the applicant to see if she'd be okay with it.
I just wanted to mention one other thing is that even if Miss Briones was to gate the cul-de-sac, which I think has been said that it is not legal, but if you take Bonnie Lane and then turn onto Honey, we have a hammerhead built in there that is engineered so that emergency vehicles could access our properties. I don't know if that helps answer your question or concern.
To the specific question about would you be willing to, thank you for that additional information, but for the question that was asked by our engineering manager.
So would we basically be willing to further improve the gravel road to be able to accommodate emergency vehicles? I think that I'm going to say no. Like, we are investing hundreds of thousands of dollars already to give you what you are seeing. And I feel that if we are within our legal rights and we're within the city requirements, our engineers have drawn this so that emergency vehicles can access our property. I don't feel comfortable accepting the burden of the increased cost to appease other people when it's not something that is legally required.
So I have a question for legal. Could we make a motion approving the appeal and then let them figure it out, and figure out what we're going to do with emergencies? I feel like we approve things with conditions all the time, and I don't know what happens with the conditions. I would rather have this cut and dry and have their legal teams figure it out before we decide on something, especially because it impacts emergency services, and then that's on us. So I don't know how that works.
Or to add to her question, can we deny the appeal but require the applicant to provide sufficient access for emergency vehicles?
So it is the applicant's contention that they are providing sufficient access for emergency vehicles in so much as they've designed the subdivision to include the hammerhead that would allow the turnaround radii that are necessary for those vehicles. So that is their contention. In terms of upholding the appeal, that would be denying the request for the map. And at that point, the city wouldn't have jurisdiction anymore because the project would be dead and a new application would have to be submitted in order to revive that entitlement request.
So I guess that's the question is, I'm at the point right now where I want you two to figure it out amicably. You guys are neighbors. So I don't want to just deny it because then you have to start over, right? That's not what I want to do. So are you willing to do anything to work with your neighbors on this access and,
I think I've mentioned a few times that we are more than willing, if the neighbors want to improve Bonnie Lane, we are more than willing to pay our fair share, but we don't feel that it is our responsibility to foot the entire bill of a road that has been there since 1976 and neglected. We are happy to contribute. We're happy to work with the neighbors. We do not want hostility between neighbors. But we also have to make decisions that are best in our family's financial, and the picture for our financial state of our family. I feel like it's not fair to ask us. We're one family. I feel like it's not fair to ask us to build this entire road that can facilitate emergency vehicles because a neighbor is unhappy with us using a road that is literally on our property that we have legal access to. So yes, we are more than willing to help improve Bonnie. We are happy to fairly contribute to that, but we are not willing to, you know, bend over backwards to do something that is like a super, like, it's like not a fair ask, we feel like. So
I guess right now I'm at the point where the comment that kind of solidified how I feel is when staff said the original intent was for it to go to Lone Tree all the way up to Bonnie, right? That was the original intent. So that intent somehow or another went away. And I've talked about this even before I was on council. I was like, I hate the bait and switch. I hate it. And I feel like it's a little bit of a bait and switch in this case. And again, I would love for them to figure it out on their own and not, you know, but I don't know.
I mean, isn't the reason we're here to discuss, like, if the map fits into the city's general plans? It feels like we're we're reaching way beyond that. And I get working with neighbors. We're happy to work with them and try to, you know, maintain a peaceful environment. But it also feels like it's getting way too like personal, and that there's like a lot of overreaching happening when we have like gone through all the necessary avenues to make sure our map fits in with the city's general plan and that it is a legal and complete map.
Thank you for those comments. I just want you to understand our process and questioning is just simply trying to get as good of understanding of everything that's going on as possible. And so I greatly appreciate all the input. But at this time, Vice Mayor, you had...
Yeah, everyone has spoken about their willingness to work together on the improvements for Bonnie Lane. Is there any improvement to Bonnie Lane that could help get us a little closer together? Like any area that we could more effectively do a turnaround that wouldn't be on Ms. Brione's property, for example?
As the applicant mentioned, the plan does include a hammerhead on her property that would provide a turnaround as well. So playing this out, if once this project is subdivided and the hammerhead and the internal honey lane's built out, Ms. Brione's, the project appellant, would not necessarily need to maintain that cul-de-sac anymore, because then they would have the adequate turnaround with any project site. So not sure if that helps you.
I guess it doesn't really, for the short term, kind of more long term, that might be something. Okay, thanks.
Well, and then if the road was intended to be there, and now it's not intended to be there. So, I mean, it was part of our general plan, but then it wasn't part of our general plan, like?
My understanding is Honey Lane and Bonnie Lane was never part of the general plans. These are not general plan streets.
But we planned to do something with it, right? Because
these were originally, back in 1976, under the county's jurisdiction, that there was a vision at that point under the county.
So under the county, Honey Lane was going to be there?
Correct, but it would require not only the applicant's side, but also the neighbor, which is a full 60-foot. So that was the intent.
Okay.
I think if you look at the exhibit on the screen, you see the 30 on the applicant's property and the 30 on the adjacent property. I believe the county's vision at the time is that this whole area might be subdivided for a much bigger project. So that's a 60-lane curb, gutter, sidewalk road that would lead to a section of town that would have a much bigger subdivision than the 2 homes and the few that are on Bonnie Lane. So they reserve that right away if that vision were ever developed. It's still there since 1976, but clearly our general plan, our land use designations, our larger lots, the will of the people of Bonnie Lane, it's not going to be in the near future this big subdivision of multiple homes.
But I thought we talked about at the last meeting, Kenwood coming in and it becoming a major artery. I thought we talked about that last time.
It becoming one?
Yes.
Well, if there was a much larger development here, that would precipitate that.
Yeah, so it is a vision, it's just a matter of when, right?
Well, the current zoning are larger lots, right? And so it's not a, the amount of homes you would get here is probably not that type of subdivision right now.
Okay, I think we've discussed this as far as we're going to be able to. Does staff have any clarification before I ask for a motion regarding this? Okay.
So as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution approving the appeal filed by Carmen Briones of the Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision number 354-21 for Trinity Estates.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
And just before you vote, I'm so sorry.
The rest of it?
So no, if your motion is to approve the appeal and thus deny the map, then we're going to need to get some information from you to populate a resolution that we would come back to you with to explain why under our subdivision map ordinance, the council is denying the project.
Okay.
So
emergency access to residents would be one reason. Emergency service access, like final decision, what can we do? I don't have a clear answer. We're saying we do have rights, but then like, you know, she's saying she's going to get an attorney. So I want to figure out exactly how our emergency vehicles, our garbage vehicles, everything's going to get there, depending on what we find. Because she said she's going to close off that turnaround.
So are you wanting to take final action on this, or are you wanting staff to do further work on this?
I'm almost done. Like I mean, we could do further action, and maybe they can get together and do some find a resolution. That would be fantastic. That would be the best case scenario.
So
she's spoken a lot. Can she speak real quick?
It's up to the council.
Mrs. Briones has.
Yes, Mrs. Briones, if you can come.
Amen. With the subdivision, it was nothing against her. It was against the building, the planning. They did that. They're the ones who did that. They were supposed to investigate more in easements, roads, everything before doing that. And especially how they done it with me, I'm telling you, it was unfair. I felt that I was mistreated, that I was discriminated. That's what when I came over here. Now what is happening is a fight between her and I. I think that the planning department and engineers should be able to fix it since they are the ones who did it.
Mrs. Briones, the only thing that we can legally talk about tonight is the applicant, whether she's approved or not. We have no legal ability to speak about what has happened in the past with planning, with other events.
But they think that it should be asking, I asked them to do improvement the way they asked me improvement. That's all I did.
Yes, ma'am, but we are not legally able to deal with that tonight.
All right, but that's what I'm saying. I do have a letter from utilities for whenever I can close it, I have the right to close it right away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor, and I'd like to give the opportunity for the clarification of that motion. I do want to say, though, I feel like I feel the same frustration, and without projecting or anything, I'm a little bothered by the lack of willingness without telling a landowner what to do. I'm like just being stuck on this is how things are going to go. But I do feel like we are kind of slightly veering into the lane of being a judge on a land issue versus what we're here to do. We did see here that our representative from the city is saying that there is a portion of Bonnie Lane on the property, and that the applicant did say that they will provide a turnabout for the utility vehicles to come there. They've articulated that in a public record. So my concern is by us approving the appeal, I don't know if we really have, I get where you're going with everything, but I'm just concerned we don't really have a legal rational basis for why we would approve the appeal and deny the map.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Further questions. I need to know for sure how emergency vehicles are going to get in there, that she really can close this off or not close it off 100%, not like we think or whatever, 100%. I asked her earlier about the fence. I know it can't go north to south. Can it go east-west on the easement at the bottom of her easement? Is that possible? I want to understand why we don't put that road. Why can't we can't require the road, the north and south on Honey? Because to me, that would be the easiest thing. Let's just do that road. Let's get that done. And then everyone is happy. You know, they get their homes. They don't get the traffic. It's good to go. So those are three big questions for me right now. And I mean, you're saying this is exactly where it runs. If we could get like a satellite map with the overlay of the exactly where the parcel lines end and start, because we hear a lot of stuff, but I want to know exactly, I want to be able to see it exactly.
So if it was the will of the council to continue this item, once again, to have staff do further research, we could do that. Staff may not be able to come back to you and say, absolutely yes, absolutely no, this road can be closed off, because ultimately that decision may wind up in front of a court. And we could tell you what our best legal analysis is, but we can't guarantee what a court may say. In addition, staff, I'm sure, could pull together additional documentation regarding the parcel lines and where the easements lie, but staff is entitled to rely on the work of licensed surveyors who have provided documentation for us. And so it would be that documentation that I assume staff would be looking to support their recommendations to you for action.
Oh, go ahead, Namda.
So just to kind of, maybe we can take care of this now. Can I just clarify from what I heard, that it's staff's contention, one, that Ms. Briones does not have the right to close off the easement, that it is illegal for her to shut that area off. Two, that we do not have the right to force the landowner to pave the utility easement. Three, that the representations made by the applicant, that we do have it in the map, that they're going to have the turnaround for the utilities and for emergencies, and that's been vetted and is something that is in the application. I think if we have all those representations by staff, Councilmember Mendoza, would that feel a little bit better about the decision making today?
Approving it or denying today?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor and a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
No? Okay, the motion fails. I am open for another motion. Do I have another motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution denying the appeal filed by Carmen Briones of the Planning Commission's approval of minor subdivision number 354-21 for Trinity Estates, a tentative parcel map to subdivide a 5.32 acre parcel into 4 parcels with a 1.68 acre designated remainder parcel, and uphold approval of the map with the condition, as stated earlier, of the utility easement having, I think, the gravel that goes to Lone Tree. If that makes that, I'm clarifying that.
Through the mayor, I appreciate the clarification. Mr. Bacalar, can you confirm whether or not the existing conditions of approval include that requirement, or would that need to be added at this time?
The existing conditions of approval includes that and the tentative map as well. So that's covered with the gravel road.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a first.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. The item moves 3-2. We'll move into item C2. The next item is the call for review for the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit for beer and wine sales for Toro Viejo Taqueria, and Miguel Contreras will represent.
Good evening, council members. Mr. Mayor, it's my first time here, so just a quick hello. Miguel Contreras with the Planning Department, Associate Planner. Been about a year here, and I'm here to present the call for review for the Toro Viejo Taqueria, which submitted a conditional use permit 23-004, seeking to sell beer and wine for on-site consumption at an existing restaurant. Just a quick background on the project. So the application came in March of this year with the request for a Type 41 ABC license for on-site sale and consumption of beer and wine. On May 16th of this year, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider a conditional use permit 23-004. And during the Planning Commission hearing, there was some deliberation and some questions regarding the proximity of an establishment that sells alcohol to child facilities. And staff clarified during the public hearing that the city doesn't have any regulations or doesn't regulate the proximity of child facilities to establishments that sell alcohol. And there was also some question regarding an ABC rule regarding 600 feet from a facility that sells alcohol. And legal counsel was able to provide that language and clarify what the meaning of ABC was. So real quick, verbatim, this is what the ABC language says. ABC may deny any retail license located within the immediate vicinity of churches, hospitals, or within at least 600 feet of schools, public playgrounds, and nonprofit youth facilities. Generally, ABC will deny a license in the above situations when there is evidence that normal operations of the licensed premises will be contrary to public welfare and morals. Mere proximity by itself is not sufficient to deny the license. So, staff clarified and city attorney clarified that this means that ABC may deny a license that's within 600 feet of a establishment for children, but the mere proximity is not reason enough to deny an ABC license. And that's how, for example, Dino's can have a Type 41 license and it's across the street from Liberty High School, or how CAPS can have a Type 41 ABC license across the street from City Park. On May 26, the project was called for review by Vice Mayor, and within the timely allotted 10-day appeal period. And so here we are, and let me give a quick background on the location of the Toro Viejo restaurant. So it's located at 8610 Brentwood Boulevard, Suite F. It is highlighted in red. I also set up the map so you could see the proximity of the restaurant to the Guerin Elementary School, as well as the Kitty Academy, which is located right here. Once more, the proposed use is beer and wine sales for on-site consumption at an established restaurant. The conditional use permit, if approved, would limit the beer and wine sales for indoors only within the 1,245 square foot suite. The business hours, it's open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. The applicant proposes to sell beer and wine the entirety of when they're open, so 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the type of license they're seeking to obtain is the Type 41, which allows beer and wine sales. It also allows children to be on the premise, like any other eatery that sells alcohol, such as Applebee's or Chipotle. The alcohol will be stored behind the counter. The customers won't have direct access to the alcohol. You just order it and it'll come to you the same way your tacos and burritos will. The The use is allowed within I'm sorry. The subject site is within the general plan commercial, which allows the use, as well as the zoning PD 17, which also allows the use through virtue of a conditional use permit. The conditional use permit itself has been found to be in harmony and scale and bulk since there's no exterior modifications or any modifications really to the subject area. The availability of public facilities and utilities is existing. Once more, there's no modifications being proposed. Staff couldn't find a harmful effect upon desirable neighborhood character or the planned specialization of retail, commercial, or community service areas. And the project is not anticipated to generate any additional traffic. And staff couldn't identify any other relevant impact to the approval of the proposed use. And just to note, the PC determined that the above criteria was met, and the project was approved 2-3 with or 3-1 with a 1 absence. Staff's recommendation is, or let me just go down these bullet points. So the call for review was noticed in the Brentwood Press. It was noticed on site within 10 days of this meeting as required by code. The project is exempt under CEQA under categorical exemption 15301 for existing facilities. The project is consistent with the general plan and the PD or the zoning. And staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution upholding the planning commission's approval. And that would conclude staff's presentation. If you have any questions for me, and I know that the applicant is present as well for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Is there any clarifying questions of staff at this time?
I have several questions. Once, has there ever been a CUP at any of the businesses in that area?
For alcohol? No, not in that area.
And then also, we heard from Ms. Jensen, when I looked at the staff report, it kept talking about Kitty Academy not being a school, but then and it talked about the distance, but for Guerin Elementary, it didn't really specify the distance between Guerin and the restaurant. But I heard Ms. Jensen during public comment say 433 feet. Is that correct?
Depending on how you measure it, if it's path of travel from door to door, it's a little bit more than 400 whatever the remainder was. If you measure it as the bird flies, it's a little less. But so it kind of depends on how you're measuring. But it certainly does fall under 600 feet.
Okay. And then also, is the liquor license transferable to another person?
Yes, liquor licenses are transferable.
So the same CUP would apply if the license was transferable, or would that new person need to come in to get a new permit?
No, so if the property or if the business were to change owners or a different restaurant takes over, they could transfer the CUP as well, or the ABC license, and the CUP would run with the land.
Okay. And then I think one of the questions, I think this is more for the applicant. I didn't understand the applicant was distinguishing between their establishment being a restaurant and the taqueria, and I didn't understand what the relevance was. So I'd like to know a little bit more about that, if we can find out more as far as alcohol distribution and consumption.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Well, good night now. I know it's definitely past some of our bedtimes. My name is Noelia Casares, and I am Edgar's wife. Edgar is one of the owners for Toro Viejo Taqueria. I'll just answer the question versus, giving you guys a little bit of background, just to be respectful of everyone's time. The difference and the intention behind that comment is really it's not a bar, it's not a restaurant, it's not a place where people go in for an hour, 2 hours, or even 45 minutes. I mean, we have folks drop in for 20 minutes. I think I mentioned on the email, roughly 69-70% of our sales are takeout, most of them being, some of them being DoorDash, other ones phone orders. So we really don't have folks, like I said, like restaurants that will come in and sit down for 30 minutes. extremely rare. I've seen a lot of familiar faces that have stopped by, and most people, including folks from Garin, come in during lunchtime for 15, 20 minutes, get their taco, water, or Coke, and leave. So that's really just the a little bit of history behind. Be a little unrealistic to think if we were to sell alcohol that anyone would drink maybe more than 1 or 2 beers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Of course.
So just a question for staff. Does Brentwood have any rules about the distance from a establishment that sells alcohol to a relationship to a school?
No.
So nothing in the Brentwood municipal codes, nothing in the
Not that,
the distances.
Not that I can found or come across.
Okay. And then ABC had all the information. They went out and did their site survey, and they've already granted?
No, ABC wouldn't be able to grant us this without a conditional use permit from the city. So the way the conversation even started with the conditional use permit is that the applicant reached out to ABC seeking a license. ABC, through their process, contacts the city to verify if the site requires a conditional use permit or not, since some sites in the city don't require a conditional use permit. Staff clarified with ABC that they do require a conditional use permit. So ABC notified the applicant and let them know, hey, you need to obtain this from the city prior to issuance of a ABC license.
Okay.
So ABC is aware of the location, and I've been in communication with ABC, and they've never really brought up an issue with the proximity to schools. Just to clarify.
Thank you.
Thank you. As part of the CUP, could we restrict hours of sales of alcohol? For example, allow for the sales from 6 to 9 p.m. and on the weekends when the Kiddie Academy and the school are closed and there are no drop-offs and pickups of children in the parking lot?
Yes, that's something that the council can limit through the CUP.
Thank you.
Are there any further clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none. At this time, then, we will open.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Could I ask a question of our planner?
Oh, yes, please.
Are there any liquor licenses within the existing project right there? I've been told that the China Gardens has a liquor license. Is that true or not?
The China Garden does have a liquor license. It was obtained in 2005 and has subsequently transferred over every time the restaurant changes or the owner changes. But yes, they have a liquor license.
Great, and I just wanted to clarify for Councilmember Pearson, you asked related to a CUP, and so I just wanted to make sure you knew that there was a liquor license in, if that was the intent of your question.
That was, and also I think at the very end of that development, there was a barbecue place. Was there a liquor license at said, I think it was like a veterans barbecue place. I don't know if it's still open because it's been closed and open and whatever. Was there ever a liquor license at that location?
I'm not aware of a barbecue place. I know that in, I believe it was 2005, there was a restaurant. It was called Bert's Restaurant. It went through the Planning Commission, got approval for a CUP to sell alcohol. I don't believe that the use was ever established, though.
Okay, thank you.
That current location it's currently Wing Bros is the name of
correct
that location. Do you know whether that, since it did get a CUP, but it was never established, what's the condition of that right now?
So if the conditional use permit if the use never got established, it typically goes away. It has to be established for it to run with the land. So currently Wing Bros does not sell alcohol, and they don't have a right to sell alcohol.
Okay, thank you.
And do you know when Kiddie Academy was established?
I believe it was within the last 2 years. So it does predate the Toro Viejo restaurant, which was established, I believe, September or October of last year.
But it was after the liquor license was granted to the other restaurant.
To the China Garden restaurant?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further clarifying questions of staff, I'll now open public hearing, and I will open public comments. Margaret.
This is the time to comment on this agenda item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card on the form provided at the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. The applicant will have 10 minutes to speak. Remaining public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person, and microphones will be muted after the timer expires. And we received one public comment on this item prior to the council meeting, and that's been posted on the city's website. And if the applicant would like to speak.
All right, well, I guess I will take this time to introduce ourselves and give us a little bit of background. Noelia Caceres, like I said, Edgar and I moved here about a couple years ago. I think like a lot of the families that have in the past decade, we did it because of the amazing schools, amazing community. And last October, we actually decided to take a leap of faith and invest our life savings into what some of you guys know as Toro Viejo Taqueria. We couldn't be happier with everyone's support, words of wisdom, and advice on how to become successful business owners. We stand here before all of you guys in hope, and I know that we will be giving a fair opportunity to keep our doors open. I know we keep hearing there were 4 or 5 different restaurants open before, and unfortunately, none could make it. I know that we are making a difference. We have amazing reviews, just amazing ambience, and the atmosphere in the restaurant, in the taqueria, I think definitely calls for it. A couple of things that I mentioned on there was the sales. I know most of them are takeout orders. The size of the building. I know Miguel touched a little bit on it, but we only have about 6 tables, sit 23 individuals, 23 customers. Roughly, I think our first order starts at like 10:30 or 11. Peak hour is going to be lunchtime from a lot of county employees, a lot of school teachers, admins, whatnot, and that's from like noon to 2. So really, while I understand maybe the suggestion to sell from 6 to 9, I know for a fact that that's putting us as small business owners to a disadvantage. And in that regards, I'd like to, or some of the questions that come to mind and food for thought is, what other restaurants, Mexican and non-Mexican restaurants, are abiding by these suggestions, if any? And then ultimately, like I said, just understanding the surrounding areas and the density. Even if we were to be at full capacity, which is 25, including employees, we wouldn't take up, it would be unrealistic to say we would take out 10 parking spots. I think the bigger question that I have, right, to address the pink elephant in the room is Starbucks. Is that really a concern? What have we done in regards to safety and security when it comes to the drive-through that's really directly blocking Kitty Academy and Garin, even though they're not supposed to park there? What have we done in regards to that? That's some of the things for you all that I like to consider. And then finally, just again, like I said, thank you guys for your time. It's been a long day, a long night. I know whatever decision that it's agreed upon, it'll be what's best for all of us in the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a speaker card for Suzanne Oliveira.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Oliveira. I'm a regular customer at Toro Viejo. I just want to say that it seems unfair that the restaurant directly next door would be able to serve alcohol and they are unable to serve alcohol when it's in the same proximity to the school. So I would hope that you would consider that and go ahead and grant them use. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment. And at this time, I need a motion to close the public hearing as well.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. So we'll open council discussion on this item.
So the thing that concerns me about this one is that it shares a parking lot with the school. Like Garen is across the fence, I get that, but this is sharing a parking lot. And I've been over there and it's pretty busy. My concern would be someone drinking. And yes, there is someone else that has a license. And I think that if you had the council you had today, they'd be going through the same thing. Unfortunately, someone before us gave them that license. But, you know, when I look at the guidelines that were read from ABC, it does say, you know, about the 600 feet, and it talks to about contrary to public welfare. And I do think that sharing a parking lot with the school is a little dangerous in serving alcohol. And like full disclosure, I sell alcohol for a living. Like I make my money off of it. I love it when people sell alcohol. It makes my life better. My bonus is better. But I have to worry about the children in the parking lot. Also, after Garen, like you mentioned, that's my other concern is a lot of kids are running through that parking lot and finding their parents and getting in their cars. And adding alcohol to the mix concerns me on that. And so that I'm really worried about having more alcohol in that parking lot with the school right there. And the two public comments we got were from school board members. They have to deal with this all the time. They're the subject matter experts and they have concerns. So and I think I agree with the vice mayor if we could put some hours around it so that it's not when the kids are getting off of school. Because in the morning, you're not selling it when they're dropping it off. But when they're getting off of school, you'd be selling it. And everyone's tolerance is different. So one beer, I'm going to tell you, if I have one beer, I'm buzzed. If I have two beers, there's no way I'm driving. It's just my tolerance. So saying one beer isn't going to do anything. It just depends on the person who's consuming it. But I do think maybe hours would be a good way to look at it.
So I have to agree with most of that. When I looked at this, at first I thought, I looked at the language of what the ABC said. And when I looked at the 600 feet and we just determined, we said Kitty Academy is not a school. Okay, but Garen is, right? And so, but Kitty Academy still has children. So that's what matters to me. But I looked at the language of may, and legally for me, that means we got to look at something else because it's not a shall, or it's not must, or it's may. And so I have to go back to look at public welfare and morals, like Councilmember Mendoza said. So I dug into this because, one, I am a big champion. I go around the city. I go to small businesses. I have my own small business, and I want you all to be successful. I applaud you for doing what you've done. I poured out my savings into my business, so I know what it's like. However, when I looked at what do we look at as far as public welfare and morals, I looked at, one, even though they came in their individual capacity, yes, these were school board members, but also at the PTA. And in 1997, the National PTA adopted by its Convention of Delegates a regulation of liquor licenses near schools. They strongly encouraged city officials to consider the refusal and the issuance of conditional use permits, because they said on the basis of the advertisement or giving the appearance to minors alcohol or to use alcohol. And I haven't seen anywhere in your application that you're going to advertise these big, great beers or drinks. But then I had to think about, DUIs and drinking. And so that was why I asked the question about the restaurant versus the taqueria. And the response actually scares me a little bit more, that in a short period of time, if someone consumes, I agree, one beer or two beers may be something that someone's going to take a short period of time, get buzzed, and run out of there in a quick hurry, buzzing. So I would be inclined to look at the hours. The thing that does bother me, and the reason why I asked the question is, yes, there's another restaurant right there that's doing the same thing. So it's a tough one for me. And I think my happy medium would be to limit. I don't know, some people it's 5 o'clock everywhere. So at 10 a.m., maybe it's 5 o'clock for them somewhere. That does is a little disturbing to me at hours where people are coming and going. And you're correct, Starbucks is dangerous there. It is extremely dangerous to pull in and out of that parking space. I've seen possible accidents several times. But to add more people who may be drinking is concerning for me. So I would probably lean towards the timeframe as proposed by our vice mayor as well.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Okay. Just so we're all making the decision with all the information. Kitty Academy, I know some kids that go to Kitty Academy. They're not running in the parking lot. They have to be picked up. The parent actually has to walk in the door, punch in a code, get into the next door, grab their kid by the hand and walk them out. So if we're making the decision that kids from Kitty Academy are going to be running through the parking lot, I don't think that happens. I
saw the Garen, sorry, it was
Can
Garen.
I finish? No, man. But the Garen Elementary, I agree. Those kids, you're up to sixth graders and they're moving quick and they're moving all over the place. If we're going to set a limit on times, Kitty Academy is open till 5 or 6 at night. I don't know about sixth graders being at elementary school till 5 or 6 at night. So maybe some of those hours kind of working a compromise as opposed to saying 5 or 6, maybe we can back that down to when the elementary school, if we're going to put that kind of a restriction, maybe back it down to when the elementary school is out and the kids are kind of cleared the area. I know we're looking at Kitty Academy as a school. It does house kids. It does have little kids. So my experience is the parents got to go pick them up. I just think we have to have all the information before we make decisions.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I do want to, again, reiterate when we're talking about the other restaurant that does have the liquor license, that the liquor license was approved before the Kitty Academy was there. So I think regardless of who approved it, the Kitty Academy that part of it wasn't part of the discussion at the time. And we do know that Garen kids are dropped off and picked up there, whether or not they're supposed to be. I can say that as far as the Kitty Academy, parents may be required to walk in and pick up their child in person, but my kids have run away from me, I'm not in a long time, in a parking lot. Even though I'm trying to hold their hand, I've got a bag of groceries and a purse and the other kid, and that sort of thing happens. I suggested the hours as a compromise, and I want to say that the reason I pulled this was not to deny this great small business that I've heard so many good things about, the right to be able to succeed and thrive. It was because when I heard the conversation in the Planning Commission, I didn't feel like all the facts were represented. Garen Elementary was not highlighted to the extent that I think it should have been. So I think there were some discussions that were missed there. And I think pulling something from Planning Commission doesn't mean it was a good or a bad decision. It more means that we think there's more discussion necessary. So I wanted to clarify that. I believe Kitty Academy closes at 6. Do we know that?
I actually don't know that.
That might be
I did call them after one of the items, just as we were doing economic development work, and they said they're open from 6 to 6.
Okay. That the 6 o'clock is what my impression as well, and that's why I suggested 6, because then we're sure the families have already picked up their kids if the doors are actually closed. So I'm still comfortable with 6 to 9 and weekends for alcohol sales. And I don't know if there's any more discussion that needs to happen.
I would like to say a couple things. First of all, I looked at around town, and which has already been brought up. There are several facilities, not all restaurants, actually, that do have a use permit to sell alcohol that are within 600 feet of schools. That's very concerning to me. I don't drink alcohol. To each their own. But I have had small businesses, and I even had a restaurant at one time. And I have been in this building at this taqueria. I know I said that very Caucasian-y, but I've been here, and I absolutely understand the concerns and all the conversation that's been had. My wife and I used to own a preschool that focused on special needs children as well. So I love children, I love families, and I think we have a responsibility as electeds to protect our families and our children. Having said that, the likelihood, and I understand this is all subjective, but the likelihood of an incident that would limit, by limiting the hours, I don't know that we're really doing anything to reduce the likelihood. This is my opinion, and I'm sure that people are going to disagree with it. And in a year or two, I may disagree with it. But right now, I believe that having seen the clientele, having been part of the clientele, having been there at all different hours of the day and night on different occasions, I don't know that limiting the hours is going to make much of an effect. I do not believe that allowing them to have a liquor license to sell alcohol with their meals is something that would be harmful in comparison and in consideration to the fact that there is also a restaurant within, I would imagine, less than 100 feet that also has the ability to sell alcohol. I have also seen the dangers of that parking lot, and I'm not sure what effect caffeine or lack of caffeine has on people that drive in that parking lot, but it is, I wouldn't want to be a frogger in that parking lot. It's a very dangerous place. I've seen accidents from customers from Starbucks. I have also seen kids from Garin riding their bicycles through the parked cars in the line for the Starbucks. So I understand that there are a lot of components here for public safety concerns. I just personally don't feel like putting the onus upon this taqueria owner is going to make any effect other than diminishing their ability to do the kind of effective a business that they could. I could be wrong, but this is why I just felt like I needed to say I feel like the hours of 6 o'clock would be a bit extreme. I also feel if there is a time limit to this, that it should be earlier, like Councilmember Orleman said. Personally, I don't believe that it's going to make a difference by limiting it. So I'm personally not in favor of limiting it, simply because there are several examples that were given by staff. There are several things for me. I do not want to show favoritism or prejudice to a business owner when you have to compare businesses around the community that have very similar contact with students getting out of school. And so I think deciding that would be showing a prejudice against a business that is an unfair business disadvantage when it comes to other businesses that have gone through the same process that have been issued liquor license. So that's.
I don't think it is the same process, is it? Because it was there before the Kiddie Academy was there. So I guess I'm confused with that comment about prejudice because, for example, I don't like smoke shops. I am waiting for all of them to just go out of business and not issue not one more smoke, CUP. Sorry, I just don't. So you're saying if you put in a bad business, and I'm not saying you're a bad business, I'm just like, then we'd have to use that same argument for everything else going forward, right? That's why we're going to have a zoning update and like what we want and what we don't want. I don't think it's prejudice. I just think it's, the PTA, and she's not the first one to quote the PTA. Remember, Karen quoted the PTA. We know there's studies that show impacts of drinking around children. I read them all the time, just even, being around it and seeing it. And it's either we move forward with new information that we have, or we're going to stay stagnant because I let someone else do it, right? So that argument, I don't know about that one. I mean, if you think it's safe, that's one thing, but yeah, I don't know.
So respectfully, I will just simply address that question. The reasoning is, I don't know of any recorded incident that there has been an alcohol considered accident that someone from the restaurant in nearly the same location in the same shopping center. I don't know of one incident that alcohol has been responsible for an accident regarding a student from Guerin, and Guerin has been there a very, very long time. And if there were incidents, that would be a totally different thing. But I believe in practice, the concern, I understand the concern. I don't believe the concern has been fulfilled historically. And I don't know of any of those incidents anywhere in the community where very similar access to alcohol being served with a meal and students running around, children, or even the general public, I don't see that there's any incidents of record that show the concern actually happens in actuality. And so that's my concern.
I think we've had DUIs in our city. I don't know about accidents with children, but we have had them. And I appreciate the comments. I think if nothing changes, nothing changes is what I'm hearing. Because I hear you saying that you have concerns about the 600 feet from from a school or from a park. And my concern is not so much Kitty Academy, because we've already said it's not a school, even though it is a concern because they're kids. But we talked about Guerin and these kids who are walking around. So I would be open to a compromise of a change to add a little bit more time. But I think it is a big compromise already, saying weekend time, which is a huge time for people to access. But again, that the hard decision for me, because again, you have a business that's like right next door who's already doing it, but also that business pre-existed before the school. And we all know the school probably knew that business was there, just like this business who came knew the school was there. So, I mean, it's chicken before the egg. But I have to go back to if nothing changes, nothing changes. I mean, it would be nice if we had some of the suggestions by PTA and Mothers Against Drunk Driving is to have drug-free zones where we include alcohol as consideration of a drug. We can't do that because we already have something with a license there. But what we can do is from now on saying, even though prior council did this, we'd like to see it be done a different way in consideration of both sides. So, hey, we're going to make sure that business has access, but also we're going to consider the other people here so that they have this, so their needs are met. So when they're and I'm not just talking about kids running around. What about once they get in the car with their parents? What about accidents that can happen? So it's not just free, really, running around little Bobby or little Jeannie. It's when they're getting their car seat and their parents drive off, they can be hit by someone. So, but it is a difficult decision.
And I also think most of your sales for alcohol are going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, right? It's like, I don't, because I look at daily sales, most alcohol sales are happening. So I don't think it's going to hurt your business that much, but it helps keep us from creating a situation that might be dangerous. So by putting the hours in place, the one-off that happens. Because, I mean, most accidents are one-offs, right? Like, it's not.
So are we saying that we're comfortable with the CUP with a reduction or a restriction in hours? And if so, are we more comfortable with something other than 6?
I'm comfortable if we want to push it back a little bit to meet the happy medium. If we did
like 5?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then how would we word that motion?
So on packet page 277, you have the conditions of approval for this project. Condition number 7 currently provides that alcohol sales and consumption would be allowed Monday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. So we would be looking for a modification to that condition to reflect whatever hours the council's considering.
And I'm happy to make that motion with that modification if no one else has any other discussions.
Before I ask a motion, the applicant, if you have something that you would like for us to consider as well.
Again, I just like to ask or if anyone's aware of, like, aside from us, who else in the city of Brentwood has limited, whether they're closed or not to a school, modified hours for selling alcohol? And I know there are some of the concerns of the access and whatnot, but there's gas station kids from Garin are there all the time and they're not locked. I mean, they can, I'm not saying they pocket anything, but they can easily grab something. They're in the, same place where all your vitamin water, your rock stars, they're grabbing rock stars and whatnot. I mean, all those things. Like, do they have limited hours? What are some of the modifications that we've made to businesses to all have the same equal opportunity? And I know about that nothing changes and nothing happens, but it's like a fair trial. And I'm not trying to say you guys are the judges, but we come upon you to make a decision that's right, abiding the law, and that we all get the same fair treatment.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and I don't know that I have an answer or staff has an answer. What I can say is, in my individual council seat, if the same consideration came in the future with someone sharing the parking lot, I would take the same understanding and consider all the facts presented to me to try to make the same determination that this is not anything that's just discriminatory just to your business, and it's not personal.
And I will say, I mean, it's not just liquor. We also are doing we did it with smoke shops. We had an ordinance where it's getting really tough to even sell tobacco products in Brentwood. It's not anything towards you. It's just we worry about the safety and welfare of the kids first, because they're the most vulnerable along with the elderly in our society. And I think, when we made the smoke one, I think to me, it feels very similar. We're just taking the guidelines that we feel are the safest. And I know it sucks.
But there's no other restaurants that opened within the past time frame that
because usually we just say no. We'll just say no.
I think downtown open up a pub or place and near proximity to the other schools.
Yeah.
But
usually we would just say no. We don't want to say no to you. I think that's what we're doing. We don't want to say no. So we're like, okay, how do we get to a yes? And I think this is the way we can get to a yes without saying, because usually it's yes or no, and we don't want to do that.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion, and this motion is based on, in part, adopting and with changes based on a public safety concern. So as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the resolution with the change that alcohol sales and consumption are limited to the following hours: Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday through Sunday from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., affirming the Planning Commission's approval of the CUP to allow for the sale and on-site consumption of beer and wine at the Toro Viejo Taqueria restaurant.
And I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No. Okay, the item does move forward. Moving on to item C3, our next item is an interim urgency ordinance for interim objective design standards for residential housing. And Jennifer Hagan will present. Jennifer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, we're here to review an urgency ordinance to enact interim objective design standards. Various state laws, including SB 330, prevent jurisdictions from imposing or enforcing new design standards on housing projects that are not objective. To ensure that projects deliver high-quality design, appropriate site planning and amenities, and are compatible with surrounding neighborhoods and community, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the urgency ordinance before you tonight, approving the interim design standards. while the city develops a more robust set of residential design and development standards to ensure that projects deliver high-quality design in the future. As background, the city's current residential design guidelines were approved in 2006. In 2018, the City Council approved as part of their strategic plan a zoning code update, which has been continued over the past few years into the current strategic plan, which specifically included developing objective design standards. This was then included as part of the city's adopted CIP budget. And earlier this year, the City Council approved direction on reinitiating the city's zoning code update, including a new and phased approach, as well as interim objective design standards to be followed by more permanent standards. The current residential design guidelines adopted that are in effect to articulate the importance of high-quality design that complements and enhances the existing fabric of the community. The guidelines as currently written specifically state that these may not apply in all individual cases to all housing types, but provide guidance for those elements that most frequently occur regardless of the housing type or density. While the guidelines have helped to articulate the community's vision in the past, since they were adopted to provide guidance and not as development standards, they're currently difficult to enforce, and many of the guidelines are subjective and may be argued to contain ambiguous and unclear standards for review of new development, which has not always resulted in consistent interpretations over time. The objective standards are in sharp contrast to subjective guidelines or requirements that might demand interpretation or judgment on the part of the decision maker, or depend on individual aesthetic preferences to determine if a project is consistent or compliant with guidelines. Consistent with the requirements of recent and pending state legislation, the new proposed objective design standards are intended to provide a base for review and approval of residential projects based on objective, measurable, and verifiable design criteria that can ensure new residential development is attractive, compatible, and appropriately scaled with existing neighborhoods and environments within the city. The proposed standards would be applicable to all housing developments, mixed-use projects, and urban lot splits, and be contained in the new appendix to the city's residential design guideline. The urgency ordinance would take effect immediately upon adoption and will remain in effect for 45 days, after which time the City Council must vote to extend the urgency ordinance, let it expire, or adopt a regular ordinance. Staff is proposing to bring back an extension within 45 days if approved tonight. As we continue to move forward, staff is currently working on reviewing the existing residential design guidelines to be utilized as a base for the future standards in order to continue to respect the past while embracing the future of Brentwood. It is anticipated that the community outreach for the final objective design standards will start in the summer, followed by Planning Commission and City Council workshops to review policy priorities with completion of the task in late winter or early 2024. The final comprehensive set of objective design standards would be subject to review by both the Planning Commission and the City Council prior to adoption. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the urgency ordinance before you tonight, approving the interim objective design standards. And that concludes staff's report.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff regarding this item?
If we want to add items, do we do it during our questions or do we do it during discussion?
I would suggest during this, after you close the public hearing.
Okay, if there are no further clarifying questions of staff, at this time I will open the public hearing and open public comments. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on item C3. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person, and the microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And we received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. And I have no speaker cards and no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, at this time we will close public comments, and I need a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Oh, second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. At this time, council discussion.
I might have missed it, but can we require tile roofs? I mean, for years there's been discussion. No council has ever wanted asphalt shingles. It's always been tile because it makes our city nicer. Can we add the tile roof to the objective standards?
Yes, that would be something that would be clearly objective that we
Okay,
could add.
perfect. And I think we've only had one exception that I can remember, which was the top of Amber Lane Apartments, because no one could see it, but the clubhouse had to have the tile. And then the back of the, we want, because our houses are getting so close to stuff, we wanted to make sure that the back of the houses were not flat. They had to have some depth and dimension. And I don't know how to read this to understand if we're doing that or not. I don't know what page, like I tried to read it, but I don't understand it.
So we have some provisions about plane breaks. So what you're talking about are plane breaks, right? So
okay,
30% of the width of the building. After that, you have to have a plane break that's at least 10% of the width of the building. But I don't know if we have that specifically on the rear elevation. This is 12 pages, so I'd have to go through. But if that's not in there, we can add it. So what you're talking about is articulation of the rear elevation particularly.
Yeah, okay. I call them bump outs, but articulation sounds better.
We would use the word articulation. And so for it to be objective, we have to define how much to articulate and where.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how precise we have to get. So after 50% of the width of the house, then you have to have an articulation that's at least 18 inches or 2 feet deep. That's exactly how precise we'll need to get.
So when we get design plans, different people do it at different spots. Can we just say a percentage of it, a minimum percent of the back?
It has to be articulated.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know that. I mean, I don't know how to do that, but maybe we can leave that to you on a percentage that wouldn't make it look just like a flat concrete, because it wouldn't stucco, it looks like a concrete
I understand
wall.
exactly what you're saying. It may be in there. I just don't know that it's in there particularly for rear facades. Usually we have that for front or street side facing facades. So we can certainly add that if that's the council's direction.
Okay.
We can come up with an objective standard that creates articulation on the rear elevation specifically.
Could I piggyback onto what Councilmember Mendoza is mentioning and say a percentage of, how would you put that? I think it should be in the center. I don't think like the application. What?
Back, so then there's like.
Yeah, I just think like it's not just like in the upper left corner. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
it should be balanced somehow.
Well, every floor plan's different. Yeah. And so the ability to do the articulation depends somewhat on what's on the other side of those walls, right? So if you say it had to be for every home in the center of the rear elevation, that might not be achievable with where the kitchen or the master or a bathroom is, right? So bathrooms have different windows than bedrooms and different exiting requirements. So you could do that. It just may be harder to implement. So if we created, if we create objective standards that make that go so far that a developer can't actually achieve them, then we're in trouble in a different way. SB 330.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, the trees, you guys, I think we still have the one tree per house, and on the corner it has to have extra trees. I think I saw that. So those were the things that I was passionate about on architecture.
And what are we doing on, can we talk a little bit about ADUs?
So we have a separate ADU ordinance that has objective standards built into it that the council adopted earlier this year.
So what about JADUs? Would those fall under this or are they still under that?
JADUs are all interior to an existing unit, so there are no exterior design elements to JADUs. They're all within the existing conditioned space of a home.
Okay. All right.
Okay, are there any further comments? Okay, no further discussion then. I'll now take a series of motions.
Can I have a clarifying question for the tile roof? Because we have separate standards for multifamily and single family. Did you want to distinguish that for both or just for single family?
Can we keep it at tile, and then if something happens like Amber Lane, make an exception, or we can't?
Yes, these guidelines allow it to come. They can request as a discretionary hearing to deviate from any of these standards.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And just real quickly before you get into any motions. Director Morris, on packet page 308 at the very bottom, it talks about building facades and materials. And perhaps if you and Ms. Hagan could take a quick look at that and determine whether changes may be necessary to describe the articulation of the facades.
I don't know how Katie does this. I've read this a million times and she still found the page when I couldn't find it. Should I put it, can we put it up on the screen? Would that be helpful? Do you have it on there, Jennifer, to share? 309 or 308 and into 309?
Yeah, you can share my screen if you want. I'm on the Word version, so I can type it in.
The one on 309D is something Councilwoman Pearson's brought up, like on quality products. How do we know, like, do we get to choose the product they use or no? Like,
in terms of the construction quality of the material? Well, that's subjective, right? What does quality mean, right? So we wouldn't be able to frame it that way because that would be subjective.
so here we're going to, so you already prohibited asphalt shingles. So it's prohibited, but now we're just saying it has to be tile, like adding that language?
Correct, yeah, 'cause before we prohibited non-dimensional 3-tab asphalt shingles. So it still allowed for a synthetic asphalt that had dimension to it, but we can just say, we can change that whole one right here just to say all tile.
Okay.
D2.
So for letter K here, if you notice, this is just for elevations visible from the public right-of-way, which isn't necessarily the same thing as what Councilmember Mendoza, you were asking. You were asking any rear elevation, I think.
The guidelines said it, like there's different, when I read it, the back called out for no flat guidelines, no flat backs, but then also on the sides, like no abrupt ending, and like you don't want, they didn't want it to be abrupt. I don't know how to write, like don't be abrupt when you change materials. You know?
Well, yeah, you're right that it has to wrap to a fence or to a rear wall or something. That you would just write it more specifically than just abrupt.
Okay.
And that should be in here. Katie probably knows exactly.
I'm wondering if E on page 309 starts to get transitions for both material and color must be located at interior corners, or do you want to be more specific than that?
So what that means, so let's say you have the bump out that you're talking about, right? So let's say the bump out's at the front of the house. And so the second story has the bump out in the middle of a bedroom. That means the paint doesn't just go to the front of that bump out, it goes around till it meets the wall behind it. Does that make sense? So that's in there. And if you want to also include materials, right? So that's just paint. So we're talking about any stone or masonry or
Well, I think
siding.
do our guidelines call for a different kind of material to add a little bit of interest?
Yes,
I think
and this does as well. So this needs at least two different materials on the facade and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think K, I don't know why, I think that's a typo, but under K, that should be K, and then it should be back to A instead of C. That just talks about the, all elevations visible from the right-of-way must include 2 of the following, and we can just include all elevations. I think that would cover the rear as well. So we can just keep that one, I think, and it would be a combination of at least 2 of the following that they list. But instead of just public right-of-way, we just say on all elevations.
didn't want to belabor, I was going to ask this, I was going to just, we have time to come back to this because I know that this is fluid and we're going to keep adding this as just urgency. But is there, earlier in the year, there was this whole issue about mailboxes. I hate to bring the whole mailbox elephant back up in the room. Is there any way to add anything about requiring a mailbox to some type of mailbox facility or something for residents to be able to access?
So we came up with a new standard condition to deal with mailboxes on future subdivisions at that hearing. This is strictly about design, right? So it's not about mail service or mail delivery. So we could have design requirements for cluster mailboxes in terms of, are they covered, are they lit, the placement of them, that sort of thing. We still don't have control over when the post office decides to activate delivery to those gang mailboxes, but we can have design considerations for what they look like, for sure.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
This is it, because someone can come in with an application tomorrow. So this is all you guys like?
So I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to show on letter D as well, in terms of quality materials that you mentioned earlier, we define what that is rather than just saying quality materials. We have some specific definitions there under letter D of what we mean by quality to make it objective.
Thank you.
Jennifer, could you zoom in so that we could see that a little bit better about what you're doing? Thanks.
So I've modified K to just say 100% of all elevations must contain features providing visual interest through a combination of at least two of the following. And then down at D, I changed it to all roofing must be tile. This is applicable to single family. I'll still need to go through and clean up the multifamily section.
And so what if a developer reads that, they know that we want, I can't remember the word you used, I used bump outs. We want specific bump outs on the back. So there's no,
so if you look at letter I right at the top of that page, that's an example of what they would be reading. So a minimum projection of 24 inches beyond the plane of the facade, right? So that's what we were talking about. We have to be as specific as that, right? So that flat plane that you don't want, you have to have a projection, a minimum of 2 feet from there. So that's as specific as it gets.
Okay.
And just real quickly, if the council might consider in your motion allowing staff the latitude to go through and clean up just some of the lettering that it looks like autocorrect grabbed erroneously, we would appreciate that leeway.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion or recommendations or concerns? Okay, if not, I will now take a series of motions on each of our 3 resolutions.
There should only be one.
There's only one.
Am I reading the wrong item? I'm on.
You're reading the right item. I think there's a little bit of a typo there. You have one urgency ordinance. Forgive us.
Oh, it's
and it is an urgency ordinance, so it does require a 4/5 vote to pass, just so you know.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt the urgency ordinance, adopting the interim objective standards with the additional adjustments to clean up the lettering order, be specific that it's tile roofs, and then have the articulation on everything, not just what's visible from the right of way.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second before I call for the vote. Margaret?
An urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood adopting Appendix B to the City of Brentwood Residential Design Guidelines to implement interim residential objective design standards.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Item moves. We will move into item, and thank you, staff. I know that this was a rush to do the right thing, and we appreciate all your help to protect us. Move into item D3. No, item D2. Our next item is the midterm operating budget, and Sonia Augustini will present. Sonia? It's not Sonia.
Good
Christine.
evening, Honorable Mayor. It's Christine Andrews, and I just need 1 second to pull up my presentation here. So once again, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. The city adopts a 2-year operating budget, and we're currently wrapping up the first year and heading into the second year of this budget cycle. Tonight, I will be presenting proposed budget amendments for fiscal year 23-24, along with some minor amendments for fiscal year 22-23. An update of the 2-year general fund projection, and an update of the 10-year general fund fiscal model. That will be followed by a review of proposed amendments for enterprise and other funds. And then I'll conclude with fiscal issues we're monitoring along with next steps in the budget cycle. Tonight, I'm going to start with the general fund, which provides funding for many services to the public, including police, street maintenance, parks, and is also the primary source of discretionary funding for the general fund, for the city council. At the mid-year review in January, the projected 2-year surplus was $3.2 million. The entirety of this surplus was projected to come from one-time estimated revenue from the planned sale of city properties. The ongoing operations of the general fund was projected to produce break-even results. Well, we've completed our midterm review, and the projected 2-year general fund surplus is now about $400,000. And while this is a significant reduction, our projections continue to indicate that ongoing operations will be approximately break even in the general fund. This updated projection includes the most recent economic data, recent council direction to use the proceeds from the sale of the tech center to fund the Sand Creek Sports Complex, and the proposed budget amendments included in the action before you tonight. This table summarizes the major changes to the 2-year projection since the mid-year review in January. Several ongoing sources of general fund revenue are expected to contribute an additional $1.3 million. However, this additional revenue is offset by a reduction in the estimated revenue from surplus land sales. Due to the recent cooling of the real estate and development market, it's expected that about $1 million of those surplus sales will be pushed out into 24-25. On the expenditure side, an additional funding for the Sand Creek Sports Complex by using those one-time revenues from the sale of the tech center will reduce the 2-year surplus by about $1.6 million. New budget requests of $1.5 million, along with the continuation of previously approved budget requests of about $500,000, will further reduce the surplus. An improvement in projected budgetary savings in the current year over previous conservative savings estimates is primarily due to higher than anticipated personnel vacancies, will improve the projection. While our budgetary savings are slightly below what we've seen historically, due mainly to inflation, they're better than we previously estimated and will offset some of the increases in budgeted expenses for 23-24. The midterm projection now shows a slight surplus over the 2-year period of $400,000, which is approximately the amount of surplus property sales budgeted to take place in 23-24. So we still anticipate a break-even operational result over the 2 years. Next, I will provide a bit more detail on general fund revenues and expenditures. General fund revenue amendments proposed for 23-24 include an increase of $571,000 in interest income as a direct result of the historic interest rate hikes conducted by the Federal Reserve to fight inflation. Modest increases in property and sales taxes totaling about $326,000 are based on the latest projections from the city's consultants. Including other revenues, ongoing revenue sources are expected to increase, like I said, by about $1.3 million. Offsetting those positive trends are the expected decrease in surplus land sales and a reduction in projected revenue from development. The number of single-family residential permits forecasted to be issued next year have been reduced from 175 to 150 since the adoption of the original budget. Increases in general fund budgeted expenditures include previously approved Sand Creek Sports Complex funding and tonight's budget requests. Included in the new budget requests are an additional $429,000 for utilities from rate increases by PG&E since the budget was originally adopted. The Parks and Recreation Department is requesting a budget increase of $264,000, mainly for inflationary cost increases for contractual services and supplies. Amendment requests include increases in transfers out for internal service funds for insurance premium rate increases and rising costs for information services technology that total $239,000. Personnel cost increases across all divisions of $136,000 are proposed for workers' compensation rate increases. Other expenditure increases across several divisions are detailed in the staff report and bring that new budget request total to $1.5 million. An additional $500,000 increase in the budget is proposed for the continuation of previously approved requests. As discussed earlier, offsetting these additional budget requests is an improvement in budget savings, which favorably impacts the projection by $500,000. Tonight's action also includes amendments to amounts set aside in the general fund for known future expenditures, such as the fifth beat, and these are called fund balance commitments. In the original budget, $700,000 was expected to be spent on fifth beat operations in 22-23. Due to staffing challenges, the majority of these costs were not incurred in this fiscal year. Staff is proposing that the fund balance commitment for the fifth beat be unchanged at the end of 22-23 so that those operational costs for next fiscal year can be covered by this set aside. In addition, the amount set aside for unspent strategic initiative costs at the end of 22-23 is also proposed to increase. The 10-year general fund fiscal model takes the 2-year budget at the starting point and then uses hundreds of variables and current economic data to form a 10-year general fund projection of revenues, expenses, and reserves. The city prepares the 10-year fiscal model to look at the long-term impacts of these proposed budget changes and to ensure a sustainable financial future. The city's financial structure and commitments will change over time, and we need to make sure that we're prepared for those changes before they arrive. It is important to understand that the fiscal model provides an overview of the general financial direction the city is heading towards. The fiscal model can never give precise future results. It identifies longer-term trends and potential financial challenges so that course corrections can be made well in advance of potential financial problems becoming a reality. The fiscal model, like the operating budget, is also conservative by design. Our results are usually more positive than our initial projections, which gives us a margin of safety during more challenging economic times. When results have exceeded projections, funds have been used to pay down our unfunded obligations or contribute towards priority projects. Key factors included in the fiscal model tonight include operating costs for the future Sand Creek Sports Complex and Vineyards Amphitheater, the impacts of absorbing affordable housing costs into the general fund when the affordable housing in lieu funds are exhausted, increased pension and retiree medical costs resulting from CalPERS investment losses in 2022 that are phased in over several years as required by CalPERS policy. Slowing development with an average of just under 75 single-family and 110 multifamily permits per year. Higher investment returns on city cash due to higher interest rates, and increased sales tax revenues from new commercial development. This chart illustrates a summary of the annual results of the updated fiscal model. The balance of the general fund 30% reserve is shown in blue, and the budget stabilization fund is in green. The budget stabilization fund plays a key role in balancing the city's long-term forecast. The fund was established from prior general fund savings with the plan that it be drawn down over time, offsetting rising pension and retiree medical costs. You can see in the chart that the 30% reserve grows steadily over the 10-year period due to rising expenses from about $22 million to about $30 million. The model projects that the budget stabilization balance will peak in 24-25 and then be drawn down over the next 7 years as annual expenses exceed revenues by approximately $1.2 million per year. This drawdown is most significant during the time when CalPERS increases the city contribution requirements through 28-29 and then begins to decline over the final few years. At the end of the forecast, about $1.9 million would remain in the budget stabilization fund, and our longer-term projections, 15 to 20 years out, indicate an improved financial position as unfunded obligations and their associated costs are paid off. Now we will leave the general fund and discuss 23-24 budget requests for enterprise and other funds. The city has 3 enterprise operations that provide solid waste, water, and wastewater services. The user fees that provide the revenue for these operations are set in accordance with Prop 218. Rate studies are performed periodically to ensure that enterprise rates are sufficient to cover operating expenses, capital improvements, upgrade costs, and associated with meeting both federal and state regulations. The user fee revenue can only be used for providing each specific service and for no other purpose. The City Council recently adopted new 5-year rate studies, and all of the proposed adjustments tonight for the enterprise funds were accounted for in those studies. First, I will discuss the most significant budget amendments proposed for solid waste enterprise. An increase in the disposal cost budget of $565,000 is being proposed to account for the yard waste that must now be sent for composting in compliance with SB 1383. In fiscal year 22-23, several personnel actions were approved by City Council, including a new full-time solid waste equipment operator that results in a requested increase of $130,000. I would like to note that there are no new position requests included anywhere in tonight's action. The city was also unable to purchase 2 new solid waste trucks budgeted in 22-23 because of persistent supply chain issues. So we're proposing to carry over $750,000 to next year so those purchases can be made. An additional pension paydown from the general fund was approved in the original 23-24 budget, and an amendment for $272,000 is being proposed to pay for solid waste's proportional share of the paydown amount. And a similar budget amendment will be proposed from each of the enterprise and other funds that have personnel. As was the case in the general fund, these prepayments will save the enterprise and other funds a considerable amount over the next decade. There were other minor adjustments proposed for the solid waste fund detailed in the staff report. Moving on to the Water Enterprise Fund, the major budget amendments being proposed include a decrease in water revenue of $713,000. The 23-24 budget was set at the beginning of the budget process in February of 2022 and was based primarily on 2021 usage, which include high work from home rates and drought conservation efforts in response to what was at the time drought conditions. This budget adjustment will bring budgeted revenues in line with current revenue expectations and with the rate study. An increase in the maintenance cost for the water treatment plant operated by CCWD of $310,000 was not anticipated when the original budget was being requested. A $600,000 request is being made for a new hydro excavator vehicle for the safe and non-destructive excavation of underground utilities. Similar to the solid waste enterprise, supply chain delays have not allowed for the purchase of a dump truck and valve turning truck that are partially funded by water for $153,000. This budget is being proposed to be carried over to next year. The proposed amendments also include amounts for this fund's fair share of the pension paydown of $286,000. Finally, the wastewater enterprise fund significant budget amendments are $200,000 for additional utility costs from PG&E rate increases, and another $200,000 for an increase in the cost of treatment chemicals, and then finally $250,000 for this fund's fair share of the pension paydown. At this point, I'll move on to the other major fund amendments, and these are just significant ones in the other funds. The Capital Infrastructure Fund is used for non-residential development-related infrastructure projects with a focus on projects that may promote economic development. A budget amendment of about $1.4 million is being proposed to roll over previously approved but unspent budget to continue the Economic Development Incentive Program strategic initiative next year. The Vehicle and Equipment Fund is a source of funding for replacement of all city vehicles and equipment. An increase in the expenditure budget of $846,000 is requested, and as you may expect, it's to roll over budget because of supply chain issues in procuring vehicles. The Budget Stabilization Fund has both revenue and expenditure budget requests of about $1.3 million. And as discussed earlier, the general fund original budget approved a pension paydown of 1.5, but to account for the fair share portion from the other funds, $1.1 million is being transferred into this fund and then 1.1 paid on the pension paydown. The remainder of the $1.3 million has to do with interest earned on the Budget Stabilization Fund. There are other less significant budget amendments to other funds as detailed in the staff report. Before concluding, I'd like to cover the economic and regulatory issues that may have an outsized impact on our future budgets. And although recent trend information seems to indicate that inflationary pressures are cooling, this period of persistently high inflation will lead to higher city operational costs, with everything from insurance to utilities and personnel and health benefit costs increasing. This upward pressure on costs could have a significant impact on the city's longer-term financial outlook, as the city has very little control over revenue increases. Recent Fed action not to further increase interest rates comes on the heels of historic rates designed to bring inflation down, and the resulting higher interest rates have had a cooling effect on the housing market and also on consumer demand. And there's a real possibility that the Fed's action could result in further cooling or a future recession. The state continues to pass regulatory requirements without accompanying necessary funding. And costs for compliance in the area of solid waste organics and processing has already had impacts on the budget, but additional regulation, like mandating electric vehicle fleets, is among the many regulations that could add significant infrastructure and ongoing costs to the city's operations. The state's boom and bust revenue cycle has produced an estimated $30 billion plus deficit projected for 23-24, which may have consequences on local governments as the state looks to close that gap. Finally, while year-to-date CalPERS results are moderately encouraging, there is always a risk that CalPERS could once again miss their targeted rate of return and add additional pressure to future budgets. While hard to believe that the time is already here, the next step in the operating budget process will be the kickoff of the 25-26 operating budget cycle at the Strategic Plan Workshop in the fall of 2023. At that meeting, City Council priorities for the next year budget will be explored along with the financial capacity for new strategic plan initiatives. The next review of the city's fiscal condition and operating budget will be at the mid-year budget review in January of 2024. This concludes my presentation. I thank you, and at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Christine, I do have a question, and I didn't get the actual number. regarding SB 1383, the composting requirement.
Yes.
What does that hit to our fund?
$565,000. It's about a 15% increase over currently budgeted disposal costs.
And just so that everyone in our community is clear, exactly how much of that funding did the state pass on to us to address that issue?
That would be a big zero.
Thank you. Do we have any further clarifying questions? Okay. Then at this time, we will open public comments. Margaret.
This is time to comment on this agenda item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. We received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I have no speaker cards, but I do have one hand raised in Zoom, and I'll call on Galaxy A03S. Go ahead. I don't have a name. I just have somebody on a Galaxy with their hand raised. If you can unmute. They are not unmuting.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. And if there's no further discussion, I am open for a motion.
No, I just want to say it's always nice to see your reports. And I'm really scared of our financials going forward. I'm glad we have $400,000, but we're going to have to tighten our belts, is what it seems like. Yeah, he's saying yes back there. So, yeah.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution amending the operating budgets, establishing the information system classification, and taking related actions.
Awesome.
Okay, I will call for a motion now. No, I'm. But since we, okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Yes.
Opposed? Okay. Item moves. And we will move into item D3. This item is a report about special events at City Park in downtown. And Tien will.
And Mayor, while he's coming up, I'll just make a note that if the council is inclined and feeling fatigued, that the remaining business items on the agenda are not urgent, unlike the ones we had preceding this. So you can have some discretion to continue those to another meeting if you so desire. If you want to continue to plow ahead, we're here to support you on that.
What is council's desire?
I think that we have a staff member who just sat in a chair who's been waiting here all night. And so if we can do D3 and maybe continue the other remaining items would be my request.
Okay, I'm okay with that if council is. We're here, everyone's eyes are still open. Tien?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Good evening. As mentioned tonight, we're going to be discussing an informational report about special events at City Park and in downtown Brentwood. So a little bit of background. I did want to clarify at the start of this report that this is a future item request from Councilmember Mendoza requesting staff bring back protocols and procedures for City Park in the streets. There was a separate future agenda item request from Councilmember Pearson asking us to bring back costs and estimates for city special events and future special events of the park. That's a separate future agenda item request. I just wanted to call that out at the start of that, even though there may be a lot of similar terminology that we reference when we talk about special events. So as referenced in the staff report, we utilize the Brentwood Municipal Code, specifically calling out Section 7 for a lot of our policies that we use to permit use of our city facilities. As referenced in the Municipal Code, the Parks and Recreation Department is responsible for maintenance, operation, and permitting of the parks and facilities throughout the city of Brentwood. It also provides us with, again, the policy guidelines for us to permit exclusive use of the parks. From there, the Parks and Rec Department does have some discretion on creating the permitting process for those requests. Again, exclusive use of those parks. The process that we have that I wanted to try separate out in this staff report was we do have two slightly separate processes for the exclusive use. The first one I kind of categorize as standard general picnic use of City Park. That's going to be what we think of as more typical picnic rentals that we see a lot of, typically between April and October for exclusive use. And the other one we categorize as that special event component. That's going to be things that require additional city resources. They can involve things such as potentially alcohol, potentially traffic, pedestrian and vehicular traffic, concerns about public safety, parking issues, sidewalks, public right-of-way, challenges, amplified sound. So I wanted to distinguish that in the staff report so that when we were talking about it, they are a little bit different. However, overall, they do all contribute to the overall use of City Park and street closures in the surrounding area, but they do have slightly different processes. As mentioned in the staff report, general picnic use, again, those typical park rentals that we see can be done either online or in person with the Parks and Recreation Department. For special events, those require an application and a $53 application fee. What happens from there is once those are submitted, our staff do review those. For those that do require additional city resources, further discussion, they are forwarded on and routed to a special events review team. I don't know if it's proper pronunciation, but we call it the CERT team to review those. That CERT team consists of multiple departments within the city, including Parks and Recreation, Public Works, the Police Department, and also our Engineering Department as well. So as mentioned in the staff report, there's a lot of data here. I'll do my best to maybe try to highlight some of those components for discussion tonight. On the left-hand side, you're seeing reservation hours that we've had the last couple of fiscal years. Intentionally, we did want to include fiscal years prior to COVID, during COVID, and then where we are now. I do want to call out that the current fiscal year data for 22-23 is slightly incomplete just because we're still in that fiscal year. This data was pulled earlier in June, so again, it is a little incomplete. Some of the kind of broad strokes, if you will, we wanted to pull out from this data. Again, on the left-hand side, City Park reservations. On the right-hand side, downtown reservations. That we do see increased usage of our facilities, especially in City Park and also downtown. You're going to notice kind of those middle fiscal years, 1920, 2021, there was a dip, and a lot of that's going to be attributed to the COVID pandemic, where we saw lower usage of a lot of our facilities. However, you're going to notice in the last couple of fiscal years, our usage and volumes of reservations have increased and have actually exceeded pre-COVID levels. So overall, kind of those general broad strokes, those kind of generalizations we're making is that not only are we heavily utilizing these facilities, but we're actually exceeding pre-COVID levels of the usage of these facilities. Here on this slide, I apologize. Here on this slide, we have some more charts. These were some cost estimates we provided. As mentioned, this was a future agenda item. You know, we wanted to put some numbers out there just to give some context for conversation. On the left-hand side is estimates for standard parade closures. What this was is we worked with our partners on our CERT team, other departments, to try to put some estimates on, you know, what is the cost that it takes to actually close all the streets, put out all our barricades, put staffing out in strategic locations to actually execute a standard, if you will, parade closure, parade route with a special event. To the right of that is, for context, what a standard closure would look like, again, partnering with our other departments. And that's more typically of a block or two street closure to, again, give council a little bit of context, kind of a low and a high end of street closures, if you will. In the lower right-hand corner, again, I think it's important to highlight that special events, I look very favorably to them. There's no two events that are exactly alike, so because that, it's really hard to guess, you know, what's the cost to review an application. But with some data from our CERT team, we try to do some average estimates of what it takes to review a special event application. To give you some context, an application that just may call for a couple of street closures, it does take a lot of time for our engineering, our PD to look at those things. An application that involves alcohol definitely takes a lot more time for us to review, discuss, see what kind of parameters and securities they're trying to put on that application. So again, an average estimate of the time that it takes to review. Something I want to highlight that was unique to this slide is these are costs that are currently not associated with any permit fees that are applied to an applicant. So what that means is when an applicant applies for a special event, of course, they pay the application fee, and they would pay fees to use a city facility, such as City Park, who has fees associated with it. Currently, we don't have a standard or set fee for street closures, and the staff time that we're utilizing to do some of these things aren't passed on currently to the applicant. So that's something I wanted to call out with some of these estimates and costs that we currently do not have a fee schedule for these items. So what I try to highlight here is a lot of narrative within that staff report where we do have some gaps, maybe some challenges or issues that we have currently within our process and our policies that I wanted to highlight. One of the big ones that I'll probably reference a couple more times is trying to find a balanced use of some of these city facilities. I think staff definitely believes in the value that we have utilizing City Park. There's great value in the special events that we receive. There's a great value to the community, quality of life, all those pieces. So we're not trying to say that we're trying to eliminate all these type of events, but trying to find a balance with these events and also general use of these facilities. To dig deeper into that is, again, trying to find a balance with some of the special events requests we have in the last couple of years, some being more commercial for profit type markets that we're seeing downtown in City Park, some of them being nonprofit events that are definitely, again, community driven, community focused type events that we have. And then again, trying to balance the number of exclusive special event permits that we give out, exclusive picnic use of the park, and trying to balance that out with general use of the park so that anyone could just come, utilize a splash pad, utilize a picnic area, enjoy the amenities within City Park and the surrounding areas. As mentioned, we noticed increased use trends throughout City Park and throughout the downtown area, and that has some ripple effects. I'll try to lump this together with a couple of other items. Increased usage, increases parking downtown, traffic concerns, noise issues, and then it has a couple different effects depending on how the special event is or what kind of event it is. Sometimes that drives additional traffic and visits to our downtown businesses, but other times that actually lower sales to our downtown businesses. So there's implications there as well. With the parking, the traffic, the noise, that not only impacts the facility amenity, or excuse me, the city amenity itself, but it also impacts the residents in the surrounding areas of downtown. A lot of our departments and divisions have fielded different calls this past couple years, reporting different challenges with people parking in their driveways, complaints about multiple consecutive weekends where there was multiple events at City Park that was just loud and continuous during the weekends. So trying to balance all those pieces with the high volume is, again, something that is one of our challenges. With the increased usage and volume we're seeing, that of course also increases the type of maintenance, the costs and the fees associated with the park. That's going to be wear and tear of our amenities. The increased usage, foot traffic increases the needs for landscaping, cleaning the pavers, cleaning the amenities, elevator, stairs, all those things. All positive things, right? Kind of good problems that we're having City Park use, good problems that people are coming out to our events, but it does come with a cost that a lot of times our departments are still absorbing as we speak. And then one of the gaps and issues we highlighted within the staff report is limitations of use. Finding a way to maybe slow down or redistribute some of the volume usage for some of these special events. Again, I want to reiterate that staff is very supportive of special events and usage of our city facilities. That's why they're there. But if we could spread that out over other parks or other areas of the city, are things that we don't have exact policy or procedures to do right now to, try to tell a applicant to no, you can't use this facility, but use this other facility in town. So just some things, some gaps we've identified within this process. So I know I'm throwing a lot at you, council. So a couple things additionally for y'all to consider. There's a couple routes and recommendations that we have. This is an informational staff report, so there was a little bit of expectation that this item would come back to you at a later date with some further discussion. But you do have some options of potentially updating the municipal code. Again, trying to provide some parameters to balance some of the volume you were seeing with these special events, especially in City Park and downtown. We potentially also can be looking at internally within our department to update our procedures. Again, trying to provide some parameters with some of the gaps and issues we've identified. As mentioned, weighing the impact of the higher volume of use in City Park and downtown. And again, the impact to the number of special events, the residents, the businesses, the community overall, as we see that increased usage. Something that I've been working through with a lot of our departments is we've also noticed increases of non-permitted events in City Park and in the downtown area for a lot of the reasons that organizers want to have their event downtown, close proximity to downtown, great amenities, special consideration for our parks maintenance. It does an amazing job maintaining the park itself. We have run into issues with users of the park that try to imply exclusive use, and they hold events downtown that aren't permitted by the city. That creates a number of issues that we have to deal with in real time as far as not knowing what that looks like, what that pedestrian traffic, vehicular traffic looks like. But it also creates a little bit of frustration and resentment from our applicants who are trying to follow through with city processes, pay their fees, just to see, again, unpermitted events in these locations. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this last one, prioritization of the work. In my short time here, I think we have an amazing staff within our department, but within the city. But we do have some capacity issues and some limitations on what we can do. As I mentioned, a lot of things we're doing, we don't have exact funding for. We're absorbing a lot of that into our department budgets. So prioritization of the work and also prioritization of funding would be really helpful for staff to try to continually evolve with increased usage of these amenities and facilities. Again, we wanted to bring that to council's attention for their consideration. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Clarifying questions of staff.
I have clarifying questions, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to reserve them for discussion.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Do you have the, a dollar, because we saw in the budget, we're spending more on park and rec, additional maintenance, and I'm assuming some of it is for downtown also and the park. Do we have a dollar amount more that we're spending because of the increase on just park and rec maintenance? And if we don't, that's okay. I mean, I know.
Yeah, I don't think we've broken that down just for the events and the maintenance of City Park. I know that we have been spending more money on like the concerts in the park with our expenses going up for just the cost of the operations of putting on those in the different areas that go into that. But as far as the maintenance, I don't have a number specifically for additional costs for City Park maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
I did have a question, Tin. I know that within the last month, at some point, one of the weekends, there was a non-permitted cruise that came through town. Do we have any kind of cost estimate as to what it cost the city to clean up after that? It was an absolute mess around all of the receptacles everywhere. I know a lot of the residents enjoyed it. There were a lot of, and I don't know of a whole lot of real big physical issues that happened from it. I don't know of any actually, but the cost is something that we have to absorb, and it's something I'd like to figure out a way to try to address at some point.
Really, really good question, Mayor. I think kind of the shorter answer I have for that is I don't know if we have that cost, But if I can kind of expand on that point just a little further, I think working with our CERT team, we're trying to be a little bit more proactive, trying to track some of these things. So what that means is, what is the overtime cost that we're calling in extra staff to come in to do some of those cleanups? I think we're working with our PD to understand when something like that happens. Are they calling in extra officers to help with the enforcement, or are they pulling officers off of their beat to assist and have a presence, kind of unannounced or unknown? So again, short answer is I don't know if we have that cost, but those are things that our CERT team has been discussing frequently in the last couple of months, trying to quantify some of those pieces to get some better numbers for council to make some decisions and also provide some direction for staff.
Okay, thank you.
To piggyback on what the mayor just said, I drove downtown the day after that event, and it wasn't even just around the receptacles. It was in the streets, in the sidewalks, trash everywhere. And we did get some calls from downtown businesses who were upset because the people brought in their own food and drink. So they set up chairs, and they were not patronizing local businesses. So I think there was a lot of upset on that one. And it appears that they're planning on repeating the process. So I would agree. I think that if we could get some sort of understanding of not just the cost, but what we can put into place to address that, because I don't know that anything was done that night. I think it took everybody by surprise, but if we had a standard process for addressing that kind of thing in the moment, I think that would be helpful. One of the events, I attended the DBC, the Downtown Business Coalition meeting, and there was some discussion about fencing, for example, the Oktoberfest event. And I know that the recent Muktagan event in City Park roped off. Is that something that we allow city events? I mean, I know they were trying to make sure that people paid to get in. And is that something they're allowed to do?
I think the quick answer, Vice Mayor, is technically yes. So what that means is, the city permits events. And what that means is typically the permit holder, it's not a city event, right? The permit holder is really kind of for lack of better terms, a private person who owns that permit. So if they have regulations or stipulations, whether they're only selling tickets for people to come in, whether it's open to the community. For the picnic example, if it's a birthday party and they only want certain people who are invited to come to the birthday party, that's up to the purview of that permit holder. So kind of to your question, yeah, they are allowed to do those things when they're holding a permit. I think the other side I want to be cautious about as well is if someone doesn't hold a permit, the parks are designed to be for public use. And I think that's a little bit the implication I was trying to make of, sometimes someone might go to a park and say, hey, this is my spot. I'm using it all day. You can't use it. Well, that's not necessarily the case. If it's a first come, first serve type thing, they're either using a space. That's fine, but they can't just say, no, I'm shutting down this park because I'm having all my friends come over and you're not invited. So I wanted to kind of distinguish and clarify those things. And that's why that permit use was important to call out in a staff report, that it has an implication of exclusive use. Unpermitted events don't have that permission, if you will, from the city.
Okay. Is there an estimation of how long it takes grass to recover after the big events?
Usually each spring we do overseeding and we work on the getting that grass to come back. The city we've had so many events in City Park. This spring it's been challenging, and with all the rain and the weather, our normal turf maintenance to bring that back was later in the year than it normally would be, because we just got so much rain. So I think normally this time of the year, the grass would be in better shape. Usually we try to get it in really good shape for that first concert in the park. It just didn't get a chance to recover on time this year. So, and now we're in our busy season again. So I did want to clarify one comment, Vice Mayor, as well, regarding the trash, the downtown. When it is a permitted event, we do work with our parks maintenance staff and schedule those times for trash cleanup. But if it's unpermitted event like that car show was, then it was our regular parks maintenance staff doing their cleanup in the morning, but it wasn't a scheduled cleanup. So that's why it looked, I think, a little bit worse than normally would.
And I should clarify that I wasn't in any way, shape, or form implying that anyone hadn't done their job. I think it took everyone by surprise. So hopefully I didn't imply that. I didn't mean to. When was the last time cost recovery numbers were updated?
Vice Mayor, do you mean for facility rentals or?
In general, for events that use city facilities or parks or?
Sure. So I believe last meeting we exempted our facility rentals from the I'm sorry, I'm blanking a little bit. Last month we came back to council to exempt some fees, the Park and Recreation program fees, and then we knew we were under cost recovery for our facility rentals. We hadn't adjusted them for a number of years, so we recommended council to slowly, incrementally increase those. And this year we decided just to apply CPI to those facility rentals. So we're slowly adjusting those in the next couple of years to get them a little bit closer to the cost recovery goals that we had. The other point I wanted to also pull out, Vice Mayor, with that one is with that special event process. I don't know in how I understand it, if there's a lot of fees out there to cost recovery. For example, we don't have a standard street closure fee. We don't have what we would charge a parade. So I think those would be newer fees that we would try to implement to try to target some of those cost recovery pieces. I think this is a good time for me to mention that, I think this is a really robust conversation and we want to be strategic about it. A lot of our partners who hold special events are local nonprofits. So again, not to sticker, shock, or scare, that 10,000 number, trying to pass that along to a nonprofit organization is going to be a really big challenge. So it's trying to work together with council, with our nonprofits, with our applicants to try to find a better balance to get some cost recovery, but also still be attractive to host these really beneficial community events in the city.
Thank you. I had a whole bunch of questions. I'm not going to ask most of them because of the hour, but my last one I will ask for now is, do we have parameters for denial of special events permits?
We do have some language within our municipal code. If there's impacts, such as if there's already an event scheduled that day, if we believe there's some traffic concerns, safety concerns, those type of things, we have those mechanisms for denials. Couple of things I kind of try to tease out within the presentation is we don't have. So with all that being said, if there's not necessarily a huge safety concern, if there's not scheduling conflicts, we don't have a mechanism right now to deny a permit if the facility is available, and all those things are available to an applicant. With that being said, I think that was part of some of the recommendations for discussion. We did do a little bit of research. Some cities provide some parameters on some locations that are permit only for certain type of events. Some of them provide parameters on, a number of events that are able to be hosted at some facilities. Some of them had tie-ins with certain MOUs they had with nonprofit groups to host certain events annually in, again, certain high volume facilities. So to answer that question, Vice Mayor, we do have some parameters in the municipal code, but we did find some gaps in there within our process, but also within that policy.
Okay, could that also be the same in that same ordinance, maybe, where we also redirect people who are who want to hold an event, but maybe we can put them in a different area of the town or different park?
Right. And I think that's kind of part of the discussion, right? There's a couple routes we can take, whether that's going to be a ordinance update or municipal code update. But within the municipal code, there are parameters where our Director Mulder, can provide some recommendations or their own guidelines for the permit processing process that we can implement some of those things. I think having council's input is important, and also, of course, the community's input before we roll too much of that out, just to make sure that we're, again, I'm going to use the word balance, finding a right balance for some of these updates we're looking to do.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further clarifying questions? And Tian, you handled that tongue-twisting sentence very well. Seeing there are no further clarifying questions, we will open public comments. Margaret?
This is the time to comment on this agenda item. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. I received no public comments on this item prior to the meeting. Oops. And I have no speaker cards, and I do have one hand raised. I'll call on Dan. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. How you guys doing? Not sure if you guys can hear me yet or not. First time participating in this online setting. But yeah, first off, I want to thank everybody. And, we host events there, we market in the park, and everybody on the council and everybody who has helped us along in this process have been just wonderful, helping us along and helping a local group like us who, grew up in Brentwood since, kindergarten to where we are now. It's amazing to just have so much support behind us. So a lot of what you guys are saying, I agree with. I believe that there definitely should not be any events that are out that aren't permitted and don't have that safety around what's going on, especially with all the fees associated with it. But there should also be precedence on the positive impact that those permitted or individuals, specifically even the local residents or local business owners that, put on these events primarily to focus on bringing up other businesses and other entrepreneurs that just, really need a head start and want a head start, and just kind of promoting this celebration that Brentwood normally brings. Big examples, the Corn Fest. When I was growing up, that was the biggest thing, and the pride of Brentwood came from, that. And that's kind of something that, as a local resident, that I've always tried to push forward on. So hopefully these new regulations and these new things you guys do decide to kind of bring forward that will kind of cover the cost of moving forward with other events. Hopefully it doesn't deter people like us who just kind of want to put on something for the city, in a sense, to be able to pay for and accommodate for these new extra fees and other items that you guys may bring forward. So maybe even like good example would be like a discount for local businesses who, are putting on an event. Yeah, maybe a little more in-depth research behind, what the event is for, what we're doing with it, kind of approach. But just kind of some food for thought for you guys, just to kind of simmer on. But anyways, I want to thank you guys. I know it's late, and I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no speaker cards.
At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. And I don't know which council member Mendoza.
Yeah, so Bruce and I have talked about this a lot, and the reason it's come up is because I've gotten a lot of feedback about how bad our park is looking downtown. And I mean, we even saw it on a video from the chamber. Like, I think Greg was sitting there speaking, and like behind him was just like patches of grass and dirt, right? So when I'm looking at these hours that you put together, thank you for putting that together, it's obvious why it's looking like that. Because I mean, even if we reseed or sod, it's going to start looking like that if you don't give it a rest period. So I think one of the things which is not going to make some people happy, but I think we do need to talk about cutting back how many events we're having at the actual park in the grass, right? So there's the gazebo, there's the street, if people want street closures, there's, the picnic area. And then we also have other parks available. So I think that's one thing we need to talk about. The other thing is, I actually worked at the farmer's market. What was it, like 3 Saturdays? I was selling blueberries. But I can't tell you how many businesses came up and they're upset. They say we are having way too many events, and they have to pay rent, they have to pay electricity, they have to pay insurance. They're paying all of their employees, and they're losing money because we're having so many events. And they're like, what, once in a while is fine, but this is getting to be too much. I've gotten some feedback on like, is it supposed to be this street or that street? Because now I see people coming down this street, like starting to like turn corners and, so I think we need to figure that out, is how often. I think we do need to cut it back. If you look from 699 hours to 1,128, we've got to cut it down because there's no way our park is going to look like it used to look. When it comes to the ones that are not permitted, my phone was blowing up that night, and I called the chief, and I think my phone was blowing up that night from multiple businesses that were saying they were going to have to close because people were rowdy. People were drinking, like they brought their cooler and their chair, and it's just not Kool-Aid. I mean, they were getting intoxicated in the streets, and you can see how bad it was by the way it looked the next day. So we got to figure that out. I don't know how that is, but I want to figure out a way. How many hours do we cut and the grass still look good? Because it's not looking good right now. And then, and how, we have our grant funded events. Those should be our priority events. Like if we're going to slot anything in a calendar, those go first, is my opinion. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all of ours, but I would think that those would go first. We need to find a way to encourage people to go to the parks. I just did the Miles for Mayo, and I went to Willie's later. They had been slammed all day, and I'm sure where you were at Chill, I'm sure you probably got a lot of people from the Miles for Mayo. So there is opportunity to do events somewhere else that help economic development in other areas. And to me, these events are supposed to be helping. And I think we've come to a critical point where now they're not, right? Like we was help. And now it's this. And our businesses are mad. So they are our bread and butter. So we got to figure something out there.
So I looked at the considerations and recommendations because I know that we have to look into the fact that I think there were some things that were raised by all the council members about things to consider. One is the grounds. The other one is overtime of police, spreading out in the business owner complaints. And so I looked at considerations. I have several recommendations. Hopefully this is the time for it. One is I think we need to go to strict compliance. One is, to me, I don't see how a cruise is different from a sideshow. We had a whole talk in here about a sideshow that was coming up and all the enforcement. I don't care if they're cruising or if they do not have a permit, an event should be, what is that? Someone says, shut her down, period. Strict compliance. That's one. Because when I look at this, I'm thinking, well, if we don't enforce or we don't do anything for the cruise, and then we later on enforce for something, let's say a sideshow, if there are people there from a certain ethnicity or age group or something, it's going to look discriminatory. So for everything, if someone has no permit, shut it down, period. I don't think we need to go into more detail. The other thing is, I think we need to, I disagree with updating and changing the definition that we have for special permits, and I'll tell you why. The city of Oakland talked about this, and it could become discriminatory because that language that we may add specifically in here was looking at the impact to the community could potentially be subjective, right? Like impact to community may be completely different for me than it is for the next person. So I don't think we change the definition. What I think we update is 7.02.020F. We need to update what the revocation is. It's just kind of too vague. I think we need to go a little harder on revocation and also suspension. A lot of cities add other language about when we can completely suspend an event. I'd also like to add that I think that Vice Mayor was onto something about denial. We need to beef up our denials and when we can deny something, because we have a process for appeal, but we don't have a very strong, here's where we deny. So one of the things I would actually ask to consider to add to that is that if an applicant was previously revoked of a special permit, that we can consider that for a basis of denial for future permits. Some other language that I have, sorry, because this one was another one near and dear to my heart. I think we also add in the, do we have so I saw that a lot of other cities had language on timeline for bringing applications. I think we need to add that in there because it gives us more time to vet the event. So I know that, I think Pleasant Hill and San Ramon, when I looked at these things in the city of Oakland, they all have, if the event is under 300 people, you need to bring your application by this day or it's automatic denial. Once you go over 300 people, from like 300 to 1,000, you have to bring it within 61 days of the event. And if it's over, 1,000 people, then you got to, bring it within, let's say 120 days. I think we need to add those parameters in there. I also think that we need to, because I looked at some of the other things, do we have a waste management plan? Because that's compliant with AB 939, and like a lot of cities have for special events, a whole waste management plan for when the event in accordance with the AB 939, if it's over 2,000 participants. If we don't have that, I would suggest that we add that in there and hold people accountable for, I know they already are accountable for their waste, but I think the more stringent we are in our policies, and this is not to hold against anyone who's coming, but it's just like a lot of the waste management plans are just simple. They're like, I sign, I acknowledge, and I'm going to present to Parks and Rec what my plan is for waste management. I'd also ask that we have a designation of where the command post location is going to be, so that we can always check in for a specific event. When, for example, the applicant said that the event is only going to have 2,000 and then 30,000 people show up, where's the command post, so we can acknowledge that? We need crowd control. What is the policy on crowd control, and the cleanup plan if we don't already have that? I think we definitely need explicit security standards. But I think that the Dan who spoke was onto something. One of the things to divert people away, because I agree we do way too much stuff here. Like, this is like the Taj Mahal to everybody. And I think we have some great areas that we can do other events at. And some of the suggested events that I've brought up, my suggestion is that they not happen here. I know one of the considerations is parking, but at the end of the day, our parking, because our businesses are booming downtown, there's never enough parking, even for the events held here. So I think we offer incentives to organizations who use other locations, like discounted rates, discount in whatever. We figure out some kind of way to add incentives for the use of other locations. And let me just make sure, because I had a crap ton for y'all, that I'm not missing anything else. Oh, I wanted to go back to, I know that we're asking council for recommendations, and so I appreciate the opportunity to give it to you. But I also want to remind that and ask if this applies. Municipal Code Section 7.05.03 gives already to the director with recommendations from Park and Rec to establish guidelines and regulations for use of facilities within the boundaries. So I think that's already within your administrative, without the assistance of council, to make those designations with getting recommendations from Parks and Rec. So I would think maybe going back to Parks and Rec and not punting the ball, but coming up with more heavier guidelines on how to regulate the use and come up with some restrictions or something that would protect us more with the use of our facilities, because we do want to encourage businesses to do activities. I am a little concerned that if we are favoring certain businesses over other ones, that it may look a little discriminatory, or certain groups. So, but I think this is something that can come back to the Parks and Rec Commission to come up with some more policies, and internal policies and procedures, and then they can be implemented based on that municipal code section. And that's all I got.
To that, one other thing that I totally forgot about was, and I love both of these business owners, I really do. It's two different, one's a brick and mortar coffee shop, and one is now at the farmer's market, a coffee truck, almost right outside her door. How, I mean, like, when a business owner is mad at me because I'm on council, because they're like walk out their door and they're competing with someone that's right outside their door. Like, how do we deal with the farmer's market? Because I'm also, like, back in the day, you had lemonade and popcorn. Like, now you've got dumplings and pupusas, which I love, but you've got all these competing businesses in the farmer's market with our own brick and mortar. And again, like, they're telling me they're struggling paying. So I don't know how to do that either. But so that would be my other suggestion, is how do we do that with the farmer's market? But I I don't think we're going to be able to accommodate everyone, right? We're going to need blackout dates if the consensus is we want the park to look nice. And then we have our own events, right? We have the concerts in the park. So I think that's going to be hard on people to hear that we're going to have blackout dates, but I don't know how else to fix it, you know? And you can, I mean, from what I hear, like previous city staff used to be really strict on park usage. And now it's like, I feel like it's gone the other way. So we just need to find a happy medium somewhere.
Some cities don't even have parks. They don't even have farmers markets every weekend. I think we may need to remove a couple of weekends where we don't have one. Have a sabbatical.
We used to not have it every weekend, and it was the public who wanted it. Like they wanted it every weekend, if I'm not mistaken. But that's the kind of event timeline we got to talk about, because that's an event.
Yes, but it seems to be more of a farmers market specific focus discussion versus more, I understand that there's some flexibility here, but I'm starting to go more into focus on farmers market. I get your points, understand them, but I'm just probably not go much further than where we've gone.
So can we talk about, because this is another thing. So there are some very nice entities in town who are saying, you know what, you have farmers market on Saturday. I'm not going to burden with you with an event right after the farmers market. I'm going to move it to Sunday. So, I mean, I don't know if that's an option. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is like I feel like it's the Wild Wild West. Not you guys, just like out there.
One thing that we plan to do is work closely with our downtown, the DBC and, you know, our downtown businesses when we update these guidelines, making sure that they're involved in the process and we review it with them and get some feedback before we bring anything back. So, and that will help guide the decision-making as far as the balance and, you know, the amount of times and what kinds of events we can do.
Can we also be really clear in sharing what the criteria is for the increased security costs? Because I think there's some concern about some of our event holders not being able to afford doing that anymore because that's changed a bit. So if we could just make sure really, really clear what the criteria is for what those charges are. Thank you.
One last thing. Can you tell your event holders that we don't allow dogs in our park? I don't know if you saw the pig in the park eating all of the grass this weekend, but I was like so mad that I saw this pig eating the freaking grass when I know the grass is dying. Like, we should not be allowing that.
And just to clarify, we do allow dogs in the park, but dogs on leash.
On leash? Well, there was a pig eating all the grass on leash this weekend.
Just quickly, one more thing that I would like to do. Two more things, just quickly, two more things. One is I would like a process put in place that if there's going to be a street closure in front of some of our businesses, that we make sure well in advance that they are, any business, that they are able to have a heads up that this is going to be happening so that they can staff appropriately, close if necessary, not order food products that they anticipate selling, then they have to get rid of. And it's that would be greatly appreciated if that was just part of the every process, enough time in advance that they get a heads up that this is going to happen. Also, I know that we are able to much more control different locations, different parks. I think it's an awesome idea for every reason. But in addition to that, potentially there are some school district locations. For example, a car show last year that was held at just one block from here. That was outstanding event, had a lot of room. I believe it was a benefit to the school district financially. And downtown got the walk-in business, but they didn't have the closed off roads and things like that. There might be other opportunities similar to that we could give as options as well, that would alleviate some of the larger events. or even smaller ones.
And it's not anything against anyone wanting to have events. I mean, even Clayton is shutting down some events because they've gotten kind of big and almost too expensive for them to manage. So it's just finding that happy medium.
And the caller that called in, I agree. There are some nonprofits and smaller company businesses that just simply would not be able to afford the additional $10,000, $15,000. And I know all of it isn't going to be $10,000 or $15,000, but I think it, and I know you've already addressed it. It's something that really needs some consideration because we have to recover our expenditures, but we also don't want to keep the kind of events for our families from happening as well.
So I can make a motion.
If I could just make a comment finally. One other thing you might want to consider too is if you want to have this occur sooner than later, you're going to wait on us to come back with a bunch of policies that could take some time. If we have current authority in the municipal code as was implied, and if we can black out some dates now, that may free up immediately some space where there's not an event that's going to be permitted. If there's some options where we can prohibit unpermitted as well, we can certainly look at enforcing that right away. The other thing too to consider, if you're going to come up with a bunch of protocols and regulations and try to figure out how to find the sweet spot, one other option I've seen with some other cities is they say, okay, if you're going to do a special event in the next quarter, then everybody gets your application in for that quarter. If you're going to reserve any time in that time frame, then we look at all of them at once and then pick the ones that add the most value, that have the best plans, that more local, all those kinds of things that you could put preferences in. Obviously, the more objective we make this, the easier it is for staff as well, not so much subjectivity. So I just want to throw that out there as well.
I really don't like the idea of us cherry picking like what has more community. I don't know. I feel like we do that through our grant process and leaving that in the hand. And this is no disrespect to anybody in Parks and Rec, but it opens the door because we can have a different set of people who are employed here and it can open the door for discriminatory practices. So I think the standards should be the same across the board. Yep. But if we need blackout dates, it's just so late at night. And I don't know if I have the bandwidth to set some blackout dates. And I'd like to probably use that for a future time to spend more time to kind of think a little bit further about it. I know that we are coming back to look at the second portion of my request, which is to kind of vet some of the events that we currently throw as a city to see if it's even feasible. And I think that would be an appropriate time to give some blackout dates and times then.
Do you think that
go ahead.
No, I was thinking, the only reason I was thinking blackout, because the park is so bad. Like if they could start implementing some if they don't have applications, just black it out, right? If you haven't come in by now. And that way we can start recovering on that right now. If you don't have applications in, then that way it's just done. And there was one other thing about events that I totally forgot. Can we work with the school district to make sure that we don't have any events for homecoming and prom, like the days, the kids only use it a couple of days a year and it's a big thing. So let's just make sure that those are always a priority because I know that we've had issues. They don't do a lot. We can drink and eat and party every day. They don't do that often.
I want to say, don't quote me, Councilmember Mendoza. Our staff has actually blocked out some dates in City Park specifically for those, I believe, prom and dance dates. So I'd love to take credit, but they've already done that. But we can also double check that again. We have our recreation supervisor, Amanda Cheney, who's spearheading that effort. And again, I'd love to take credit, but it's something that staff already implemented prior to my start here.
I'm sure all of the moms will be especially happy because they love going.
We do have a fabulous team in Parks and Recs, but go ahead and take credit. It's almost 2 in the morning.
If we're going to do blackout dates, can we limit it to, because I like to be specific to this quarter and the fourth quarter without applications, because just saying if we don't have an application, that could be like next year, the year after. Like, so can we be specific that it's, if we don't have anything in place during this quarter, those dates will be, that it's at the liberty of the Parks and Rec. I think we should leave it up to the liberty of the Parks and Rec to determine those blackout dates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we already have a lot of applications already in this year, so we can look at dates that are open right now. But a lot of this will be for next year's planning because we already have so many in place already. So we're trying to be proactive so we can have some good plans in place before we start getting into next year's event schedules.
Can any of these events that are already planned be moved to other areas?
Possibly, but a lot of them are designated and the vision is for City Park. But we can take a look and see if there might be a possibility there.
Okay, so I'm going to try this and see if it works. So as detailed in the staff report, I move to kindly direct staff to work on a blackout date, find a process for unpermitted events to work with staff, because that's going to take you guys too, probably. Can I just say, include everything that Council Member Pearson requested with all the municipal codes? Work with Downtown Brentwood Coalition to figure out how to work with local businesses. And this is a hard one because it is a little subjective, like added value events, like determine what really is added value based on the feedback from downtown, and how do we support those events, and and then creating a policy to encourage people to use other facilities. Did I miss anything?
We were talking about the security, clarifying the security process and criteria for the increased cost.
Yeah, so clarifying the latest update on security, charges.
And strict compliance with, I already said that, yeah.
Is that good? Are you good there?
Yes, I think so. I think if I kind of get maybe another way of saying what you're saying, Councilmember Mendoza, is all the considerations that the council discussed tonight, try to bring back some blackout dates, work with those groups is kind of what you're saying. But then we're talking about the pieces that are more, I want to say, procedurally tied under the discretion of the director. And we're trying to bring that back to council. Is that how I'm understanding that?
Yes, that's good.
Actually, I'm going to jump in there because your motion was a little bit different than what our parks, our recreation manager said. You limited to specific items, and then everything that Councilmember Pearson said, it just expanded to everything the council said.
Yeah, and as well as the recommendations we gave during, we need to come up with a list of blackout dates.
Which is what you just said.
Recovery period.
But I don't know if you captured everything that your colleague said. So once that was made broader, it's the entire discussion versus everything you just said and what Councilmember Pearson said.
I think everything everyone said added value, so I'm fine with everything everyone said. Because I think this is a big deal, right? I think they're going to take it and go, okay, this part works, and let me tell you why staff that part doesn't work. I mean, you guys are the subject matter experts, and you hear more about it than I do, right? I hear about it on a random night when someone's mad. You guys hear about it all the time. So I also want them to give us their feedback on what they're seeing in the community.
And what staff will then need to do is to listen to this meeting and then write down everything that they heard that each one of you said. And so just to let staff know, that is what you need to do, and then come up with a plan with every item. And if that's possible, if that's doable, that's great. But I just wanted to clarify, because if they come back with something that they've meant, that you said that you felt was important and they didn't have it, they're going to be in a difficult position.
It's a lot. So, and then if there's something missing, we can always continue stuff. There's no reason why we can't if something's missing, right? So is that good?
It's up to the council on how you want the motion. As I understand the motion now, it is for staff to come back with plans for everything that was said tonight on this item.
On events happening downtown. So it's events, but there's it's the whole 360 on events. I think we need to look at the entire thing and kind of rebuild it. That's what it feels like to me. It feels like we got to rebuild it. So we had to ask all these, which we could have just said that in the beginning.
And I'm not criticizing any motions. I just want to make sure it's clear for both the council and for staff what needs to be done. And as I understand the motion, it is capturing everything that was discussed tonight.
Can I specify even further so we can get home and go to sleep? Specific ask from each council member, not discussion items. If that makes further, because I think a lot of us specifically said, couldn't we do this? Can we do that? So I think if we can incorporate the specific ask by each council member as discussed tonight versus the discussion items.
Well, my ask were at the beginning of the discussion item, so I think that's where it gets a little
No,
bit
no, no.
clear.
I think there were some things that we were just like organically talking about.
yeah.
But I'm saying even if it was in questions or in discussion, when we specifically said, I'd like for us to do this, or I would instruct this or make this suggestion, if that's clear.
And I think that's a good point because some of the questions from the beginning were just simply clarification questions.
Yeah.
And then we try to produce minutes tomorrow where we line item what the direction was from the council. And so we want to make sure that we're catching all of it as well. So,
okay.
Darren, you said you wrote down some of them. Let's just maybe try to
I
recap
can
them
go
and make
through.
sure we've got them as best
I can
as
go
possible.
through my list, then you could add if you'd like, council members. So first, strict compliance to anyone without a permit. Improving definition of revocation of a permit. So strict compliance with anyone who does not have a permit. Improving the language related to revocation of a permit. As related to that, be able to deny a past permittee if they've had a permit revoked. Considering looking at application timelines as relates to number of attendees. You mentioned 300 employees. 300 attendees, 1,000 attendees, et cetera. Ensuring that there's a waste management plan to meet state requirements. I forget the AB number, 939. Ensuring that a command post is designated on all plans, that there is a crowd control plan and a cleanup plan for each event, an explicit security plan, offer incentives for use of locations other than city park, look at existing code that allows for the director to work with the Parks and Rec Commission, consider blackout dates for any new events that have currently not submitted an application. Consider working with existing permittees related to competing businesses that might be located on the street so that they aren't located directly adjacent to an existing business. Properly notify businesses regarding when events are approved and when they will occur so that they can better and properly prepare. Consider reduction of the number of farmers markets. Work with the school district to ensure no conflicts with homecoming and school-sponsored dances.
Did you mention proper notification of street closures?
Not directly, so proper notice of street closure.
And then grounds recovery plan, just so that we understand how often we can be having events.
I hope that covered the majority of the comments.
Thank you.
And in my motion, I'll include all of those, and then anything else that staff might see as opportunities as well.
I second that motion.
A first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Okay, it moves. Now, as was recommended, requested, pleaded, Damien?
I'll make a specific motion.
And the motion would be to continue items D4 through E.2.4 to a future meeting.
I would like to say one little thing in that motion though, because we're going to be gone for a while for E.2.2. If I can, I want to say that at no time when I made this future agenda item request was I ever warranting or suggesting that we eliminate any staff positions. And at the pure definition of it is talking about new positions. So I just want to clarify, just because we have a long gap in time between when we return, that Councilwoman Pearson was not does not want anybody fired. I appreciate everybody who works for the city of Brentwood, and I think you all should keep your jobs. All right, so that's my motion.
Second?
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I just have one more request. I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Mayor, real quick.
Yes.
We're hoping you could close the meeting in the honor of employee Tony Bello, who passed away recently. And there was someone else you were going to mention too.
Yes, in honor of Tony Bello and also of Steve Todd, who both of these men made a significant impact, not only on the employees of our city, but on every family in our community as well. And I told one of his fellow Lions that I would also acknowledge that Steve Todd was a Lion that held several different positions for many years, and that service also was greatly appreciated. So we adjourn in honor of Steve Bello and Steve Todd. Tony Bello and Steve Todd. Thank you. We're adjourned.